Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had awakened Gluttony Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya scribbled down notes as his teacher droned on about physics. It wasn't the most interesting subject, but it was his second favorite after quirk studies. He flinched as another spitball hit the back of his head. He briefly looked around to see who fired it, and glared at the culprit, a boy who could make his eyes pop out of his head. Midoriya. His teacher snapped. Quit antagonizing Kenzo. Midoriya lowered his head as his classmates laughed at him. Apologies, sir, he said. He knew better than to point out that Kenzo had been shooting spitballs at him rather than the other way around. That was just how Aldra was. That was just how being quirkless was. Midoriya knew that not all men were created equal. It was a fact he had dealt with his whole life. Because he didn't have a quirk, he got picked on a lot in class. The teachers turned a blind eye, of course. They didn't want to blemish the records of any student with an actual future for some minor roughhousing against a Nuru. The worst was Bakugo, though. Bakugo was the star student of the school, and all the teachers knew it. He could do anything to the other students, and nobody would be able to stop it. Deku had sat through more conferences with teachers saying they didn't want to damage the future of a potentially amazing hero over some minor inconveniences. Deku had stopped reporting the bullying after he started getting detentions for sabotaging a fellow classmate. After physics, he had quirk studies. His favorite class, and the last class of the day. He leaned over his desk, writing down his final notes before the day ended. He was going to need a new notebook soon, this one was almost full. He barely noticed the commotion with the rest of the class as they began to show off their quirks to their teacher. He didn't even look up when Bakugo said something that set off the rest of the class. He did that a lot with his big mouth and even bigger ego. He didn't look up until? Oh yeah, Midoriya, don't you want to go to UA too? One humiliating rest of class later. Midoriya leaned over to pick his notebook out of the koi pond Bakugo had thrown it in. It was completely destroyed. The koi were nibbling on it, and all the ink had bled into the water. The koi would probably get sick or die or something, and Midoriya would probably be blamed for it. Stupid Kachan. Midoriya thought. You can't just go around telling people to kill themselves. What if I actually did it? What would he do then? Midoriya paused for a moment. What would he do then? He thought again, before shaking his head and continuing his walk home. As he was passing under a bridge, he heard a noise behind him. It sounds like metal scraping across concrete, but there was also something wet and slimy moving. You look like a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid. Midoriya heard as he turned and saw a giant green mass of sludge. I'm just taking over your body, it'll be easier for both of us if you don't resist. It'll only hurt for a minute, you'll feel better soon. The villain said as he began to force sludge down Midoriya's throat. Midoriya simply closed his eyes. He let his arms fall to his sides. He couldn't muster up the will to fight back. Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. The villain said as he began to take over Midoriya's body. Midoriya smiled a little before everything went green. At least he was a hero to someone. Chinsa Shidoro opened his new eyes and looked around to see if All Might was still chasing him. He didn't see the hero who'd been tailing him, so he began to get up. Suddenly, the sewer grate exploded into the air. All Might burst into the tunnel ready to fight, and looked about as surprised as he could when he only saw a teenage boy. Excuse me, young lad, have you seen a villain made of green sludge go through here? No. I haven't. Shidoro said. For some reason, he had a strong urge to start fanboying over the guy. Well, in that case, I had better be leaving. Wait, Midoriya said. He wasn't quite sure how he was in control, but he needed to talk to All Might. I have to ask you something. No time, young lad, I really must get going. As All Might prepared to jump, Midoriya ran up and latched on. He needed to know if he could be a hero. So no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. You should follow your dreams, but make sure they're realistic. Midoriya stood on that rooftop after All Might left. He had always worried, deep down, that he really couldn't be a hero without a quirk, but hearing his idol confirm it shattered any remnants of hope that remained within him. He walked over to the ledge. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Midoriya ignored the little voice in his head and put one leg out into the open air. Kid, don't do it. Midoriya closed his eyes, and let himself fall. Shidoro opened his eyes as he began falling. Somehow, the flesh suit was still alive and even capable of taking back control when he wanted to. That was a problem. But right now, he had the much bigger problem that the flesh suit was apparently suicidal and had jumped off the roof of a building. Normally, his quirk rendered him immune to harm from almost all physical damage, including falling from this height. But since he was inside a skin suit, he wasn't sure if that would actually work. And for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to eject. He had this weird urge to protect the skin suit, even at the cost of his own life. But fortunately, when he hit the ground, he splattered like he would when he was sludge. As he reformed in the back alley, he realized that he was reforming into the skin suit. Somehow, the flesh bag had integrated the sludge into his own body. He was now also made of sludge. What the hell? He thought, before realizing something important. He needed to get to the flesh bag's house. The skin suit probably had a family that would get suspicious, and since the two had merged, Shidoro couldn't just leave the skin suit here. He needed to figure out where the skin suit lived. Damn it. How was he supposed to do that? It's not like the skin suit can talk to him. Shidoro was furious as he walked down the sidewalk, away from the building where the skin suit had decided to jump. The sludge going everywhere had caused quite a scene, and he'd had to reform away from his clothes. Fortunately, some dope had left clothes out to dry that were roughly the kid's size, so Shidoro was now walking down the streets of Muzutafu in a white shirt, black pants, and a dark green waistcoat. He had even stolen an emerald necktie to complete the look of an upper-class teenager simply going for a stroll in the city. You shouldn't steal. Shidoro stopped. Who said that? He asked, glancing around him. Nobody appeared to be looking at him. Midoriya. The kid whose body you're possessing? Shidoro blinked in surprise before resuming his walk. How come I can talk to you? Normally, my skin suits just die, and I can leave at any time. Is that your quirk? He asked under his breath. I don't have a quirk, actually. Well, I guess I do now. Wait. This means I can actually get into UA and be a hero. Oh great, you're one of those kids, Shidoro mumbled. Look, I'm not going hero, kid. Even if you can take control, I'm still a villain, and it's our body. I'm not using it to switch sides. There was a brief silence in his mind, and Shidoro breathed a sigh of relief. Then Midoriya spoke up again. That would blow your cover, wouldn't it? What are you even talking about? Ever since I was a little kid, all I've wanted is to be a hero. Even without a quirk, even with everyone telling me it's impossible, I've still decided that I'm going to go to UA High. I even got bullied for it just earlier today. All of which means that unless we use our quirk to become a hero, you're going to be very suspicious. Shidoro thought about it for a few seconds, before grumbling out his reply, alright, fine. We'll go to UA and become a stupid hero. But only because I don't want to get caught, got it? Oh, I got it. Shidoro didn't like how smug he sounded. Right, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm just heading home, Shidoro said, closing his eyes and breathing in deeply before knocking on the door of the apartment. A short, middle-aged woman with green hair opened the door and looked surprised. Izuku? What are you wearing? Inko asked, scanning her son up and down. The clothes looked good on him, but they weren't the style he usually wore. Then, he opened his eyes, and she gasped. One of his eyes had turned red, and the whites were all yellow. Mom? I think my quirk activated, he said, as he turned his right arm into green sludge. Inko stared for a moment before tears began to well up in her eyes and she hugged him so tightly that he actually became a little less solid. Mom, you're squeezing me. Shidoro started, but Inko, who was blabbering about how happy she was for him, was being too loud for him to be heard. After a while of this hugging, the two, or three, of them went inside. Shidoro looked around the Midoriya apartment. It was a decently well-furnished space, nothing impressive, but definitely better than the one he grew up in. Izuku's mother wanted to know all the details, but he couldn't really say that without blowing his cover. So he said that he was attacked by a villain, and in a life-or-death situation, his quirk had finally activated. What did the villain look like? Inko asked. She was a blonde lady, with a purple and orange outfit, Shidoro said, not having prepared an appearance. What was her quirk? Inko said. Bigger, Shidoro said. She could get bigger, I think. Well, thank goodness you're safe. Inko sighed, getting up from the couch. I'll be making dinner soon. I'll cook something extra healthy, that way your quirk will grow stronger. Thanks, Mom. Shidoro and Midoriya said. Then, Shidoro walked over to Midoriya's room. He really hoped the kid wasn't into anything weird, most teen boys were, and it would be awkward walking into a room of nudie mags. Then he opened the door and... Why the hell is there so much All Might merchandise? Midoriya walked into the classroom that day feeling much better about himself than usual. He had slicked back his normally messy hair and smoothed out his messy and wrinkled school uniform. He grinned to himself as he sat at the back of the class again and waited for Kachan to come in. Bakugo wasn't very happy when he walked in and saw Deku sitting there looking so smug. Granted, he wasn't very happy usually, instead being in a general state of anger, but Midoriya trying to look cool particularly set him off. "Hey, nerd, what are you looking so happy about?" Bakugo demanded as he slammed his fist into Midoriya's desk. But the freak just stared back at him, which led Bakugo to a startling discovery. One of Midoriya's eyes was completely normal, the same plain green eyes as always. The other was red like his and had yellow sclera. "I took your advice, Kachan. About the swan dive, remember?" Midoriya said, leaning forward with his chin in his hands. Bakugo's eyes widened and he stepped back. He didn't actually try to jump, did he? "No, the nerd's just trying to freak me out." Before Bakugo could come up with a response, Midoriya's grin widened, wider than should be possible, and he said, "Well, it worked." Suddenly, Bakugo was slammed into the ceiling by a mass of green sludge. Bakugo stared down at Midoriya in complete shock. Half of the nerd's body had turned into a slimy green sludge that vaguely resembled a human, and his feet were just large blobs of the stuff. Blobs that connected to the giant pillar of sludge currently pinning Bakugo to the ceiling. "I got a quirk," Midoriya said as he dropped Bakugo onto the hard wooden floors of the classroom. Bakugo stared up at Midoriya's face as he leaned over him, grinning smugly. "And I think it's a whole lot better than yours," Midoriya sneered before returning to his seat. Bakugo was about to murder Deku when the teacher suddenly came in. He looked around confusedly at the students all standing aside, whispering to each other, but chalked it up to some hero fight he hadn't heard of. "All right, everyone, in your seats. Come on, open your textbooks to page 205. Midoriya made sure to get away from Aldera as quickly as possible once the bell rang. As great as that had felt, he didn't know if he was immune to Kachan's explosions yet and didn't want to find out. He ducked behind a dumpster before letting out a victorious yell and high-fiving Shidoro, which was basically a self-high-five. "Kid, it's not much use hiding if you yell really loudly while you're doing it." Right. Sorry, Chinsa. It felt so good to finally turn the tables on Kachan." "Well, you still shouldn't advertise to the whole world that you're just sitting behind a dumpster right now. Anyway, do you have a plan for getting into UA beyond confronting your bully?" "Well, I guess I would have to train a lot, but I don't know anyone who would be my trainer. But, if I put in enough effort into getting stronger and mastering our quirk, I think I could manage on my own." "Well, kid, I got good news. I think I know someone who can help." Tsuragi, "Hey, Jiren, I got an issue." Jiren, "Oh? Straight to the point today, are we?" Tsuragi, Yeah, look, I was trying to possess a skin suit, and somehow I merged with the kid, and I'm stuck in his body." Jiren, "Interesting. What do you want from me, though?" Tsuragi, "Well, the kid is still alive, and we share control, so I kind of want you to figure out what happened, and apparently, the kid really wants to be a hero, so if you could help us train, it would be useful." Jiren, "Meet me by the beach spot and I won't say yes or no yet, but I will consider this proposition." Midoriya walked along the sidewalk towards the beach, nervously glancing around. He knew where the beach spot was, thanks to Shidoro telling him, but was still nervous about convincing Jiren to train him. After all, he didn't know anything about the guy beyond the fact that Shidoro had worked with him, which meant he was probably a villain. "Relax, kid, Jiren's got standards. He's not gonna murder some random kid because he got annoyed with him." "Yeah, I guess, but I'm still worried," Midoriya said. "What if he decides not to train us?" "Now that is a real possibility. Jiren's pretty shrewd, so we'll need to convince him if we want to get his training." "Well, that's reassuring." Midoriya sighed, before looking up and seeing a man in a purple suit sitting on a bench smoking a cigar. He drew in a deep breath before nervously walking over towards him and sitting down. "Ah, you must be Midoriya and Shidoro, I take it?" Jiren asked, looking down at the green-haired teen who had sat next to him. He had slicked back green hair and was wearing a black school uniform, likely from Aldera. One half of the kid's face looked incredibly nervous, while the other half seemed to have a calm expression. He noticed the calm half had eyes like Shidoro's, and assumed the other half were the kid's natural eyes. "Yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya," Midoriya said, and held out his hand to Jiren. "And I'm Shidoro," Shidoro said, holding out his hand halfway. "Shidoro, why are you making us hold out two hands? We need to be serious about this." "Relax, kid, he knows me. This just confirms to him that I'm who I say I am." Jiren chuckled slightly before shaking both of the boys' hands. Midoriya sighed with relief before Jiren went in for the questioning. "So, how did you two merge?" After Midoriya explained their story to Jiren, he sighed and took another long pull of his cigarette. "Well, kid, it sounds like something a quirk would cause, but since you were quirkless, that doesn't make sense. Tell you what, I know this great doctor who owes me a favor and can do this for free." Why don't we get you two checked out and see what caused this? Jiren asked, blowing out a ring of smoke. Midoriya nodded, at which point Jiren stood up and pulled out his phone. Midoriya stood up too and looked around, seeing a limousine pull up from around the corner. Midoriya stood there, mouth gaping for a moment as Jiren walked up towards the car. Jiren turned towards Midoriya and grinned. Well, come on, kid, get in. Wait, that sounded weird, he said, holding the door open. Midoriya shook himself out of his surprise and got into the back of the limousine. A man wearing a black and gray mask was in the driver's seat, and the music player was in the back. Jiren began tapping buttons on the screen, pulling up a playlist of songs Midoriya had never heard of. You ever listen to 20th to 21st century music? Back before virtual singers completely dominated the industry, humans made all the music. And if you ask me, most of it was better than the stuff Androido Mujiku churns out these days. Jiren said, before starting to play a rather upbeat song over the speakers. Isn't it illegal for human-made music to be sold commercially? Midoriya asked. He was aware Jiren was likely a criminal, but he wasn't expecting to be committing piracy almost immediately. Sadly, yes. Those politicians have no taste, Jiren said as he leaned back, so, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself, kid? It's a 2-hour drive ahead of us. Once we get there, we can find out what your quirk is. Oh. Okay, what do you want to know, sir? Midoriya asked, and flinched when Jiren started laughing. Geez, kid, no need to be so formal. Call me Jiren, we're business partners now. Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, Jiren. Midoriya said, sitting up ramrod straight in his chair. His face was already somewhat red from embarrassment, although his yellow and red eye looked bored and slightly annoyed. Jiren reasoned that Shidoro could see and express himself through that eye. Well, how does this sharing a body thing work? That's a good place to start, and it will help us find out what your quirk actually is, Jiren said, leaning forward towards Midoriya. You're clearly not suffering from a split in personality like my friend who's driving us, but Shidoro made it seem like he could take control and talk to you. Well, it's kind of complicated. We both can see what the other sees and are sharing a body, but during a big fall, I didn't want to feel anything, and I couldn't see or hear or feel anything my body was doing, and Shidoro was fully in control until I willed myself back. We both can take control from each other, but it takes a lot of mental effort to fully take control if the other guy isn't willing to give you that control. I'm in control usually because it's my body, but when we both want to, I give control to Shidoro, Midoriya said, nervously turning the left half of his body into sludge to demonstrate his point. Interesting. And Shidoro just tried to possess someone like normal? Nothing unusual happened during the body snatching, did it? Jiren asked. He noticed that the kid's posture completely shifted as both of his eyes turned yellow and red like Shidoro's. He suddenly spread his legs out confidently and leaned back in his chair, and turned his hair into sludge so he could slick it back better. Yeah, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and nothing weird happened during the body snatching. I just possessed this kid, and suddenly we're stuck together. He said, still in Midoriya's voice, but in a completely different tone. Interesting. The switch between you two is very conspicuous. You'll need to work on both being more like each other to avoid people figuring out your whole deal. I was told by Shidoro that you two were keeping this a secret? Jiren asked. Yes, sir. Jiren. Midoriya suddenly sat up completely straight and put his hands in his lap. One of his eyes was bright green again, which Jiren assumed meant that Midoriya was largely in control. He exhaled a cloud of smoke as the next song came on. Ah, hip to be square. I think you'll love this one, kid. After around half an hour, the conversation shifted away from ancient music and towards a more relevant topic. So, why do you want to be a hero? Jiren asked, leaning back to inhale more nicotine into his lungs. Midoriya thought about it for a while before finally coming up with a response. Well, I used to want to save people and be just like All Might. He was the coolest, and it made me feel like saving people was the coolest thing someone could do. And I guess I still think it is the coolest. But now, I want revenge, Midoriya said, prompting Jiren to stop smoking for a second in surprise. I want revenge on all my classmates for bullying me and saying I couldn't be a hero. I want revenge on All Might for telling me I couldn't be a hero at the lowest point in my life. But most of all, I want revenge on Kachan. I want revenge for all the bullying I've endured at his hands, all the pain he's caused me, and the best way I can do that is to become the #1 hero. For his entire life, Kachan has wanted nothing more than to be #1. I want to crush his dreams to dust and force him to watch as I surpass him, All Might, and everyone else who's ever doubted me. Midoriya said, practically shouting the last part, I want to save everyone, and force Kachan to acknowledge that I'm better than he is. Jiren stared at the kid for a few moments, shocked. Midoriya had started his monologue calmly and a bit nervously, but by the end, he was shaking with rage. After a brief moment of being stupefied, Jiren nodded and took another drag of his cigarette. He could use this. All right, I can work with that. Do your parents know about this? Jiren asked. If the kid's parents get too suspicious of their son's strange changes in behavior, things could likely end poorly for my business, and the kid's chances of getting into UA. Oh, don't worry, my mom would be totally on board with me training for UA. She doesn't really care where I go much. I mean, she cares, but she just sort of lets me go wherever. She loves me, she just Midoriya sputtered, before Jiren held up a hand to interrupt. What about your dad? Jiren asked. If I'm gonna train you, it's gonna take a lot of time, so I need you to have a relatively free schedule. And I can't have anyone looking too deeply into your activities. Midoriya looked down for a second. Sheet. Does he not have a dad? Never assume anything, Jiren, you idiot. That's the first rule of business. He walked out of my family when I was confirmed to be quirkless. He and mom got into this huge fight over it, and he said that he didn't want a Nuru as a son. They both wound up using their quirks, and he burned our old house down, Midoriya said, looking downcast. He left that night, and I never saw him again. That's why my mom got a job, and we moved into the same apartment complex as the Bakugos. They helped us for a while, but Kachan always bullied me for it, and said that it was my fault our house burned down for being such a Deku. Midoriya wiped his eyes as Jiren stared at him before putting his hand on his shoulder. Hey, kid, I'm gonna train you. Starting tomorrow. Midoriya looked up, green eye on the verge of tears. Really? He asked, sounding much more hopeful than he had previously. Really? Jiren leaned back, taking his hand off Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya walked into the building, glancing around nervously. It seemed abandoned, and certainly didn't look like it contained the tech for something so complicated as figuring out his new quirk. Then a short, bald old man stepped out from behind a strangely clean-looking door. He looked oddly familiar to Midoriya, though he couldn't quite remember where he had seen him before. Garaki walked forward and looked the boy up and down before speaking. So, you two are the ones who merged? Midoriya nodded, which the doctor took as a good enough reply. He had already been briefed on what happened, and gestured towards the clean-looking door. Inside was a dimly lit, but fully modern and sterilized medical operation chamber. I just need to knock you out and then we can get started, Garaki said. Wait, what? Midoriya and Chidoro sputtered in unison. Garaki observed that both of Midoriya's eyes became yellow and red as he stepped back. You can't just knock us out. Isn't quirk testing something you're supposed to be awake for? I was awake for mine. Chidoro demanded, looking over to Jiren for support. Jiren simply stood there and smoked his cigarette. Look, this is a very unusual situation. I'll need to do a full body scan and analysis, and possibly update any cybernetics or add new ones to work with your quirk. You'll only be out for an hour, and we'll have figured out what's wrong. Garaki said, slightly exasperated, as if Chidoro was the unreasonable one. Chidoro, looking around the room, saw that he wasn't going to get any backup. And Jiren did trust this guy, so whatever he was going to do probably wasn't life-threatening. Midoriya, are you cool with it? Chidoro mumbled. I think we have to. Fair enough. Let's do it, Doc, Chidoro said as he turned to Garaki. Garaki grinned. Very well. Bye-bye Gawara, would you do the honors? Garaki asked as he turned to Jiren's chauffeur. You got it boss no way. The man in the black and gray mask said. Wait, honors? Chidoro asked, right before the baseball bat knocked him out. Midoriya woke up with a pounding headache. As he sat up on the hospital table, rubbing the back of his head, he noticed Dr. Garaki was sitting across from him. Did you have to use a bat? Chidoro asked, turning the back of his head into sludge in case the doctor decided to knock him out again. Yes, chloroform is expensive, and the chemicals could have interfered with your quirk. Of course, now I know they wouldn't have, but I didn't know that when we knocked you out. Anyways, I have your quirk diagnosis here, Garaki said as he held up a piece of paper. Midoriya sat up straighter before asking, well, what is it? Yeah, don't keep us waiting, Doc. You've been sitting there waiting for the kid to wake up for 20 minutes. Jiren said, prompting Midoriya to turn around in surprise. Keep your pants on, both of you. Midoriya, your quirk is cannibal. When you consume human flesh, you gain the quirk of whoever you ate. When Chidoro possessed you, it apparently counted as him being eaten, and the combination of quirks led to you two merging. Garaki said, handing the piece of paper to Midoriya. Midoriya stared at the page for several seconds in complete silence before Garaki coughed and turned to Jiren. It appears his quirk had to be activated by consuming another human, which is why he's been seemingly quirkless until now. Even more unusual, his quirk hormones remain dormant until the activation of his quirk. It won't be nearly as bad as that blonde girl you brought me a few months back, but he is going to want to start eating people soon. It should be manageable, though, and he doesn't need to eat people to survive. He can still ingest normal food and should be able to interact with people normally, Garaki said, since Midoriya was still just staring at the paper in silence. A minute passed, and everyone was still just standing there awkwardly, so Garaki cleared his throat again and gave his final diagnosis. All right, everyone, get out. I fulfilled my favor, not my job to deal with emotions. Jiren was kind of concerned about Midoriya and Chidoro. They hadn't spoken at all since they got knocked out, and were just staring at their knees. Then, Midoriya began to giggle. Then chuckle. Then laughed maniacally. Jiren stared at him. Kid, are you okay? I thought with all that stuff you mentioned about being bullied, you'd be happy to have a quirk, Jiren said. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just kind of funny to know that I had a quirk the whole time and it just didn't activate for some reason. Plus, Garaki upgraded all my implants and the updates took a while. Midoriya said, looking up at Jiren. I see. Do you still want me to train you? Jiren asked, taking another drag of his cigarette. Yes, sir. I mean, Jiren. Midoriya said immediately, when do we start and what do we do first? Well, I think we can start tomorrow, and there are two main things we have to train. We gotta make you physically strong enough to compete at the top level, but we also need to work on you too mentally, and who's in charge of who, Jiren said. I wanna not be in any control whenever you're talking to girls your age. We gotta figure out how to do that. Chidoro chimed in, prompting Midoriya's face to turn into a tomato. Jiren laughed as Midoriya attempted to sputter out a response, before writing down an address on a little slip of paper. Here. Meet me here tomorrow at 4 o'clock. AM, not PM this time, Jiren said, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Midoriya smiled as he looked down at his phone. I'm heading out, Mom. He yelled, standing in the doorway. All right, Ink replied, before hearing the door close and sighing. It had been around 2 weeks since Midoriya's quirk had activated, and ever since then, he had been acting different. He spent almost all of the time he wasn't in school training with his friends, which Ink would have been fine with, if it wasn't for the changes in behavior as well. He had started dressing differently, more stylishly, although Inko didn't personally consider waistcoats and exposed cybernetics the height of fashion. He had also become more confident, which she was happy about, but also more confrontational and had actually been getting into fights at school. His insistence that it didn't matter since he won the fights was also noticeably out of character. She was happy for her son, of course, but she couldn't help but worry if he was starting to turn into someone else. She decided to look up some parenting advice on what she should do. Top 10 signs your child might be suffering from bad influences, and what you should do, she muttered as she clicked on the article. Midoriya smiled as he approached the beach. It had been 3 weeks since he started training with Jiren and things had been going well. While his main project was to clear out a section of the beach that was full of trash using his new quirk, his training also included mastering who was in control and figuring out how the control worked. Apparently, today would be a special lesson. Jiren stood in the middle of the cleared-out area, sitting on a stack of worn tires next to a rusted refrigerator. He was taking a long drag of his cigarette when Midoriya ran up to him. Hey, kid. I've been training you two to be stronger, both physically and mentally, but we haven't exactly put those skills to the test just yet. Don't get me wrong, you're doing well, but lifting beach trash ain't exactly the same as being in a real fight. So, Jiren said as he stood up and brushed off his knees, fight me. Midoriya stood there in shock for a few moments before Jiren burst out laughing. Come on, kid. I'm not that old. I'll even let you get the first move. Midoriya hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. All right, he said, but I won't go easy on you just because you're my mentor. Jiren nodded back as Midoriya turned one of his arms into a giant, green hammer and slammed it down on the tires. But somehow, Jiren was already behind him. Midoriya quickly turned and shot a sludge spear out of his chest, but Jiren jumped up and drop-kicked him before it connected. As Midoriya fell over, Jiren smiled and reached out a hand. Midoriya took his hand and got up. As Midoriya brushed sand off his back, Jiren took a long drag of his cigarette and brushed a bit of sludge off his shoes. Well, kid, that was better than I expected. You need to work on your reaction time. Your greatest strength is your ability to turn any part of you from a solid to a liquid at a moment's notice, but you failed to utilize this as effectively as you could have. Raw strength is important, but it's useless if you don't have the finesse to use it, Jiren said. Midoriya looked down, clearly ashamed, before Jiren clapped him on the shoulder. Oh, don't look like that. Just because you failed doesn't mean you're useless. What matters isn't how many times you fail, it's how many times you get back up. You're gonna fail a lot in your training, and that's fine. As long as you keep getting back up, Jiren said, leaning down to Midoriya's level to look into his eyes. You got that, buddy? Midoriya looked at Jiren, before grinning and bursting into tears. Jiren stumbled back a bit as Midoriya hugged him before hugging back. So, are you ready for round 2? It had been 5 weeks since Midoriya had started training with Jiren. While he wasn't as strong as he would like to be, he was improving at a much faster rate than he, Shidoro, or Jiren could have anticipated. His constant working out and additional training on top of what Jiren told him to do probably had something to do with it as well. And now, finally, he had done it. He had beaten Jiren in a fight. The fights had improved his reaction time, strength, and overall skill, but Jiren's overwhelming experience tended to leave Midoriya a bruised and often bloodied mess by the time they were down. He didn't mind, though, because it had worked. Now he was standing, still bloodied and bruised, but Jiren was down. Good job, kid. Midoriya smiled. Shidoro hadn't been in control often in the past few weeks, preferring to assist in training Midoriya rather than directly take control. He usually helped Midoriya with reaction time or the intricacies of how sludge worked as a quirk. Still, he and Midoriya had grown closer, and it was nice hearing words of approval from him. Midoriya reached out his hand to help Jiren up. Jiren took it. As Jiren brushed sand off his back, Midoriya did an air pump and a little victory dance. Well, kid, you won. Good job. Guess I can't be enough of a challenge anymore? Ah, I got an even bigger challenge for you. Right in this fridge here. Jiren said, gesturing to his left, where the rusted fridge sat. Ever since they had started combat training, moving trash off the beach had taken a back seat, but it was still progressing. In the fridge? Midoriya asked, confused, as Jiren approached the fridge door. It should have been rusted shut from age, but it was actually slightly open. Wasn't it closed yesterday? What's in the box? Shidoro called out. Jiren grinned and said, why don't you see for yourself, as he opened the fridge. The door creaked open, and inside the fridge, there was. Hi, Izuku-chan, I've heard so much about you, yelled Himiko Toga as she jumped out of the fridge. Oh, it's a girl your age. I'm out, you're in full control, kid. Good luck. Inko scrolled through the website and grew ever more concerned the more articles she read. It was a parenting website she had gone to in order to see if her son was falling into bad influences. She had been drawn in by their article, Top 10 Signs Your Child Might Be Suffering from Bad Influences, and What You Should Do, and found herself more and more concerned about her son's well-being the more she read. Sign 5, Not Respecting Your Authority. Many children, particularly those under bad influences, selfishly feel they need independence from their parents and think that their parents aren't the boss of them. Nothing could be further from the truth. Just like anything you make, your children are your property, and they have an obligation to obey your commands. Despite you giving birth to them and taking care of them all their lives, many ungrateful children feel their happiness is more important than your own, and often make you miserable with unnecessary rebellion and backtalk. Inko didn't agree with large parts of the article, as she had always had a fairly hands-off approach to raising Izuku. But she was starting to reconsider that choice. After all, Izuku was changing so much these days. But that wasn't really what she was worried about. Even if he started dressing in trendy clothes or using street slang, that wasn't the end of the world. What she was worried about were the injuries. Every night, he came home with cuts and bruises all over his body, and he always told her not to worry about it, that he was fine. She knew he was passionate about getting into UA, but she didn't like how he seemed to be developing an unhealthy obsession with it. He was pushing himself to his physical limit every day, and the changes were obvious to see. Her son seemed to only see the positives, the muscles he was developing, the beginnings of abs on his chest, and the way many of his classmates had stopped bullying him. But she noticed the way he was coming home every day looking like he had been hit by a truck, the scar on his chest, the bruises that popped up daily, and the dark bags under his eyes from the nights he stayed up training. Academically, he was still doing surprisingly well and had even somehow improved. He was now the top of his class academically and second place physically, a massive jump up from where he had been previously. But Inko still worried. This level of intensity wasn't the kind of life she wanted for her son. And she felt that she had only herself to blame. After all, hadn't she been the one to allow her son to go gallivanting off who knows where with people he had just met? Hadn't she willingly turned a blind eye to the bullying her son was enduring because he kept saying that it was fine? Why hadn't she fought harder? Why couldn't she protect her son? Maybe allgoodparents.blog had the answers. After all, the authors of the blog, Arata and Taizuku Toga, had 2 children of their own who were apparently near perfect. Maybe Inko could still save her son. He had always wanted to be a hero to save other people. She needed to save him from himself in order to make that happen. In the words of all good parents, they'll thank you one day. Age 7. Himiko Toga loved birds. She had been particularly good the past few weeks and hadn't smiled, attempted to make contact with her siblings, or used her quirk, so her mother had agreed to paint some birds on her wall. Himiko stared at the birds and fought the urge to smile. No. Mother says that I'm not allowed to smile. She knew by now that if she smiled, her parents probably wouldn't feed her tomorrow. She knew why. She had an ugly smile. Her parents said it made her look like she was a deviant, not that Himiko knew what that meant. It was just the way things had to be. Age 10. Himiko waited for the tray to come through the little doggy door. She was fairly hungry, as it had been an hour since lunch usually arrived. Her parents had probably gotten distracted eating with Shiro and Sachiko. She understood why. They didn't have such evil quirks. They were good children, children who didn't force their parents to build a whole section of the house just to isolate them. Himiko heard a tray being set down on the other side of the door, then heard what sounded like one of her mom's boots stomping down on a box. The food slid through the flap. Some sushi, a slightly squished box of rice, and a half-eaten crab puff. Probably leftovers. As Himiko began to hungrily devour the food, even if the rice tasted a bit dirty and the sushi was clearly about to go bad, her mind began to wander to her siblings. I wonder what they're like. Father says that Sachiko can create and control paint like Mother, and Mother says that Shiro can turn things into gold. Do they know about me? They have to, right? It's not like they didn't notice the entire section of the basement sealed off from everyone else. Himiko finished the food, though her stomach was still grumbling. But she wouldn't be getting fed again until tomorrow, so she went back to her room. As she stared at the wall, she repressed another smile. Sure, her siblings may have had better food, but she had so many birds painted on her wall. She loved the birds. They could go anywhere, do anything, and love anyone. She wanted to be more like the birds. Age 14. So, in conclusion, your daughter seems to be a prodigy in the medical field. We could put her in a special course to help her develop further, if you gave your permission. Himiko shrank in her seat as the principal finished his explanation of her grades to her parents. Arata was shaking with rage, and Taizuku was glaring daggers down at her. Taizuku looked up and spoke first. We would actually like to withdraw Himiko from the medical course. We feel she needs to focus on court counseling and do not believe she wants a future in medicine. The principal looked confused and began to speak, but Himiko had already zoned out by that point. Why did you have to get a better grade than Shiro? You know you aren't allowed to do better than them. They are better than you, and it's up to you to maintain that. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Miss Toga? Himiko looked up. Her parents had left the room, and she was alone with Principal Nakatomi. She sat up and looked at his neck. Her parents had taught her to never look an adult in the eye. I know your parents didn't agree and wanted you in the medical course, but, due to your intelligence and potential, I will make you an offer. I can put you in the advanced course secretly and have it replace your art class. Would you be okay with that? Toga stared at him for a moment before smiling widely. Yes, Mr. Nakatomi. Age 15. Himiko hit the ground hard. She had messed up again. How dare you? Arata screamed, you are a demon. You do not deserve to perform better than your siblings. They are our compensation for having you, and having to live with something as disgusting as you are. Do you understand? Do you understand what you are, demon? Himiko began to get up before Taizuku slammed her boot into her head. Himiko began sobbing. I'm sorry. I understand what I am. Please stop. Taizuku leaned down and grabbed Himiko's face. This is for your own good. You'll thank us one day. A few months later. Toga walked down the sidewalk, blood all over her. She was so happy, she felt almost drunk. She had shown Saito how much she cared for him, she had made her love clear. Why was everyone so scared of her now? Everyone else shows love how they want to. Why can't I? All I did was show Saito how much I cared about him. Why did everyone freak out so much? As she was pondering this, she bumped into a man in a purple suit, causing him to drop his cigarette and her to fall over. Oh. Sorry, sir, she said. Much to her surprise, the man simply looked down at her and held out a hand. Don't worry about it, kid. Say, you look like you're in some sort of trouble. Jiren said as he helped her up. A bird flew by overhead. Many years ago. Hey, Chinsa, check this out, Koshu Shidoro said to her son as she took a drag of her cigarette. She puffed her cheeks before blowing out an incredibly high amount of smoke. Plus Koshu Shidoro plus. Quirk, foul. She can multiply and amplify the properties of gross things, like bad smells, cigarette smoke, mold, rot, etc. Plus. Koshu laughed as the smoke drifted up the apartment stairwell. Chinsa wrinkled his nose at the amplified smell, causing Koshu to put her hand on his shoulder. Oh, don't you get all mopey, Chinsa. This is how we make a living. While they can't see through the smoke, you'll go and pretend to be lost. And once they're distracted, I'll grab their goods, and we'll go get ice cream later. Can you do that for me? Chinsa hesitated a moment before nodding his head. Koshu threw her head back and laughed, taking another deep puff of her cigarette and blowing even more smog into the stairwell. Chinsa began to head up the stairs, while his mother followed several steps behind. Chinsa didn't like the smell of cigarettes. He was 4, so his quirk would probably be developing soon, and he hoped it would include some lack of smell or something. After all, his mom had an unnaturally long neck and limbs that had nothing to do with bad smells or anything gross, so maybe his body could change like that as well. As he made his way through the fog, he bumped into a young woman with blue skin. Oh, sorry, miss. I didn't see you. I'm lost and looking for my mommy, Chinsa said, looking down as his mother reached her fingers into the woman's purse and began rooting for valuable stuff. Well, that's not my problem. I'm sure a hero or a police officer will be along soon to help you find your mother. Now, I need to leave for work, the woman said as she turned away. As she hurried off, Koshu blew a smaller, but much worse smelling, puff of cigarette smoke in her face. The woman coughed, but with Koshu being so well hidden in the smoke, she didn't suspect anything amiss. They got a lot of money from that apartment complex, and as they were walking away from the ice cream shop, Koshu decided to introduce Chinsa to a new holiday. Hey, do you know what day it is? She said, lowering her cotton candy bubblegum cookie dough whipped cream Baja Blast red alert all the sugar a little Coke flavored ice cream. Chinsa looked up from his rocky road. No, what is it? It is a very special day. April 1st. What's special about April 1st? A long time ago, it used to be a holiday where you would mess with people for fun. Unfortunately, it's not really celebrated anymore. Except for your wonderful, beautiful mother. And now, you. Chinsa looked up at his mother and her pallid white skin, long and dirty black hair reaching her chest, covering her creepy red eyes and the dark bags under them, and decided not to comment on it. Koshu laughed and punched his shoulder. Just watch. Trust me, April Fool's is a fun holiday. It used to be all about little tricks, pranks, little jokes, Koshu said, leaning down to meet her son's eyes, but personally, I enjoy making others into fools. Today, my little man, we make nuisances of ourselves. Chinsa was not expecting the surprise hug, but welcomed it anyway. As he snuggled his face into his mom's shoulder, he heard her whisper, "Let's go ruin April 1st. And ruin it they did. Or, more accurately, Koshu did. She was the one who kept knocking over trash cans, tripping people into muddy puddles, which had seemed so small before, making things smell horrible, and getting into the spirit of the alleged holiday. Chinsa mostly just giggled and followed her. He didn't really believe her about this being some ancient holiday that only she celebrated. He had been feeling a bit sick lately and thought that this was just his mom's way of cheering him up. She knew he liked slapstick and was probably just leaning into that to make him happier. That night, as they were sitting in their hotel room, the duo looked over the balcony, with Chinsa sitting on his mother's lap. Koshu looked down at him, and Chinsa noticed she looked slightly worried. Do you feel okay, Chinsa? You look kind of green, and your eyes seem a bit yellow. Why? She asked. Chinsa nodded up at her. Despite her worry, she smiled. We'll get you to a doctor tomorrow. In the meantime, it is still April Fool's, and there are a lot of people passing under this balcony, Koshu said. Chinsa looked a bit confused as she picked up an apple from the little bowl on the balcony table, before she rotted it completely through. I bet I can nail more of them with gross stuff than you, little man, Koshu challenged, before throwing the apple over the side of the building and nailing a teenage girl in a UA uniform. Hey, no fair. You have a height advantage, Chinsa said, standing up in his mom's lap. Koshu put her fingers in her ears and blew a raspberry. Then you had better cooperate at the doctor's tomorrow, so that you can grow up big and strong and beat mommy at these competitions, she said, picking up more fruit and rotting it before handing some to Chinsa. Ready? She asked. Chinsa nodded. And on the night of April 1st, the two pelted passerby with rotten fruit, played loud music in their hotel room, and made complete nuisances of themselves. Toga wrapped her arms around Midoriya in a hug. Midoriya's face went red as he weakly hugged back. Jiren laughed a bit before speaking up. This part of your training is social. You mentioned you've never talked to a girl before, and I think you need to be able to do that. So, I got my friend with a crush on you to hide a fridge for a bit, and here we are, Jiren said. You need to think on the fly, kid. Really, I just wanted to see what would happen if I introduced the two. This should be fun to watch. Toga finally released Midoriya from the hug, causing him to stumble back a bit. Oh, you're so bloody and beaten. I want you to be my boyfriend. Toga shouted, causing Midoriya to do a double take. What? Where is this coming from? I just met you. Hey, you've both got my blessing, Jiren said, reaching into his pockets. Here, I got some coupons for a nice bakery a few blocks from here. You two have fun. Toga took the coupons, and while Midoriya was still stuttering, Toga took him by the arm. Come on, Izuku-chan, let's go. Midoriya was red as a tomato as he stared at Toga eating a crepe across the table. He had no idea how he had gotten into this situation. 1 minute, he had finally beaten Jiren in a fight, and in the next, he was being asked out by a girl whom he had never met before. Toga finished her crepe and wiped her mouth on the singular napkin the restaurant had provided. She put her head in her hands and leaned toward Midoriya. So what do you want to talk about, Izuku-chan? Midoriya sputtered for a few seconds before looking around to find a topic of conversation. Oh, look, that mall sells real water instead of hydro substitute, isn't that cool? Toga stared at Midoriya for a second before his blush deepened and he turned back towards her. Yeah, sorry. I've never been on a date before, and I don't know what to talk about, Midoriya said, rubbing the back of his head shyly. Toga grinned and stood up from the table. Midoriya looked up as she walked over to his side and pulled him out of his seat. Then let's just do stuff, and then we can talk about that. Toga said, pointing over to the mall Izuku had seen the ad for. They've probably got some fun stuff, don't they? The rest of the date went significantly better. They went to an arcade first, where Midoriya was pretty good at all the games except Street Fighter, which Toga beat him at. As they were walking towards the exit, Toga grabbed Midoriya's arm and pointed. Look! Those plushies in the claw machine are totally adorable. Toga said, bouncing a little. Midoriya smiled and puffed himself up a bit. Don't worry, I can get you one if you want, he said, walking over to the claw machine and inserting the yen necessary. A little over an hour later, he had finally obtained the bird plushie. Toga walked beside him, hugging the fat bird close to her chest, when they noticed the movie theater. The theater was only playing old movies, since the government had banned watching films that weren't produced in the Pacific States, and the Pacific States had banned exporting films to Japan 3 years ago. They decided to watch a slasher flick called American Psycho. Ugh, that was so underwhelming. There was barely any blood. Toga whined as they left the theater. Let's watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that sounds so romantic, she said as she grabbed Midoriya's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. I kind of liked it. It definitely wasn't a slasher, though, so I wonder why they marketed it like one. Midoriya said. Probably to trick couples into watching it. Anyways, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That movie was a lot more romantic, at least to Midoriya and Toga. Toga was practically salivating at points during the film, and Midoriya found the set design really well made. It also helped that Toga was afraid of jump scares and kept hugging him tighter whenever the film included them. As the two left the theater, it was approaching dusk. The two walked out of the mall and into a back alley, since it was the fastest way back to Midoriya's house. Midoriya turned to Toga and smiled. Yes. Toga looked confused. Yes, what? When you asked me to be your boyfriend. Yes. Toga looked shocked for a moment before a wide smile broke out across her face, and she began crying. Midoriya immediately panicked. Oh, did I say something wrong? He started before being cut off by Toga hugging him. Thank you. Nobody's ever accepted me loving them before, she blubbered, prompting Midoriya to hug her closer and begin petting the back of her head. After Toga stopped crying, the two stood up. Toga looked nervous about something. He already agreed to be your boyfriend. Just ask him. Toga looked at Midoriya and asked one of the biggest questions she had ever asked in her life. Since you're my boyfriend, can I drink your blood? Midoriya looked confused for a moment before smiling. As long as you let me eat a bit of you in return, he replied. Toga smiled even wider, her grin almost splitting her face in two. Finally, someone who loves the same way I do. She pulled out her knife, and the two got to work eating each other. Inko paced the apartment nervously. Usually, Izuku was back by now, even if his training was running late, he had always been back before nighttime. Then, the door opened. Mom! I'm home. Oh, thank goodness you're alright, Inko said as she walked over to the door and froze. Her son was cut and bandaged in several places, which had clearly been badly bleeding, and there was a lot of blood around his mouth. But the weirdest part was the look of utter bliss on his face. What happened? Inko demanded, grabbing her son's arms. But he pulled away. Oh, don't worry, Mom. I just met this killer girl, Izuku trailed off before resuming. I'm gonna be taking a bit of time off from training to hang out from now on. Before Inko could get a word in, he walked past her and closed the door to his room. Inko stood there, not knowing what had happened to her precious son, and desperately needing advice. She went to her computer and logged on to allgoodparents.org. Vital tip 14, their friends are your enemies. One must never forget that, as the sole owner and protector of your children, any other influence in their lives is likely negative. Their friends want to take them away from you, to hurt them. You should be the only influence on your child's life, and their only role model. Any other influences need to be approved by you. As Inko kept scrolling, her paranoia kept growing. Her son had been hurt badly by a killer girl, and was now spending all of his time outside of school training or hanging out with his new friends. Even if all good parents seemed odd, she couldn't deny the strategy seemed to have worked better with the Togas than her strategy had with her own son. Suddenly, she got an email. Subject, frequent viewership. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. You have been our most frequent and supportive viewer in the last few months, and we wanted to recognize that by inviting you to an organization dedicated to protecting the youth of Japan from subversive influences. As you have seen on our website, creatures are much more likely to commit crimes, and have various fundamental genetic differences that make them unable to be considered real humans. We want to make a future where our children can grow up safe, and we believe you want that too. If you are interested, be sure to come to Aways Manor in Aldra at 11 p.m. tomorrow night. Sincerely, Taizaku Toga and the Creature Rejection Clan. Inko froze. The Creature Rejection Clan? Weren't they villains, of a sort? No, they couldn't be. The Togas were good people. They had become rich through legitimate means, and both of their children were going into the hero course. There was no way they would affiliate with a villainous organization, much less endorse one. Did she really agree with the message, though? She didn't have anything wrong with people with quirks like that, and preferred not to judge anyone by their quirks alone. She had to do more research before she made a decision. Inko was horrified at what she uncovered. She had been going through the Creature Rejection Clan's website to see what their reasoning was, and realized she had no idea how wrong she had been. They had so much evidence, so many statistics, surely they couldn't be wrong? She didn't even need to double-check their sources or the statistics they used. She simply sent an email to the Togas. Subject, invitation. I am very interested in safeguarding my son's future. I will be there. Love. Izuku Midoriya. Chapter text. Midoriya tried as hard as he could to make himself disappear. Toga was teaching him a special technique that allowed her to be completely undetectable, and Midoriya was having difficulty replicating it. No, like this. Toga said before disappearing. You know I can't see what you're doing, right? Midoriya sighed before suddenly getting tackle-hugged from behind. I know, Toga said. Jiren stood up, holding his phone. Well, kids, normally we'd keep going, but tickets just became available for this sports team I really want to see, so I gotta go reserve those before they sell out, he said, speed-walking over to his car. Wait, what are we supposed to do? My mom made a new rule that I can only leave the house once per day for school. Once I go back home, I'm stuck there, Midoriya protested. Oh, my parents had the same rule, Toga added. Jiren threw some tickets behind him, and Midoriya caught them. They were for a local Don Quixote show. Toga leaned over Midoriya's shoulder to read it before looking over at Jiren. Hey, what's a Don Quixote experience? But Jiren was already getting into his limo with Jean. Midoriya turned to Toga as Jiren drove off. Well, it's a fancy cybernetics thing that's sort of like VR. They plug your mind into their computer, and you get to see and feel everything in the game as if you were the main character. They've been adapting a lot of old movies, video games, and shows for a while now. I think they're almost caught up to the One Piece manga. Midoriya began mumbling for a few seconds before Toga hit the back of his head. Do they have anything romantic? She asked, causing Midoriya to turn red as a tomato. Well yeah, but that stuff is more adult. I didn't think we can dash, Midoriya said before Toga held up a finger to his mouth. Fine, we'll do something different. Let's go see what our options are. Alright, we have Pirate Adventure, Nuru Killer, and School Pranks, the receptionist said. Because of your coupons, it will only cost 10 yen each, though with tax it will come to 30 yen each. Which would you like to select? Midoriya sighed and slid 60 yen across the counter. You know, when I was a kid, it would only have been 20 yen with tax. Aren't you not supposed to intervene when I'm with girls? Midoriya muttered under his breath. Not with girls, no, but Toga's in the bathroom. Besides, since it's a Don Quixote experience, I'll be in there with you as my own person. Oh, really? It will be nice to have my own body again. I need a good stretch. Well, I hope I can explain this to Toga. Ah, I'm sure it will be fine. She's crazy for you, I don't think you could shake her if you tried. That comment made Midoriya smile as Toga walked out of the bathroom. Ooh. Pirate adventure, looks fun, let's do that, she said, pointing at the game's logo on the screen. Midoriya smiled wider as he turned to the secretary, who was already typing on her terminal. The door on the right of the desk opened, and the receptionist gestured towards it. Enjoy your date, the receptionist said, causing Midoriya to blush and Toga to grin even wider than usual as she pulled him through the door. Toga opened her eyes in a huge port city, where she was standing on a huge ship. She turned around and, "Who's that next to Izuku-chan?" Midoriya looked at Toga's confused expression and figured someone was behind him. He turned and saw a tall, lanky man with long, greasy green hair covering his eyes, wearing orange overalls and a white collared shirt. Shidoro looked down at his hands, which he hadn't seen in so long, and smiled. He stretched before noticing Midoriya and Toga staring at him. He cleared his throat before speaking. "Hey, I'm Shidoro. I share a body with Midoriya," he said, watching Toga look even more confused, before coughing and continuing, "Anyways, I'll leave you two to your date." As Shidoro walked off, Midoriya turned to Toga and shrugged. Toga, while still looking confused, was quickly distracted by a pop-up. Welcome to Pirate Adventure. In this interactive Donkixode experience, your goal is to gain as much money, glory, and power as possible. It will combine elements from your subconsciousness with elements of the game to make an unforgettable and completely unique experience. Good luck, and happy misery making. The two were silent for a moment before Midoriya got a text on his oddly snail-shaped phone from Shidoro. "Just found my favorite sandwich shop. It's a boat for some reason. Gonna be there. Good luck." Midoriya sent a thumbs-up emoji in response, though he wasn't sure what April Fool's was, before turning to Toga. She was dressed in an outfit that looked like a combination of a nurse and a pirate, with some weird horror elements thrown in. She wore a long white medical coat with loads of syringes on bandoliers, and a pirate hat with two red crossbones shaped like a plus sign. She had steel-toed boots and a black neck gaiter with a smile on it. Toga looked over Midoriya and found his outfit confusing. It didn't look like something he would wear at all, with an open white shirt, a cape made of pink feathers, pink tiger-striped pants, and white curvy sunglasses with orange lenses. Midoriya looked down at his outfit before grinning. "Oh, my favorite character," he said as he looked up at Toga. "I guess when it scanned my subconsciousness, it saw I had a favorite pirate character, and dressed me like them." Toga nodded, before the two looked out at the city they had spawned in. The game played some dramatic music before Midoriya interrupted. "Wait, does this mean I have to act like Doflamingo as well?" The two figured out how the game worked rather quickly. They, along with all the other captains, had some kind of special ability and a small crew of NPCs. Toga's ability was Unhoffliturgist, a word neither could pronounce, which allowed her to create invisible doppelgangers of herself that couldn't directly interact with people, but could interact with the environment. Midoriya got the ability to control each individual feather in his cape and could even turn them into a kind of pink metal. The two found conquering fairly easy. While the NPCs were intelligent, they couldn't hold up against the teamwork of the couple or their ship, the Heavenly Demon, as Midoriya had insisted on calling it. Toga had called him a dork when he suggested it, but kept the name. They controlled most of the islands around the port they had spawned in, creatively named Spawnport, and now were ready to fight the king of the island. Shidoro munched on a cherry pie inside the ship. He had come here for the sandwiches, but found the other items on the menu absolutely delicious. A man flew through the window of the restaurant as invisible hands picked up the glass shards and threw them at him. Midoriya and a burly man with blonde hair and a crown barreled through the door, pummeling each other until they were wrestling on the floor of the restaurant. Shidoro took a sip of the root beer before spitting it out on the floor. He decided to continue eating the cherry pie to get the taste out of his mouth. Behind him, Toga had entered and was stabbing any henchman who got near, while Midoriya recalled his feathers, merging them into an axe. He shoved the king off of him, before raising his axe high over his head and slamming it down repeatedly. Island conquered. "Why didn't you use a knife?" Toga asked Izuku as the henchman backed away. "I like axes better," Midoriya replied. As the two bickered good-naturedly, Shidoro raised his hand. "Barkeep, I need 50 more of these cherry pies." Midoriya smiled as he walked home. He knew his mom wouldn't be happy, but he was sure she would understand if she just met Toga. As he entered their apartment, he called out, "Hey, Mom. I want to talk to you about something important." There wasn't any response. Midoriya walked into the living room, then the kitchen, then his mom's room. She wasn't in any of those places. "Mom?" Midoriya called out again. Suddenly, he got a text on his phone. As he read it, his eyes widened. No, 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 Midoriya said, falling to his knees. Izuku Midoriya? We regret to inform you that, following a car accident on Highway 35, your mother, Inko Midoriya, has entered a coma. Due to the lack of witnesses and your mother's lack of importance, there will be no investigation into who hit her. The heroes and police must prioritize more important cases, as we are sure you understand. It is unlikely she will ever wake up. The Hero Public Safety Commission chapter text. Midoriya paced the hospital nervously. How could this have happened? Who had hit her? Why weren't the pros investigating? Why was this happening now? A doctor entered the room, looked down at his clipboard, and then looked up at Midoriya. You, Midoriya. Your mother is in room, you have 10 minutes, after which you are required to leave. If you do not comply, hospital security will escort you out, the doctor said, before turning and going back to his other duties. Midoriya walked up the stairs like he was in a trance. By the time he made it into the room, 3 of his 10 minutes were already up. He knelt by the bedside. Hey, Mom? I know you can't hear me, but I just want to say that I'll find whoever did this to you, Midoriya said, sniffling. I'll find who did this and make them pay. I'll get my friends, and we'll avenge you, and then we'll make whoever's responsible's life hell. Inko lay there, unmoving. Midoriya stood up and walked over to the life support before plugging into the system with an adapter Garaki had given him. He was going to download what Inko had seen for the 20 minutes before her accident. He would see who had caused it. The download took only 2 minutes, and Midoriya walked out of the hospital with the memories saved onto the implant. Once he got home, he plugged it into his own skull to see who had caused the accident. He couldn't believe who he saw. 3 hours earlier. Bakugo was drunk. Apparently, that meant he shouldn't be driving, but he was the best there was, so why should that apply to him? He was said about Deku. That DMN Nuru had taken the #1 spot in Aldera, physically and intellectually, and now some people were saying that he might actually be better than Bakugo. Ridiculous. He's not even human, he's just a Nuru who got a quirk. Like one of those quirk animals. He shouldn't even be allowed to reach first place. There's no way I'm weaker than a FING Nuru. Bakugo could hardly see where he was going, but that didn't matter. The other drivers would just have to get out of his way. He was the future #1 hero, after all. He blinked as he saw what looked like streetlights. Ah, shit, did I go off the road? He swerved towards the lights before hearing a loud crash. His arms instinctively covered his face as glass flew into his car. He looked outside and saw he had hit the driver's side of another car. Damn it, Beach, can't you watch where you're going? You totaled my FCAR. Bakugo yelled, getting out of the side and kicking the side of the idiot's car. Maybe this will teach you a lesson. Bakugo exploded the windshield of the other car inwards before turning around and getting back into his own car, not even bothering to check who the car belonged to or if they were okay. The idiot shouldn't have gotten in my way. When I'm #1, the little people like that won't matter. Present. Midoriya shuddered as the transmission ended. He had seen what happened. He had seen that Inko was driving home when a car suddenly swerved directly into her car. And he had seen who had been driving it. Kachan. He had been trying to kill her. He had exploded her windshield after crashing his car into hers. And nobody would do a thing about it. Because his mom wasn't important. He would make Kachan pay. He would make his life hell. He would crush his dreams into the dirt. He would get into UA and surpass Kachan in every way, and become the #1 hero. He exhaled as he stood up. Let's get this show on the road. Midoriya grunted as he threw the last piece of trash into the dumpster. He checked the time. 3:49 a.m. Jiren would be arriving soon. Midoriya sat down on the sand and looked around at the cleared beach. All of the trash, even outside the area Jiren told him to clean up, was gone. As Jiren's limousine arrived, Midoriya stood up and walked over to it. Jiren stepped out of his limo and looked up from his phone, already calculating how long it would take Midoriya to clean up the remaining half of the beach, and froze. Midoriya was walking towards him, and the beach was completely spotless. Holy shit, kid. Midoriya simply fixed his 2 green eyes on Jiren. I need to get stronger. What's next? Come on, Kame. Beat his butt. Win for our school. Kamakiri yelled at his friend, Mayumi Kame, as she prepared her next move in the Shizuka Young Masters League. Even if the crowd was staring at him weirdly, he was going to cheer on Shimizu Middle School. Kame's ears burned as she turned towards the stands. Calm down, Kamakiri. It's just a chess tournament, she yelled to no avail. You need to do our school proud. You've got him on the ropes. Kamakiri responded, banging his fist on the barrier. Kamakiri was shushed by the nearby disciplinarian and given a warning, although that warning turned into a security escort out when he ripped his shirt off and began destroying the barrier in celebration after Kame won. Midoriya looked at the two masks on the rack in front of him. He was in a costume store, a place that just a few weeks ago he thought he'd never be inside. It was a criminal offense to sell masks and costumes to civilians, after all. What if they used them to hide their identities while committing crimes? In Midoriya's opinion, it was a stupid law, and he was more than happy to give this shopkeeper his patronage. Jiren was smoking outside, keeping guard, while Midoriya perused the items. One of the masks was a grinning skull balaclava, while the other was a green gas mask. Midoriya grabbed both of them and walked over to the shopkeeper. "Can you combine these?" Midoriya asked, laying the two on the counter. "Oh, you want a gas mask painted like a skull? Yeah, I can do that. Anything else you want added? Can you give it green feathers?" The shopkeeper nodded before saying, "I'll send Jiren the price, and he'll charge you accordingly." Tsuburaba leaned around the corner to see if Azui was there. He had been crushing on her since they had met, and now, he had finally gathered up the courage to ask her out. He had gotten flowers and a box of chalk from the local convenience store. He would have gotten real chocolate, but it was way too expensive for a middle schooler to afford, even a relatively wealthy one like him. Azui was there. She was talking to her friend by her locker. She turned for just a second, and Tsuburaba saw just a glimpse of her tongue. Oh. His face was red just thinking about it. He wanted her to censored and censored, to censored his censored until he censored like a redacted bush. He shook himself out of his trance. Focus. You need to get that date. This may be your only chance. He took a deep breath, turned the corner, and... oh. She left. Damn it. Midoriya sat in the limousine, staring at his new mask. It was a black gas mask that had been painted to look like a grinning skull with glow-in-the-dark green paint, bordered by dark green feathers all around the face. "Hey, kid. I know this has been hard, but are you sure about this?" "What do you mean?" "Shidoro? Look, I get that you want to get stronger, but I don't think this is the best way to do it. I need real combat experience, don't I?" "Yeah, but fighting gangsters? I get that you'll be doing it when you're a hero, but... I can handle myself, Shidoro." "I know you can. I just don't want you getting SCKED into this lifestyle. You're a lot smarter than I was at your age, and you've got a lot more potential than I did." Midoriya smiled softly. "Thanks, Chinsa. But I can take care of this." The limousine stopped. Midoriya grabbed his axe, tested the weight for a moment, and then stepped out into the night. Zero exhaled a cloud of smoke and laughed. Dude, are you toasted right now?" he asked, turning towards his friend Tokoyami. "No. This herb does not appear to be affecting me." Tokoyami responded. "What? Man, you're like, so smart, when you read books and shit, man," Zero said. Tokoyami looked at Zero, startled. "I just met you, not even 3 minutes ago. How did you know I read books?" Tokoyami said, concerned about his apparent stalker. "You were reading one when you came in, dude, but you seem like a guy who would read books and shit," Zero said, before breaking into a coughing fit. "I see. I would like to buy more marijuana, in order to trigger the pleasing effect it seems to inspire in most of my classmates." "Ah, bro, it's on the house. You seem stressed, let's just see how much you need." "You would do that for me?" Zero clapped Tokoyami on the back, before saying, "Relax, man, my parents got their own grow house, so long as they don't find out I pinched some, we should be good." The two then proceeded to try and fail to get Tokoyami high. Midoriya stared down at the body. Jiren stepped over the other 3 criminals as he approached Midoriya. "Good job, kid. I'm impressed. These guys were causing some major issues for my client, and since you'll be fighting thugs just like them as a hero, it happened to line up well." Jiren said, then stopped when he noticed Midoriya was just standing there. "You okay, kid?" "Sheet, Jiren, this is probably hard on him. Why did you think getting him to kill some gang members was a good idea?" As Jiren reached out for Midoriya's shoulder, he noticed something. During the fight, Midoriya and Shidoro had both been in some degree of control. But now, only Midoriya's plain green eyes stared down at the body. "Eat. Consume. Eat. Devour. Eat. Midoriya reached his hand down for the body. "Hey, Midoriya, snap out of it." Midoriya pulled it close to his face. "Kid, what are you doing?" Jiren asked. Midoriya's eyes looked so hungry. "Midoriya, your DNA will be all over that thing. You can't just eat a guy in a back alley." Midoriya was breathing heavily. "Midoriya, don't do what I think you are doing," Jiren said, grabbing both of Midoriya's shoulders. Midoriya pulled the corpse's neck towards his mouth. "Eat, consume, eat, devour, eat. Midoriya." Jiren recoiled as Midoriya suddenly slapped himself, before realizing that Midoriya's eyes were now yellow and red. Shidoro stood up. Jiren stepped forward. "I'm sorry," Jiren said, prompting Shidoro to look up. "I shouldn't have sent the kid into a gang fight at such a volatile point in his life." Shidoro blinked before nodding and saying, "I should have stopped him from accepting. It's not totally on you." Jiren nodded. "I've got a group I think you, Midoriya, and Toga should join. Most of them have gone through similar stuff. Maybe being surrounded by like-minded people would help those two get a little better," he said as Shidoro nodded along. "Well, the kid did a great job anyway. He's got a bright future ahead of him, if he can keep his head on straight," Shidoro said. Jiren nodded in agreement before the two walked out of the alleyway. "Izuku Midoriya? Due to your mother's lack of importance and an overflow of injuries, she has been euthanized to clear hospital space for Nijire Hato, whose status as a UA student makes her more important than your mother. Funerary costs will not be covered by the hospital. If you do not retrieve the body within 1 hour, it will be recycled. Aldera General Hospital." Midoriya adjusted his tie and exhaled. This was unexpected, but ultimately the funeral wasn't a huge event. Inko had been busy with work most of her life since Hisashi had left her in debt after burning the house down, so she had no friends other than the Bakugos, whom Midoriya refused to invite. As such, the guest list was him, Toga, Jiren, and the janitor, who had felt pity for the group. That was, until he heard a knock. He walked over to the funeral door, puzzled, before opening it and seeing a tall blonde woman standing there, with a small cluster of people in black robes behind her. "Hello, you must be Izuku. We are so terribly sorry for your loss. I am Taizuku Toga, and we were friends of your mother," she said, petting Midoriya's head. "She spoke a lot about you. This must be very difficult for a child like yourself." Midoriya froze up. This was Toga's mother. And Toga was here. He couldn't let her into the funeral. "And my mother never mentioned you. How do I know you're not just here to scam me?" Midoriya demanded, keeping his eyes down. Taizuku's eyes narrowed. "Children shouldn't question adults. Let us in." Midoriya was about to slam the door in her face when suddenly he got an odd sensation. He recognized it from Jiren's training. These people had come armed. Why the hell would they come armed to a funeral? 2 hours earlier, Taizuku fidgeted with her son's tie as they prepared to attend Inko's funeral. She hadn't known Inko long, but as a member of the CRC, she needed to attend the funeral of a fellow member, as did all members of the local clan Tun. Shiro and Sachiko piled into the back of the car as the small procession drove to where the funeral was happening. Arita had noticed when Inko hadn't attended the previous meeting and had checked her All Good Parents account, which, due to its connection to her cybernetics and bank account for donations, had been updated by the hospital post-euthanization. Taizuku shook her head. What a shame. As the procession drove along, the car in front of her stopped. Then, the Grand Giant stepped out of his car and put on his mask. Taizuku quickly threw paint in her children's eyes before they could see. "Stay here and don't watch. Mom and Dad have to deal with something important," she said as she and Arita put on their masks and stepped out of the car. They walked over to where the Grand Giant was and where other members of the clan Tun were gathering. A few feet away, a creature with a stalagmite-shaped head was talking to some birds. The Grand Turk used her quirk to warp in the group's weapons. There wasn't anyone else on the street, and it had been a while since the CRC had done real action in this cavern. The boy looked up as the hooded figures descended on him, and barely had a moment to be afraid before he went present. "I'll need to see if I can allow you in," Midoriya said, before closing the door and rushing over to Toga. "Your parents are here." "What?" "Allegedly, they knew my mom. I can't turn away the group they brought, but I can't let them in." Sheet. The couple's conversation was cut short by Jiren throwing a black veil at Toga. "Put that on," Jiren said. As Toga put on the veil, Midoriya walked back to the entrance and took a deep breath to steel his nerves. He opened the door to find Taizuku waiting impatiently. "Well?" she asked, as if she hadn't just barged into a funeral. "You may enter. But you cannot talk, and you need to leave immediately afterwards. Only immediate family are invited to the burial," Midoriya said, gesturing inside. Taizuku harumphed as she walked past him, followed by a procession of people in robes. However, two people stood out. Teenagers, around Midoriya's age, wearing normal funeral clothes. Both of them looked a lot like Toga. Taizuku felt Izuku had no idea how to run a funeral. It had been extremely short, almost nobody had shown up, and there hadn't even been refreshments. She looked around for him after the janitor finished the eulogy, but he was nowhere to be found. Midoriya splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom. Pathetic. Midoriya began to breathe heavily, holding the sink with both hands as he stared down into the drain. Midoriya snapped out of it at the sound of Shidoro's voice in his head. He looked up from the sink. "God, you look stupid," Midoriya said to himself in the mirror. A pathetic, pale teenager with messy green hair and dark bags under his eyes, who couldn't even plan a funeral correctly and had to rely on the janitor to improvise a eulogy. A failure. No, you don't look stupid. You look like a kid who just lost their mom, which is what you are. I know this is hard, and you feel overwhelmed, and that's fine. This is a lot for anyone, even adults, and as mature as you are still just a kid. Why did they have to do it? I checked the records, and the student they replaced her with only had a broken arm. She wasn't at any risk of dying, and they killed my mom over it. Why? Midoriya sniffled before beginning to cry. I don't know, kid. Sometimes, shit like this just happens. Midoriya wiped his tears on his sleeve and stood up. It's okay to cry. No. I need to be strong, it's what she would want me to do. Midoriya said, straightening his back. No. She would want you to let out your emotions and be healthy. Midoriya was about to respond when someone else entered the bathroom. That boy who came in with Toga's parents. Shiro walked into the bathroom because he was bored and wanted to scroll on his phone. He had never met this lady or anyone related to her and didn't understand why his parents couldn't just go alone. No, empathy. If you're going to be a hero, you need to be empathetic, even if your parents disagree. Then Shiro froze as he saw who was in the bathroom. It was that one kid who answered the door. His name was Midoriya, right? He was the son of the dead lady. Shiro cleared his throat. Sorry for your loss, Shiro said. The boy just stared at him before standing up. Thanks, Midoriya said, looking the boy up and down. He seemed fairly average, with blonde hair and yellow eyes, but the noticeable thing was his hands. They were made of pure gold. What's with your hands? Midoriya asked. Shiro brightened instantly. Oh, that's my quirk. I can turn anything I touch into gold, and before you ask, it's voluntary, and it doesn't work on people. It does work on animals, though, Shiro said, before remembering where he was and sobering. Sorry, I'm not used to any form of social interaction outside my family, Shiro said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. To his surprise, the kid smiled. It looked creepy, like one of those old Mandela films. Are you going to be a hero? Midoriya asked. Yeah, I'm gunning for UA, as a matter of fact. Same here. Oh, great, another D-lister with a shitty quirk aiming to get into the top hero school, no. Positive, no matter what your parents say, you can't go thinking you're the center of the universe if you're going to be a hero. Oh? What's your quirk? Shiro asked. Midoriya turned his right arm into sludge before shaping it like an axe, then a hammer, then a wrecking ball. I can turn my body into sludge and shape it however I want, Midoriya said. Shidoro noticed how weirdly quiet and even his tone was. Oh, hey, now that's a quirk. He might have an actual shot at this. That's a pretty good quirk. Shiro said, extending his hand for a handshake. I hope we can be classmates. Midoriya stared at the outstretched hand for a few moments before shaking it. Then, he exited the bathroom, ignored Taizuku attempting to approach him, texted Toga and Jiren that he would see them tomorrow, and walked out of the building. He needed to blow off some steam. Meanwhile, Sachiko was bouncing a little in her seat. She knew it was wrong to be excited at a funeral, but she couldn't wait to see the body. She had always loved dead things, but she couldn't express that around her parents. She had seen what had happened to her sister. Well, no, she wasn't like her sister. Her sister had been a demon according to her parents, not even human, and even if she didn't agree with her parents on the beauty of death, she knew they were usually right and only wanted what was best for her. Best not to think about it. The girl in the veil seemed familiar. Sachiko couldn't put her finger on it, but she could have sworn they had met before. Have I met you before? Sachiko blurted out. The girl stiffened. Sheet. You need to wait for your turn in conversations, idiot. I mean, sorry for asking suddenly, you just seem so familiar. Sorry, I adjusted to check. Sachiko rambled before the girl shook her head. Sachiko sighed with relief and was about to ask the girl's name when the girl's phone pinged. She pulled out her phone and read whatever the text was before leaving. Wait. What's your name? Sachiko called out, internally chastising herself for yelling, but the veiled girl simply waved and exited the building. The man with the cigarette followed after her. Midoriya was walking along the sidewalk, looking for food. He needed to eat, to calm himself, he needed. Flesh. He shuddered as he walked along. Then he noticed one of his classmates. Kenzo, the one who could pop his eyes out of his head. He walked forward and bumped into him. Sorry, oh, Midoriya? Kenzo said, what are you doing here? Looking for a way to make money, Midoriya said. Oh, really? Why? You got a job for me. I actually do. I need someone to pick up some stuff from my friend Zero. I've paid him already, but I need somebody else to pick up the stuff. I'm down. How much am I being paid? Does 20 yen sound good? Sure. Oh, and Midoriya? Yeah? No hard feelings about when you were a Nuru, right? Midoriya grinned. No hard feelings. Just wait for me at my apartment while I pick up the stuff for you. Here, follow me, I'll show you where it is. Kenzo sat down on Deku Midoriya's couch and looked around the apartment. It was pretty normal, all things considered, if a bit messy. Zero's place was only next block over, so Midoriya shouldn't be taking too long to get that weed. Kenzo could have easily gotten it himself, but he felt bad for Midoriya. He had been a Nuru so long that most of his classmates probably still thought he wasn't human, but Kenzo could tell he was now. After all, humans have quirks, and Midoriya has a quirk, so Midoriya is a human. Kenzo heard Midoriya re-enter the apartment. Midoriya tossed a bag of weed onto the table. I got the stuff. Do it here, my mom won't notice the smell, Midoriya said as he passed some paper. Kenzo grinned and rolled himself up a blunt. Midoriya stared at Kenzo as he puffed out another cloud of smoke. It had been half an hour since then, and Kenzo was now sufficiently high to not be able to put up a fight. Midoriya hadn't wanted to take any chances, so he had actually gone and gotten the weed from that Zero dude, nice kid, even if he was a weed dealer, and began to put on his raincoat over his funeral suit. He looked down at his axe. He grinned, ear to ear. He walked back into the living room and over to the music player. Have you ever listened to 20th century music, Kenzo? Midoriya asked. No. Hey, why are you wearing a raincoat? Oh, I heard it's going to rain later. Now, time for some real music. Midoriya switched on the music, and a bouncy tune rolled out over the room. In 1987, Huey released 4, their most accomplished album. I think their undisputed masterpiece is Hip to Be Square, a song so catchy, most people probably don't listen to the lyrics, Midoriya quoted, doing a little dance over to where he put his axe before continuing, but they should, because it's not just about the pleasures of conformity and the importance of trends, it's also a personal statement about the band itself. Sure, it was cheesy, and he didn't really like that movie, but what the hell, this was fun. You might think I'm crazy, but I don't even care. Kenzo stared ahead blankly. Man, what the F did that even mean? Kenzo said. Evidently, he wasn't into music the same way Midoriya was. 'Cause I can tell what's going on. Midoriya sighed and picked up the axe. Oh, it's just from an old movie. Hey, Kenzo. Kenzo turned and didn't even have time to scream before the axe slammed into his skull. It's Hip to Be Square. He was probably dead the first time, but Midoriya had to be sure. So Hip to Be Square. After a few strikes, Midoriya was pretty sure Kenzo was dead. He looked at the bloodied floor. I ruined the carpet. Then he got to work on Kenzo's neck. Midoriya felt pleased with himself. He had successfully butchered Kenzo into small enough pieces that he would fit in the fridge, wiped off the floor and the axe, and now, all that was left to do was throw out the carpet. Unfortunately, Mitsuki and Kachan were there. Shut up, hag. Damn it, brat, you can't keep getting disciplinary marks if you want to get into UA. Midoriya attempted to sneak past the two hotheads, but Kachan noticed him. What the hell are you doing, you useless Nuru? Kachan yelled before Mitsuki slapped him. Shut up, brat, you can't talk to your classmates that way. Hi, Midoriya, how are you doing? Mitsuki said, turning to Midoriya. Oh, I'm just taking out some garbage, Midoriya replied, holding the carpet under his arm. Geez, what I asked that? Mitsuki said. Midoriya panicked internally before settling on an alibi. Well, it's not cranberry sauce, he said, before laughing weakly and throwing it in the dumpster. What the F does that even mean? Kachan yelled. Quit disrespecting your classmates. Between this and the fight, you need to clean the apartment later. Mitsuki yelled. Midoriya took this opportunity to leave. Bakugo stomped up the stairs of the apartment complex, angry as usual. He couldn't believe his mom was making him clean the apartment just because he put someone in the hospital and yelled at that subhuman Deku. At least it won't take long. Then Bakugo opened the door and froze. The apartment was trashed. Things were thrown all over the place, food had been dumped on the ground, glycerin was soaking random stuff, and someone had even drawn on the family pictures with a marker. Bakugo stood in shock before turning to his mom. You trashed the F apartment? You hospitalized a kid. I had to punish you somehow. Now, me and your father are going on a date, and you are going to make this apartment clean by the time we get back. Mitsuki then grabbed her husband and stomped down the apartment stairs, while Bakugo stormed into their apartment. Their neighbors were getting really sick of all the stomping. Jiren, Twice, Toga, and Midoriya all stepped out of the limousine in front of the abandoned building. "Don't worry, you two, this is just a group of like-minded people whom I recruit for," Jiren said. "I wouldn't work with them or bring you here if I thought you were in danger." Midoriya straightened, although he was still nervous, while Toga was bouncy and excited. The group entered the building, where there was nobody. They walked up the stairs, and still nobody. Finally, they found a seemingly normal crate, which Jiren opened and revealed a secret door. Jiren entered first so that he could introduce the pair. "Shigaraki. I got 2 new recruits who I think are right up your alley. Toga here is responsible for the murder of several police officers and 1 civilian, as well as the severe wounding of a classmate. And Midoriya here is responsible for 5 murders already, all in the last week," Jiren said, gesturing at the 2. "Hi. I'm Himiko Toga. I want to help Izuku-chan with his dreams," Toga said. "Hello, sir. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I'm here because I want to destroy what I hate," Midoriya said. Shigaraki, who had looked like he was about to kick them out before, paused when he heard Midoriya's motivation. "You want to destroy what you hate? Are those your words?" he asked, turning to face Midoriya. Midoriya nodded. "They are. I hate Kachan. I want to crush his dreams of being the #1 hero to dust by surpassing him in every way possible. And according to Jiren, your league would be interested in a spy getting into UA High, wouldn't you?" Midoriya said. Shigaraki hesitated before nodding. "Very well. But you should know the goal of our organization. We want to destroy this world and make a new world, a better world, where you can live as you want to. And in order to do that, we need to find the Yamato throne." Midoriya blinked in surprise, and Toga gasped. He wanted to find the Yamato throne? Many years ago, when quirks first started appearing, the imperial family of Japan was entirely wiped out in a villain attack. However, when the villain responsible went to sit on the throne to show her victory and to further disrespect the heroes, the emperor, who had manifested a warp quirk, teleported it to an unknown location and made his final proclamation. He declared that the Yamato line had ended, and that whoever found the Yamato throne would be the new emperor of Japan, and found a new dynasty just as blessed as the Yamato had been. His skull was then crushed by the enraged villainess. The throne proclamation, as it came to be known, inspired the rise of the modern hero and villain system in Japan today, as hundreds of people, young and old, rushed to find the Yamato throne, especially since the government codified the proclamation as part of the constitution. However, the throne was never found, and the Quirk Wars, as that era came to be known, ended. The new government implemented brutal crackdowns to repress knowledge of the era, though it couldn't suppress the story of the Yamato throne, given that the throne proclamation was the basis of the new constitution. Most people have dismissed the Yamato throne as a mere myth, like the stories of the Quirk thief or most stories from the Quirk Wars. Some forces in government and education have even begun to posit the theory that the Quirk Wars never happened, or that all events that allegedly happened during them were exaggerated or falsified. Surprisingly, Quirk peace theory, as it has come to be known, has caught on especially with the elite and the government. Yes, the Yamato throne is real. And yes, I do aim to find it. It's my dream, and the dream of my master. To sit upon a throne blessed by Amaterasu herself over a flat horizon. If you do not believe in the Yamato throne, or the joy in destruction, leave," Shigaraki said. Much to his surprise, Midoriya stepped forward and bowed. "Sir, I believe in the Yamato throne, and I believe firmly in destruction. But mostly, I believe in Jiren, and he tells me I can trust you. So, Tamura Shigaraki, I will follow you as my master, so long as you help me destroy Katsuki Bakugo," Midoriya cried. Shigaraki grinned and turned to Toga. "And you?" "I think the Yamato throne is real, and I want to help destroy Kachan as well." Shigaraki stood up before speaking. "Welcome to the League of Villains." After a bit of conversation, Midoriya and Toga left the building. Jiren had to stay and work out some business stuff with Shigaraki, so the couple was walking. Midoriya was mumbling under his breath and looking down, so Toga leaned closer, and closer, and closer until she blew a raspberry inches from his ear. "Gah!" Midoriya shrieked as he stumbled back, and Toga giggled. "What was that for?" "You've been mumbling for 5 minutes now. What are you thinking about?" Toga asked, grabbing Midoriya and shaking him. "Well, I've had this cool idea," Midoriya said, before pulling out his phone and explaining his plan. Toga looked around Midoriya's apartment nervously. It was the first night in a long time she had slept with a roof over her head. She still couldn't believe she had such a good boyfriend. "You don't deserve him. He lets you drink his blood, move in with him, and even likes it when you smile. Why does a demon like you deserve an angel like him?" Toga's self-loathing was interrupted by Midoriya sitting next to her and wrapping a blanket around them. He smiled at her, that big, beautiful smile of his, before turning on the radio. I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard. But now you're gone and leaving nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines. Because I miss you all the time. Midoriya and Toga snuggled closer as somewhere upstairs, some inconsiderate neighbors were stomping around. Toga bit Midoriya's shoulder, and he gently grabbed her face in response. That was Izuku Midoriya's and Himiko Toga's first kiss. Midoriya slashed at the thug with his axe before slamming his axe into the thug's skull repeatedly. Nearby, Toga had just finished off 3 other thugs above him, and all that remained between them and the leader of this gang was a flimsy metal door. Midoriya looked at Toga, and the two grinned. Because UA pardoned any crime students had committed before entering, Jiren had been taking a much more practical experience-oriented approach. Midoriya had even gotten to fight alongside Shigaraki and twice occasionally. He was very impressed with both of their fighting skills. Don't forget, you're not doing too bad yourself, kid. Thanks, Shidoro, Midoriya mumbled, before shaping his fist into a wrecking ball and smashing in the door of the abandoned warehouse. Come on, man. You can do it. Shiro called out as Dark Shadow deadlifted over 3 times Tokoyami's body weight. I think my encouragement is enough, Shiro, Tokoyami said, though he didn't seem truly offended. What? You barely talk to it other than to give it orders. I'm good at motivating people, it's why they call me King Cannabis, after all. Well, my king, you still haven't found me an amount of weed that gets me high. Not my fault your immune system is so good. Besides, we'll try again after training. What are we doing next? We are racing while carrying weights. Just us, not Dark Shadow this time. Good. I might just have a chance, then. Midoriya slammed his sludgy fists into the hull of the battleship over and over. It was painful, and he was barely making dents in the battleship's hull, but it was increasing his strength dramatically. Nearby, Toga, twice, and even Shigaraki all did the same. The idea was Jiren's latest pet, experimental training exercise, and while the others weren't huge fans, Midoriya felt that he was getting far stronger than he would be otherwise. He gritted his teeth and slammed his fists even harder into the hull. He was making the deepest dents, sure, but Toga, twice, and Shigaraki were all getting close to him. Even if their knuckles were getting bloody, they were just as, if not more, committed to their goals than he was. Well, except maybe twice. Midoriya liked twice, he was a good dude, but he really only seemed to be here because other people were here and didn't have clear goals of his own. Midoriya made a note to ask why later. For now, only a few months until the UA entrance exam. He needed to get stronger. Taizuku and Arata watched from the front porch with their friends as Shiro and Sachiko ran through the homemade obstacle course. They had been sending them to an elite dojo, but it was only open on weekends, and on days like this, they had to make do with their own backyard. Taizuku smiled as Shiro turned an obstacle into gold and bent it out of the way. I am ever so grateful for his quirk. Between Himiko's quirk counseling and Sachiko's conversion therapy, it's good to have some recuperation on our investments. If only he weren't so into those damnable magic tricks, Taizuku explained, gesturing to her son and, more importantly, to all the items he had turned into wealth for their family. Arata nodded and sipped on his tea before speaking. They are our reward for all the good we've done. Now, what kind of tea is this? As Taizuku and Arata talked to their guests about the new kind of tea, Shiro and Sachiko completed the obstacle course, with Shiro in the lead by a good 17 seconds. Sachiko and Shiro both panted before Shiro turned to his sister. Nice job. You did better than last time, Shiro said, earning himself a glare from his sister. Not nice enough of a job. You still beat me, Sachiko said. Well, that's because of my natural talent and good looks. And how will these alleged good looks I've heard so much about be affected by a mustache painted on your upper lip? Sachiko. I am wounded, that you would even suggest such a thing. To destroy such beauty would be to deprive the world of a work of art. I'm the artist here. And if you were a painting, you would be called ugly magician, better than amateur magician. Speaking of which, Shiro began excitedly rummaging in his pockets before pulling out a deck of cards. He fanned them out before extending them towards his sister and looking away with a dramatic pose. Pick a card, any card. The great Midoriya will guess it with ease. Shiro said. Aha. You know our parents aren't going to go for that name, right? Sachiko said, picking an ace of clubs. Shiro shuffled the deck, making a big show of the whole thing, before pulling out an ace of clubs. Is this your card? Shiro asked. Sachiko used her quirk to change the ace of clubs into an ace of middle fingers. Nope, check again, Sachiko replied with a cheeky grin on her face. Huh? I could have sworn oh, wow, real mature, Shiro said, confused, before looking at the newly modified card. Just as Sachiko was changing the card back into an ace of clubs so Shiro could use it again, Taizaku called out. Shiro! Quit performing those frivolous magic tricks, and work on a hero gimmick worthy of your name. We did not name you after Shiro Ishii just for you to theme yourself around something as exotic and useless as magic. Get back to training and quit distracting your sister. Shiro and Sachiko both sighed before returning to the start of the training course. Midoriya snuggled under the covers as Toga softly snored into his ear. The past few months had been very productive, and now, only 1 week was left until the UA entrance exams. He smiled and grabbed Toga's arms a little tighter. He was glad she would be with him. Midoriya was nervous as the limousine pulled up to UA High. Even with all his training, even with Toga sitting right next to him, he still worried he might not be enough. You're gonna do fine, kid. You've been training harder than anyone else for 10 months. Most of these people don't even start seriously preparing until 2 or 3 months before the exam. Yeah, but a lot of my training was just finding out how to use our quirk. These guys have been using their quirks their whole lives, I've just been doing catch-up. Midoriya mumbled. And how does that change anything? Kid, you got a hold of our powers after 2 weeks, faster than Jiren ever could have envisioned. You'll get into UA, and even if you don't, you have backup schools. You'll crush Kachan's dreams. Just don't stress it and do your best. Midoriya smiled and mumbled, thanks, Shidoro, before he got out of the limousine. Bakugo stomped towards the doors of UA angrily. Seeing Midoriya show up in a limousine to the exam hadn't exactly helped his perpetual bad mood, and thinking about the useless Nuru possibly passing had him. No. He can't pass, there's no way UA would let a DMN Nuru in, even if he does somehow have a quirk now. That piece of sheet needs to be reminded who's on top? These thoughts distracted him so much that he tripped over a crack in the pavement. As he was falling, however, he felt a slap on the back and began floating. I hope you don't mind me using my quirk on you. I just didn't want you to fall, a brown-haired girl said as she righted Bakugo. It feels like bad luck on the day of the exam, you know. Bakugo stared at her for a second before nodding. Talkative, aren't you? Well, good luck on getting in anyway. The brown-haired girl said before running into the building. Bakugo stared after her for a second before following. Midoriya stared at the blue-haired boy in front of him with interest. Midoriya had breezed through the written exam and listened intently while Present Mike described the physical. It seemed fairly straightforward. There were 3 kinds of robots that were varying levels of strength, and for each robot you destroyed, you got 1, 2, or 3 points depending on that level. You fought them in a fake city, and you couldn't use your quirks against other examinees. Then a blue-haired kid with glasses in a beige suit had stood up and started asking about the 4th robot on the paper. Present Mike explained that the robot was worth 0 points and, as such, hadn't been mentioned in the speech. Then, the blue-haired kid turned around. Additionally, you, with the unkempt green hair. You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us, he said. Midoriya simply grinned, causing the blue-haired kid to look a bit startled, and flipped the arrogant 4 eyes off. The boy continued to look startled before a girl with brown hair loudly yelled out, "Nerd," and he got offended. All right, everyone calm down. Present Mike said, the physical part of the UA entrance exam will now begin. Head to your designated physical testing area, and remember, B+ Ultra. After everyone finished yelling the school's motto back at Present Mike, Midoriya headed to Arena D. Ida stretched his legs in one final warm-up before the physical exam started. He glanced at his possible future compatriots and found himself relatively unimpressed. The only one that stood out to him was the green-haired boy who had flipped him off earlier. He was not stretching, merely standing there and mumbling. Ida sighed. There were always those who thought they could just waltz into prestige. No matter. The green-haired boy would likely fail, sifted out from the elite students who represented the future of Japan. An air horn sounded, and the test began. The engines in Ida's legs revved, and he burst forward. Super speed may not be the flashiest power, but it is certainly an effective one. But, as he continued to destroy robots with powerful kicks, he noticed something. A green mound of sludge was destroying robots at an even faster rate than he was. It was extremely fluid and constantly changed shape, often smashing through robots or forming itself into crude weapons, snaking along the ground and walls much faster than most of Ida's compatriots without super speed, though not nearly as fast as him. Whose quirk is that? It looks as though they already have proficiency with it, or else they wouldn't be able to move so fluidly. Either way, they will almost certainly be one of my future classmates. Then, for a brief moment, the sludge turned into a human, and Ida groaned internally. Of course it's the green-haired boy. Bakugo was flying through the physical exam. Both literally, thanks to his explosions, and metaphorically, due to how easy it was for him to destroy the robots with his strong quirk. He was way ahead of the other examinees in his arena and was expecting to coast through the remaining 5 minutes. Then, the zero-pointer showed up. Bakugo paused as the ground began shaking, and debris began flying. A few of the extras around him began to scream that it was an earthquake, but Bakugo knew that was stupid. There was an obvious cause of the shockwaves, something in the center of the arena. That's when he saw it. A giant, humanoid robot, standing taller than any of the fake buildings UA had constructed. The zero-pointer. It didn't look this big when they showed it on the paper. Bakugo shook his head and began sprinting towards it. Even if it was worth 0 points, it was interrupting his massacre. On the way, though, he noticed something. That brown-haired girl who had stopped him from falling earlier was stuck under a piece of debris. As she struggled underneath it, Bakugo had an idea. He rushed over and blew the piece of debris right off of her. Before she could get a word of thanks in, Bakugo cut her off. You can make things float, right? He yelled. Yeah, the girl replied. Well, then get me up to that big, useless robot. It's getting in the way of my massacre. Bakugo yelled, scooping the girl up in his arms. She slapped his arm as he blasted off towards the robot. The explosion, combined with Bakugo's newfound weightlessness, turned Bakugo into a guided missile headed straight for the zero-pointer's head. However, on their way, the brown-haired girl began clutching her mouth. Ugh, I'm gonna hurl, she muttered, which set Bakugo off. If you need to vomit, just aim at someone below and hurl, he yelled in her ear, annoyed. Oh, okay, she replied. After she puked over the side of Bakugo's arms, she immediately put her hands back over her mouth. What? Don't tell me you need to vomit again. What, are you afraid of heights or something? Bakugo yelled. No. It's my quirk, it makes me queasy when I use it, but I had my hands like that because I actually hit someone, the girl said. Bakugo looked down and saw a girl with orange hair frantically trying to get something nasty out of her hair and off the back of her shirt. Bakugo began to laugh, while the brown-haired girl looked embarrassed. Alright, pukeface, we're approaching the bot, brace for impact. Bakugo yelled. My name is Ochako Uraraka, don't call me pukeface. But the explosion Bakugo created drowned out the second part of her sentence. Zero stared at the giant robot and felt his knees quiver. This thing was huge, what was he supposed to do? Was UA trying to get him killed? He shot tape out of his elbows to attach himself to a nearby building, attempting to swing away from the zero-pointer. The machine was seemingly on a random path of destruction, like all the training robots, until examinees got in range. Then things got painful. But Zero was pretty fast, swinging on his tape. He felt a bit of pride surge in his chest. Everyone had always made fun of him for having such a useless quirk. After all, shooting tape out of your elbows isn't exactly the first thing that comes to mind for most people when they think strong hero. But now look at him. He was speeding away from danger, and nothing was going to stop him. Tokoyami. Zero looked down as he saw his best friend standing directly in the path of the giant robot. He didn't even think as he swung towards him, rapidly shooting tape at him from one of his elbows. Grab on. Zero yelled. Tokoyami looked up and nodded at his friend before grabbing the tape and wrapping it around his waist. And just in the nick of time, Tokoyami and Zero got out of the path of the robot, leaving only strips of tape in its path. Midoriya grinned as he rushed towards the zero-pointer. He had wanted a chance to test his strength on something this big. Be careful not to get caught. UA probably detracts points from fixating on low-priority targets rather than the robots that give you points. Good point, Shidoro, Midoriya quickly mumbled before turning into sludge and entering the grate of the machine. He went through the whole thing, smashing up the internal mechanisms, until he heard it falling, at which point he exited through the exhaust pipes. Turns out, Jiren training him in the weak points and internal mechanisms of robots wasn't so useless after all. We'll have to thank him after this. Midoriya nodded before landing inside one of the mock buildings. Then, he looked outside and realized he had an issue. He needed to pin the robot on somebody else, or UA might penalize him for faulty priorities. He looked around and saw tape around the robot's legs. Big strips of tape, almost as if the robot had tripped. Midoriya looked around and saw Zero staring down at the robot in shock, and knew what he had to do. Holy shit, everyone! Zero just beat that robot all by himself. That's so cool, he yelled. And people looked over, and saw the tape, and saw Zero, and began cheering. Zero looked confused. I did that? Bakugo landed on the shoulder of the zero-pointer after blasting straight through its head, and promptly set down Uraraka. As the robot swayed, Uraraka walked up to its now-dying Cyclopsian eye and flipped it off, before releasing a swarm of Uchinaguchi swear words. Then, the robot began to fall, and she grabbed onto Bakugo. Bakugo, for his part, blasted off and landed on a nearby mock building. Then, he turned to Uraraka as she detached herself from him and held out his hand. My name's Katsuki Bakugo. I make explosions by secreting nitroglycerin like sweat on my hands. It's a superior quirk to most of these extras, which is how you know I'm gonna be on top. That's not my ego talking, I'm just that good. I think our quirks work well together, so now I have to make sure you pass, he said, holding out his hand. Uraraka hesitated before shaking it. I am Ochako Uraraka, and I can make anything I touch weightless. But it makes me queasy, as you saw. So, sweaty, Uraraka said, causing Bakugo's grip to tighten and a vein on his forehead to bulge. What's your plan? Nizu walked over to the screen where the results of the Entrace exams were. He looked over those who passed, their quirks, their score, and how to place them. 1A or 1B. Officially, 1A and 1B were no different, just different classes for kids of the same level of skill. But that was a lie, and everyone knew it. 1A was always the better class. It got better quirks and better funding, and always produced bigger heroes. However, this year, Nizu also had something else important for 1A. They needed to be more than just plus ultra. They needed to be the symbols of the next generation. And that meant the teaching style needed to be different than previous years. All Might was looking for a successor. Nobody in the public knew, but All Might had been severely wounded in a battle with All for One 3 years back. And, since All Might's quirk allowed him to pass it on to a new user, All Might had come to teach at UA to find a student worthy of taking up his mantle. That was good for Nizu, because it meant he no longer had to follow the traditional rules of ethics. As they say, pressure makes diamonds, and Nizu had always believed that suffering built character. That meant he got to have some fun with the humans entering his school this year. They needed to be pushed to their absolute limit, physically, mentally, and emotionally, to be destroyed and rebuilt, to become worthy of being the next symbol of peace. He smiled even wider than usual. These next few years would be agonizingly painful, but these students would emerge as far greater heroes than they would be otherwise. One would even be the next All Might. They'd thank Nizu for it someday. List of students accepted into UA. Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki Bakugo. Inasa Yorashi. Shoto Todoroki. Ochako Uraraka. Momo Yayorozu. Minoru Mineta. Mina Ashido. Tsuyu Azui. Tenya Ida. Mashareo Ojiro. Denki Kaminari. Eijiro Kirishima. Rikido Sato. Mizo Shoji. Kyoka Jiro. Hanta Siro. Fumikage Tokoyami. Toru Hagakure. Shiro Toga. Class 1B. Sachiko Toga. Yosetsu Aways. Sen Kaibara. Tagaru Kamakiri. Shurhai Kurwaro. Itsuka Kendo. Yui Kodai. Kanoko Komori. Ibara Shiozaki. Jiroda Shishida. Nairenjiki Shota. Kozai Tsuburaba. Tetsu. Setsuna Tokage. Manga Fukudishi. Juzo Hananuki. Kojiro Bando. Nito Monoma. Reiko Yanagi. Himiko Toga. Chapter text. Midoriya looked down at the letters he and Toga had gotten in the mail. This was it. The big moment of truth. He looked over at Toga, who was similarly nervous. Midoriya coughed. Well, might as well get it over with, Midoriya said, setting his envelope on the table. Toga followed suit, and Midoriya pressed play. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. Yee! Kamakiri yelled after the acceptance video had finished playing. He turned to Kame and began shaking her in celebration. Geez, calm down. I mean, congratulations, but no need to be so over the to Kame said before Kamakiri cut her off with a kiss. Kamakiri ripped his shirt off and began whipping it around while Kame stood there red as a tomato. Their math teacher sent them to the principal's office, where they were sent home. Neither of them cared, though. Kamakiri felt on top of the world, and Kame felt pretty DMN near him after that kiss. Let's go, man. Siro said, before bursting into a coughing fit. He and Tokoyami were in his van, attempting to get toasted as always, while they received their acceptance letters. Tokoyami coughed as well, though they still couldn't get him high. This is pleasing, Tokoyami said. Siro, I believe you and I have a great future ahead of us as pro heroes. Yeah, dude, Siro agreed before inhaling more smoke from his blunt. Shiro and Sachiko waited until their parents left the room. Then, they cheered and hugged each other. We got in. Shiro cried. We got in. Sachiko said louder, as if Shiro hadn't already said that. The two bounced for a few minutes and rewatched their acceptance videos a third time. Their parents had been displeased with Sachiko only getting into 1B, but even a couple of slaps weren't enough to ruin this moment for the twins. Finally, they were on their way to being pro heroes. Just a few more years, and they could leave all of this behind and live their dreams. All starting with UA and the hero course. Bakugo did an air pump once the video was done, although this wasn't a huge moment for him. He had always known he would get into the UA hero course, so unlike some of his classmates, he didn't place too much importance on the letter. It was predetermined that someone as amazing as himself would get in, so why bother celebrating? Brat. Did you get in? Yes, hag. Shut up. Don't talk to me that way. That's one drawing later. First, we're getting milkshakes to celebrate. Get your butt out here. Uraraka smiled as tears began to well up in her eyes. She was in. Her family's financial troubles were almost over. Did you get in, honey? Hajime Uraraka, Ochako's father, asked. Uraraka turned and nodded. Oh, that's great. Ray, she got in. Hagime called, and Uraraka's mother came in to hug her daughter. Uraraka had a huge grin on her face as her parents hugged her. I can finally fix our money situation, Uraraka said, and felt her parents pull back slightly. Oh, honey, Hagime sighed, don't worry about that. Just do what makes you happy, and if you make enough money, get us a vacation or something. Don't age yourself prematurely worrying about our finances. Focus on grades and making friends and boys. Dad! Uraraka exclaimed, face turning red as a tomato. Hagime laughed as Ray hit him on the back of the head and hugged Uraraka again. Oh, ignore your father, he just likes teasing you. But do focus on being happy, okay? Ray said. Uraraka nodded, but her goal remained unchanged. Midoriya and Toga were silent for a few seconds after their acceptance videos were completed. Then, they began crying. Happy tears, not sad ones. Toga hugged Midoriya, and he hugged her back. Congratulations, kid. You got us in. Midoriya smiled widely. He had gotten into UA despite everything his bullies had said. He was on his way to becoming a real hero. He was going to surpass Kachan, and crush his dreams, and this was about more than that, wasn't it? Sure, Midoriya may have been a member of the League of Villains, and sure, he had no real interest in being a hero beyond surpassing Kachan, but getting into UA was bigger than that. This was his dream even before he was a Nuru, before Kachan killed Inko, before Shidoro, Jiren, and the League. This was what he always wanted. With or without Kachan. Midoriya kissed Toga and wiped her tears away before wiping away his own. He turned to the music player and looked for a nice dancing song. Ah, Moon Waltz. As the music began playing, Midoriya stood up and reached out to Toga. May I have this dance? He asked, and Toga giggled. You're such a dork, she said as she took his hand. And so they danced. Soon, they would be at UA High. Soon, their dreams would have a chance of coming true. Midoriya took a deep breath as he opened the door to Class 1A. He was finally here. He stepped through the doorway, and, take your feet off that desk now, said the blue-haired kid from the entrance exam. Don't tell me what to do, Kachan said. Well, at least they don't like each other. The blue-haired kid sighed. Let's start over. I am Tenya Ida from the Semi-Private Academy he began, before being cut off by a brown-haired girl. Semi, huh? So you think you're better than us just because you're rich? Uraraka butted in. I'm gonna enjoy tearing you a new one, Bakugo added. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Ida said. Midoriya was about to turn and see if anyone had a popcorn-making quirk when a tall, muscular boy with a shaved head walked up to him. The boy bowed so deeply and aggressively that he slammed his head into the floor. Hello. I am Inasa Yorashi. I am glad to meet a fellow classmate, he yelled, causing everyone to look at them. Oh, hey, Midoriya, I haven't seen you since your mom's funeral. How have you been? Other than, that, Shiro said. Midoriya simply stared at him for a few seconds, as did everyone else, before responding. Good enough. Anyways, nice to meet you, Yorashi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Midoriya said as he held out his hand. Very nice to meet you, Yorashi said, pulling his head out of the floor and gripping Midoriya's hand as he shook it. Midoriya winced a bit from the pain of Yorashi's iron grip and looked for a seat, seeing one between Shiro and a girl with bubblegum pink skin. He slid into it and gave a little wave to Shiro before turning and seeing that the pink girl was all up in his face. Hi? Midoriya said. Before the pink girl could respond, the door slammed open, and a homeless man dressed all in black with deep bags under his eyes and black hair walked into the room. The man walked up to the teacher's stand and wrote, Mr. Aizawa, on the board. If you're here to make friends, get out. You're in UA now, so it's time to get serious. Mr. Aizawa said. Ugh, aren't we supposed to be at orientation right now? The pink girl, who Midoriya found out was named Mina, said as they walked outside the school. We aren't attending orientation, Aizawa said, prompting some students to shuffle nervously. Here at UA, we aren't bound by tradition. That means I get to run my classroom how I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests all your lives, but you've never gotten to use your quirks in physical tests before. For some reason, our government is still trying to pretend we're all equal. It's not rational. Aizawa gestured at the field they had walked to. It had some equipment set up for various exercises. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. As such, you will each perform 10 physical tests in order to assess the level of mastery you have over your quirk. You will be scored, and whoever has the lowest score will be expelled, Aizawa said, causing several of his students to gasp. Aizawa grinned. Let's get started, Aizawa said. Aizawa was getting annoyed. These kids were breezing through the tests too easily. Orientation hadn't even begun, and they were already on the second-to-last test. Even worse, the kid who was up was that green-haired kid. Aizawa had taken an instant dislike to the green-haired kid from the moment he laid eyes on him. He slicked his hair back and wore his clothes somewhat messy in order to look cool, wore flashy cybernetics that were currently in fashion among delinquents, and had been mumbling to himself while coasting through the physical things. Aizawa hated kids who didn't take heroing seriously. I'll activate my quirk on him, embarrass him a little so that he understands he isn't cool, and lecture him about taking this seriously. That way, the little punk will get a good lesson and have a bit less of an ego. Aizawa activated his quirk, and for a moment, the green-haired kid froze. Then, blood began leaking out of his ears and nose. Aizawa stared in horror as the kid bent over, vomiting up blood, as human fingers seemed to come out of his mouth and try to rip it apart. Aizawa looked around to see what could be causing this effect on his student as he began to melt into sludge, and the extra hands began forcing his mouth open, causing blood to flow out like a waterfall. Suddenly, Aizawa was tackled to the ground. He fell over and blinked before looking up to see that the pink girl with horns had tackled him. What the hell? There's an emergency, get off me. Your EXP Aizawa began, but then saw Midoriya was no longer melting. Midoriya began to get up and wipe the blood off of himself. I think you were the one who caused that, the pink girl said. What? I just cancelled his quirk, that shouldn't have caused anything like that, Aizawa said, before a booming voice interrupted him. I am here, to see why our top class isn't at orientation. And a good thing I arrived when I did. This young man seemed to have been in serious trouble. All Might strode onto the field, a 7-foot-tall behemoth of pure muscle. The students looked up in awe as the #1 hero in Japan arrived. All Might. You're at UA this year, a boy with spiky red hair asked. I am not just at UA, young Kirishima, I am a teacher this year. Good job assessing the situation, young Ishido. You were able to stop your teacher before further serious harm could come to young Midoriya. Aizawa stared up at All Might. He wasn't a fan of All Might, he thought he was too flashy and talked to the cameras too much. Then again, Aizawa thought being public in any capacity was too flashy, and the media knowing who you were was talking to the cameras too much. How do you know my students' names? Aizawa asked coldly. This wasn't his fault. He couldn't have known that erasing the green boy's quirk would result in such harm. I read and memorized the files for both Class 1A and Class 1B. I want to be the best teacher I can be. All Might paused for a moment before turning to Aizawa. Did you not read your own students' files? Aizawa didn't like how All Might had sounded so incredulous. Of course not. Now, we have training to get back to, Aizawa said. I am afraid not, Aizawa. Principal Nizu has demanded that both 1A and 1B attend orientation. All Might paused and then spoke again in a much less enthusiastic voice. Also, you almost killed one of your students, and I don't trust you not to do it again, given that you haven't read their files and don't know what would endanger them. Aizawa grumbled under his breath as his students followed All Might to the auditorium. He didn't like his authority being subverted by some idealist on the first day, especially since All Might was someone all the students looked up to. I suppose Nizu didn't brief him on our special instructions this year. That's actually rational. All Might would never agree to work with us if he knew what Nizu had in store for these kids. Aizawa glared at the green kid as he talked to the pink girl who had tackled him. Midoriya and Ishido, huh? Well, those two would find that their school year just got a lot harder. Toga took a deep breath before walking into her new classroom. She was really nervous and didn't feel like she really belonged here. After all, her classmates actually wanted to be heroes, and she was just here for Izuku-chan. These thoughts were interrupted by the screaming match that was happening when she opened the door. My girlfriend is way cuter than your boyfriend. Kamakiri yelled. Hananuki is infinitely cuter than that where? Tokage bellowed. The F, did you just call Kame? Kamakiri responded. Toga was relieved. Okay, these people are delinquents. I can deal with delinquents. Toga went and sat down in an empty seat near the back of the class and noticed that her sister was staring at her. "Oh, does she recognize me?" Toga smiled and waved at Sachiko. Sachiko flinched and turned away. Toga slowly lowered her hand. Then, a man with white hair and a square jawline dressed all in red came in with 2 boxes of pizza. "Hello, class, I am your teacher, Vlad King. Because it's the first day of school, I brought pizza to celebrate your entry into UA High," Vlad said, setting down the boxes of pizza on his desk and holding up a hand to stop the students from swarming. "Before you get the pizza, I want you to know something important. This is not going to be easy. A hero's duty is to uphold justice, which is what I aim to do in my classroom. You will find me tough, but you will also find me fair. Nizu has made some new decisions on how we should treat our students. However, given that those decisions are stupid, I have elected to ignore them," Vlad continued. "So, while today will mostly just be icebreakers and getting to know you beyond your files, this is still going to be difficult. So form a line for one of the 2 pizzas, and we'll get ready for orientation." Vlad lowered his hand, and the students rushed to get pizza. Vlad pulled out some paper plates as a couple of students shoved their way into a disorderly line. There was a pepperoni pizza and a cheese, and Toga chose pepperoni. "Himiko Toga," Vlad said, as Himiko grabbed her slice. She looked up expectantly, but he was looking at a computer screen. "Oh, sorry, I'm saying everyone's names when they get to the front. I'm trying to connect the files to your faces," Vlad apologized. Toga went to the back of the class and began to take huge, messy bites out of it. After she finished, she wiped her mouth on her sleeve and noticed the people on either side of her, a boy who looked like he was made of smoke and a short fat boy with white hair, were both staring at her. "Geez, you ate that fast," the smoke boy said. "Hey, don't tease her," the fat boy said. Himiko looked down in embarrassment. "I'm Nirenjiki Shota," the fat boy said, extending a hand. Toga shook it. "I'm Himiko Toga," she said. "Well, good job getting started on introductions. But we have 20 minutes until orientation, so let's get started on icebreakers. I want everyone to come to the front of the room and say their name, their quirk, and why they want to be a hero," Vlad said. "We'll start with you kids in the back." "Why are we starting with the back of the class?" a blond boy at the front of the class said. "We all know that the back of the class is where the lower performers and delinquents sit." Noises of protest arose from the back, and Vlad King held up his hand. "No, Monoma, that isn't how that works at all," he said. "Now, let's get started. Seat 20, you first." The boy made of smoke got up and walked to the front of the class. "My name is Shurhai Kurwaro," he said, smirking, "and I have the best quirk in this class. My quirk is black, I can merge with and travel through anything dark enough. I'm the perfect stealth hero, and that's why I'm here." There was more protest at the assertion that he was the best, and someone threw a plate. Seat 19. Himiko passed Kurwaro on her way up to the front and stood in front of her new classmates. "My name is Himiko Toga, and my quirk is Transform," she said, her confidence returning with the knowledge she was surrounded by fellow delinquents. "I can transform into people if I drink their blood. I'm here because I want to be more like the ones I love." As Toga moved to sit down, Vlad stopped her. "I think we need more clarification on your motivation," he said. "Oh. Okay. Well, it's pretty simple, I guess," Toga said, turning to the class. "You know how when you love someone, you want to be more like them? You start dressing like them, looking into what they like, but it's not enough. You want to be that person, to literally become them, and that's what I'm here to do." Himiko took out a small vial of Midoriya's blood and downed it before turning into him. "I want to be just like my boyfriend Izuku-chan, the future #1 hero," other Midoriya said. Vlad looked at her with an expression she couldn't quite place, making her feel nervous again. She transformed back into Himiko, feeling deflated. "Why do I have to turn back? Why can't I stay perfect forever?" She walked to the back of the class, wondering why everyone had started staring after she had transformed back. Except Vlad, who was covering his eyes. "Am I really that ugly?" "So, do you always lose your clothes when you transform?" Kurwaro asked. "Oh. Yeah, I guess." "Why?" Toga replied. Midoriya sat up from his medical bed, despite the protests of his classmates, All Might, and Recovery Girl. "I don't want to hold up orientation. I'll go to the doctor later," Midoriya said. "You can't be serious. We have some of the best medical equipment in the world here, and you'd rather go to a Recovery Girl started before Midoriya cut her off. "Just send me the medical stuff later. I'm fine now and that's what counts, we gotta get to orientation," Midoriya said. Recovery Girl harumphed and turned away as All Might stood awkwardly and Aizawa sighed. "Geez, what's got him so eager to attend orientation?" the red-haired kid, who Midoriya had figured out was named Kirishima, said. They found out when they arrived in the auditorium and a blonde girl ran up to Midoriya. "Izuku-chan," she cried as she hugged him and the two kissed. "He already has a girlfriend?" "Man, no fair," a kid with electric yellow hair whined. Nizu looked on from the stage. "Interesting, the two seem quite fond of each other. I could attempt to foster a codependent relationship between them in order to make a hero duo, or I could break them up to get two solo heroes out of it. The same debate I'll have with every couple, no doubt." As the two classes sat down, Nizu noted that Midoriya and Himiko sat on the edges of their classes to hold hands. He also noticed that Kuwaro was already stealing glances at Kanoko Komori, Tsuburaba was staring at Azui, and Tokage and Hananuki were in an obvious relationship. Who should I get together? Who should I break up? Oh, this will be fun. Of course, it will also have to help them become better heroes, but manipulation is one of the greatest joys in life. Nizu cleared his throat and began his speech. It was boring. He went over the standard inspirational stuff, warned them it would be difficult but that it would be all worth it, absolved them of all crimes they committed before entering UA High, reminded them of how several of their rights had been signed away to UA and as such no longer applied to them, and informed them of the lunch schedule. Then, he dropped the bombshell. And as many of you may have noticed, All Might has been hanging around UA today. But All Might isn't just an alumni taking a trip down memory lane, rather, he is our newest teacher. That's right, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace himself, All Might will now take the mic. Nizu said, stepping away as All Might took the stand. All Might waved as the students cheered before lowering his hand to get them to quiet down. He cleared his throat as he began his speech. "Students of UA High, I am here, as one of your newest teachers. I look at you all and I see a new generation, eager to rise to whatever challenges await them. I commend you, and encourage you to do well in your courses this year. But not only do I encourage you to do well, I encourage you to be yourselves." Nizu cast an annoyed glance at All Might. Many students, and even many adults, think they need to change everything about themselves in order to become more successful. They believe that if they just become more and more like the people around them, society will reward them for it. And to a degree, it is true. Self-improvement is a good thing. But many take it too far, trying to erase everything that makes them unique. Aizawa sighed. "Oh great, more irrational idealism from the #1 hero. So I encourage you to not go down that path. Become the best version of yourself, but ensure it is the best version of you, instead of what other people expect you to be. I would not be the #1 hero if I had succumbed to peer pressure and hadn't stood up for what was right. This may surprise you, but I wasn't super popular when I was in this school. They often laughed at me for how idealistic I was, and for wanting to get to number back then. UA prioritized the official role of heroes in society. A hero's job is to protect the government and public order, and saving lives is a mere extension of that. Now, thanks to the All Might Hero Agency, as well as countless other brave and idealistic people, who were once young like yourselves, heroes have a responsibility to protect all people." Vlad smiled. All Might certainly knew how to motivate people. Charisma had always been one of his strong suits. "So, I encourage you all to focus on being yourselves, on passing your courses, and above all, preparing to serve Japan. In the hero course, prepare to master your quirks and save people's lives." Shiro grinned and fist-bumped Tokoyami. In the General Studies course, reach for your dreams, and don't let anyone tell you what isn't possible. Shiro looked up and smiled. In the support course, build what your heart desires, and make things that will help not just your peers, but all people of Japan. Hatsum smiled and bounced in her seat a bit. And in the business course, learn from the very best, and remember that money should be used as a tool for good. Masu nodded and leaned back. Whatever your path, no matter what some people might say, you are all equal. You all have equal potential to be great people, no matter what path leads you to that goal. This year is your first step to achieving your dreams. Remember my advice, and go plus ultra. Plus ultra, the entire auditorium responded. We are doing a Q&A. You can ask multiple questions and if they aren't spoilers I will answer them in a chapter or two. Yayorozu sat in rapt attention to Aizawa's lecture, although in her opinion, rambling was more accurate. She was disappointed in what she had seen from UA so far. She had been promised the best possible education to be the first hero in her family from the top hero school in Japan. Instead, she had been assigned an incompetent teacher who had almost killed one of her classmates on the first day. And her classmates were not much better. The student who had almost been killed seemed more interested in his deviant girlfriend than in studying. The boy next to her was talking to a bird-headed boy about weed in the middle of class. The invisible girl next to her was constantly jotting down prank ideas, and a brown-haired girl near the window kept shooting spitballs at her, much to the amusement of the blonde boy in front of her. At least some of the students seemed worthy of being heroes. Tenya Ida, for example, was also paying attention and jotting down notes, as was the muscular boy named Yurashi. Even if that oaf is way too loud, at least he has passion. Yaoyorozu sighed as another spitball hit the back of her head, and the brown-haired girl high-fived the blonde boy. Wasn't their teacher going to do anything about this? Ojiro marveled at the technology of this art class. He was from a Yagurunaki community and, as such, had never been to the big city. And, as a result of that, he had no idea what any of this technology was or how to use it. At least when he told Midnight he was a Yagurunaki, she hadn't called him Amish as most people would. Today, Midnight said they could paint whatever they wanted. So, Ojiro painted the only thing he knew how to paint, cherry blossoms. "Oh, wow, that's so cool," a voice from behind Ojiro said. He turned and saw a floating school uniform. "I'm Toru Hagakure," the school uniform said. "What's your name?" Ojiro said, not noticing that one of his brushes was moving on its own. "You're really good at this painting stuff," Hagakure said. "Oh, thank you. I've been practicing since I was dash. But what's with squiggles?" "The D squiggles," Ojiro said as he turned. Hagakure laughed as he noticed that she had drawn big, squiggly black lines all over his painting. Ojiro sighed. "Guess I have to start over," he said. "Wait, you're not mad?" Hagakure asked. "Why would I be?" "What happens, happens," Ojiro said, prompting a harumph from Hagakure and a streak of black paint on his new uniform before she turned and stomped away. Ojiro smiled. That was kind of cute. Kamakiri was bored out of his mind in math class. Ectoplasm wasn't a very interesting teacher, and math wasn't a very interesting subject. Combine that together, and you get most of the students' eyes glazed over and a couple sleeping. Kamakiri wondered how they had gotten in. Sure, he was bored, but he was still paying attention. This was a school for the top students in Japan, right? Now that I think about it, UA's graduates have almost always been more action-oriented heroes than intellectual ones. And Shiketsu consistently outperforms UA academically. It's the best hero school in the nation for sure, but compared to other high schools, our scores on academic final exams are consistently lower across the board. We may be the best hero school, but that doesn't mean we are the best students. Kamakiri's thoughts were interrupted by Ectoplasm slamming a fist down on the desk of that green-haired girl, Tokage. "No talking in class," Ectoplasm boomed. Tokage nodded, but made a rude face when he turned his back. Kamakiri noted that in his head. Most of his classmates had seemed weird in some way, and he was not above counting himself weird. Kame always said he was way too passionate about everything. He smiled when he thought of Kame. He couldn't wait to ask her how her first day had gone when he got out of school. After the rager, obviously. Uraraka huffed as she looked through the required reading list for her modern literature class. Not a single Okinawan author or name anywhere. Since the government had required all citizens to adopt Japanese names, she wasn't really expecting to see any. What made her blood boil was one specific book. Why the Kurenjingu was necessary, the final solution to the Okinawan and Emishire problem. Uraraka crumpled up the list and shoved it into her pocket. Piece of sheet author, probably thinks what the Yaoyorosis did was fine, too. The thought reminded Uraraka that Yaoyorozu was just a few seats away. She got out a straw and shot a spitball, landing directly. "No spitballs." Cementos called out and began to walk over. Uraraka pouted as he confiscated her straw. Then, she felt something. The boy in front of her had his fist on her knee. In his fist, there was another straw and a note. She took it and smiled. "Nail that rich beach again, puke face." "Thanks, sweaty," she whispered. She lined up the shot and got Yaoyorozu directly in the eye using the paper from the note. "What did I just say?" Cementos called out. Sachiko sat and listened as Present Mike gave his lecture on English and what they could expect from the class going forward. It was pretty standard, so Sachiko zoned out and thought about the elephant in the room. Or more accurately, the demon. Why is she here? How is she here? She just vanished after stabbing that poor boy last year. There's no way UA would accept someone with her track record. Sachiko then looked around the room, at Kamakiri standing on his desk yelling various ways to describe his girlfriend in English, beautiful, glorious, goddess, etc., Tokage and Hananuki making out in the back, Kuwaro attempting to talk to Komori, and Shiozaki aggressively holding a Bible and yelling that Tsuburaba needed to repent. On second thought, I think this is the class where they dump the delinquents and insane people. I mean, I am really into dead things, beyond what I think is normal, so I guess I'm crazy? I was, according to my parents, back when I liked girls. But not as crazy as her. I've been cured ever since I went to conversion therapy, but she never got better. As Sachiko panicked and the class devolved into anarchy, Present Mike began to slowly walk towards the door. PRD's over, so I'll just leave you until Vlad gets back. Bye, he said as he opened the door and quickly sprinted down the hallway. So, are you ready for the rager tonight? Mina asked Midoriya and Toga as the trio walked out of the building. What rager? Midoriya asked. What's a rager? Toga asked at the same time. Because our crime forgiveness includes any crimes we commit up until midnight on the first day, it's a tradition for first years to throw a huge party with loads of drags and alcohol. As long as it ends before midnight, it's technically legal, and it's been a tradition so long that any of the staff who graduated from UA know about it and won't stop us. Mina explained. How on earth are you going to make sure a rager ends at midnight? Midoriya asked. Oh, you don't. The school just technically counts it as happening the first day as long as that's when it starts. I think Shoto is setting up the group chat for us to schedule, so the only thing I know is that it's starting at 10 p.m. And that I'm bringing cane. Mina said, pulling out a bag of white powder. Midoriya grinned and gave a thumbs up, causing Mina to recoil. Geez, that is an ugly smile. Don't do that, Mina said, causing Toga to jump back into the conversation. Izuku-chan has an amazing smile. Shut up. Toga said, hugging Midoriya. The two began to bicker, but it wasn't a serious argument. Midoriya got a notification on his implants and noticed that the boy with the tail and the brown-haired girl were being handed notes. Shoto, welcome to the group chat, rager is at 10 p.m., the abandoned Kaibara warehouse, Away's dockyard. Who's bringing what? I'm bringing soba. Ida burst into his brother's room. Tensei. I have just gotten word that my classmates are attempting to hold an illegal operation involving drags and alcohol. I would like to request your assistance in stopping them from engaging in such blatantly illegal activities. Ida said. Tensei looked at his brother for a few seconds before bursting out in laughter. Ida was extremely confused. His future peers, for some unknowable reason, were holding an illegal party where they would be partaking in drag-fueled debauchery, and his brother was amused? Oh, Tenya. That's a UA tradition, I can't break it up, Tensei said. Ida stood frozen in shock while his brother walked over. Look, ever since UA started pardoning the crimes of their students, it's been a tradition for the first years to throw a rager with as much alcohol, drags, gambling, and other illegal fun stuff as possible, Tensei explained. None of the alumni will stop it, and unless you really PSS of your teachers, they probably won't punish you for hangovers. Don't get addicted to drags or anything, but you've gotta live a little bro. Ida gaped up at his brother. He wants me to partake in drag use? And commit a crime? This is, well, if Tensei says it's a tradition. Ida looked down, completely serious. Very well. If it is a tradition and you say it is okay, then I suppose I must ensure my classmates do not overdo things. Ida said. He sent a message via his arm implants. I'll be there. Midoriya walked up to the warehouse with Toga on his arm. He had brought several packs of cigarettes that he had gotten from Jiren, and Toga had brought a portable music player. The two entered the warehouse, where most of their classmates were already partying. There were tons of streamers and speakers floating in midair, and someone had set up a long table with alcohol, a meth lab, several bags of cane, and lots of soba on it. There was even a water cooler in the corner. Midoriya smiled as Toga connected the music player, and music began playing. This was going to be a fun night. Sachiko grabbed Shiro and dragged him over to a corner. There, she whisper-shouted, pointing at their older sister. The one next to the green-haired boy? He asked. Yes. How did she get in? Why are you asking me? Do you think she came to have her crimes pardoned? Probably. Look, she's in my class, what do I do? Hope she doesn't want to kill you. Wow, Shiro, you are so helpful. Just shut up and enjoy the party. Our parents are gonna be so mad. Yaoyorozu was not enjoying this party. She had not brought anything and could tell most of her classmates were somewhat avoiding her. She was, after all, the heiress of a Zaibatsu and richer than any of them would ever be in their lives. They probably saw her as off-limits in some way. A shame. But perhaps a blessing in disguise. Most of my so-called peers are clearly beneath me, even those in my class. Distancing myself is probably for the best if I want to be number. Yaoyorozu's thoughts were interrupted by Uraraka vomiting on her brand new shoes. The blonde boy who was following her around cackled like a hyena, falling on the floor laughing, as Uraraka glared at Yaoyorozu. Ugh, those were brand new. They were satin Burando. You just cost my family $120,000. Yaoyorozu protested as Uraraka leaned against a wall and took another swig from her bottle. Good, Uraraka said curtly. What did I do to you? You've been shooting spitballs and glares at me all day, and since you apparently want to be a hero, I want to know why, Yorozu said, taking off her ruined shoes. You bankrupted my family, Uzaibatsu Beach, Uraraka said. Yaoyorozu blinked. What? Yaoyorozu asked. The big Okinawa buyout? Yaoyorozu Construction bought out almost all of the local lumber companies and raised the prices on all the construction companies that wouldn't sell. Then, you pieces of shit undercut all the remaining independent businesses like my parents, causing them to go bankrupt. And on top of that, you moved all the lumber mills and jobs to the mainland, leaving everyone destitute, Uraraka ranted, so I can't help but hate your family, and that includes you. Yaoyorozu stared as Uraraka flipped her off before picking the blonde-haired boy off the floor and walking off. This was going to be a long year. It was so hard to convince my family to let me stay in the city, Ojiro said to the other two boys hanging around the water cooler, both of whom were smoking blunts. Oh, yeah, you're Yaguranashi, right? Shiro asked, don't you guys hate all cybernetics? How did you even apply to UA in the first place? It was easier than you would think. Nobody uses it, but there is a way to apply it in person, which I did. You can't live with the rest of society without cybernetics, but there are usually ways to get into government stuff ever since they recognized the rights of Yaguranashi communities. How do you live without cybernetics? Do you not use electricity, either? Tokoyami asked. No, we just don't use modern stuff because it all requires cybernetics. We just want a traditional lifestyle, Ojiro began to explain before he felt someone yanking his tail. He turned, and nobody was there. As he turned back to his two classmates, he saw Shiro's cup being taken out of his hand by an invisible force and splashed in his face. Hagakure, Ojiro sighed. The invisible girl giggled, and he heard footsteps running off. He decided not to think about how she wasn't wearing any clothes. Instead, he focused on the couple dancing with each other in the middle of the room. It was that boy who had almost died, Midoriya, and a blonde-haired girl with yellow eyes who wasn't in Class 1A. He said her name was? Himiko, right? Himiko Toga? Ojiro couldn't quite place why that name sounded so familiar. But he enjoyed watching the pair dance. It was clear they had lots of practice, and they even inspired a couple of a green-haired girl and a boy with his teeth on the outside of his lip to start dancing themselves. One boy with electric yellow hair attempted to ask out a girl with blue hair and what looked like built-in earphone jacks coming out of her lobes, but she slapped him in the face. A heavy-set boy with thick lips and spiky brown hair walked up to the water cooler. Sup? Name's Sato, he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Ojiro, Shiro, and Tokoyami all shook his hand, then continued standing there as he filled up his cup and leaned against the wall, watching the two couples compete for who were better dancers. So, you dudes seen any good hero battles lately? Shiro asked. They began chatting about the latest battles, while Midoriya and Toga finished their dance. According to the unbiased judgment of Ida, and opposite to the biased judgment of Bakugo, Midoriya and Toga had danced better. Tokage got mad at that, while Toga laughed. Midoriya smiled, looked at Toga, before sweeping her into his arms and kissing her. The four guys around the water cooler cheered, as did Kamakiri and Yurashi, while Bakugo, Uraraka, and Tokage booed and hissed. Still, the rager went on, and the only people who were sober by the end of the night were Tokoyami and Shoto. Tokoyami was displeased with this result. Shoto had only eaten soba the whole night. Lord Furoa, because UA pardons any crime students had committed before entering, will we wind up seeing some of the student roster being part of maybe CRC or MLA? Yes, some of them are former members and some of them are future members. Midoriya and Himiko are already members of the league, after all. Rafariba, is Kota actually just dead? Did you kill my baby? How bad is discrimination here? Like in Cyberpunk Edgerunners they have this, live fast die hard, philosophy, so trans people and people that are LGBT are usually safe and no one really cares, but here how is it, will we something like that or focus only in the quirkism? I just love world building. Kota is dead. I don't like him. We are mainly going to focus on quirkism, for two reasons. First, LGBT plus discrimination isn't nearly as big in 2316, when this takes place, and second, I am a straight man who probably can't write issues like that well, so I am going to avoid that in order to not accidentally be offensive. Caden, first question for the author, how does it feel to have the assistance of your 6'7" nonchalant millionaire muscular homeboy to help you make ideas? Second, I'm curious on how the main story will go considering Midoriya is a member of the LOV, will the Love still be the main villain or will a different source be the main villain, and third, how will the Yamato throne be revealed? I'm assuming it will found, so I'm curious on how you will describe it and who finds it first. Fourth, what type of cybernetics exist in this world? We see ARM and others, but how far do they go? Is there a Atom Smasher dude in this universe? First, Caden, you are not that, and you made like one idea that I used in one note, for everyone else it was the John Heroism nickname for All Might. Second, the LOV are the main villains. This is a story that is being told from the villain's point of view. So while Midoriya is the protagonist, he is a villain at this point in the story. That is all I can say without spoilers. Third, I obviously can't spoil how the Yamato throne will be revealed, other than that it is real and will be found. Fourth, cybernetics are mostly used for interfacing with other technology. They are pretty advanced, but almost none of them are for atom smasher type of stuff. It's almost all either interface with Japanet or whatever computer terminal or prosthetics. Quirks kind of made the other applications rather useless. After all, why invest all this money in creating a guy with robot arms when you can just hire some dude with super strength? Many years ago. Zen Jusher nervously walked up the stairs. The operator had called him to the roof for unknown reasons, and while Zen adored his master, they were still villains. It was possible he was being terminated. He opened the door and saw his master standing at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the streets of Sapporo. Zen cleared his throat and called out, "I am here, as you requested." The operator turned. Kyo Shigaraki +++. Quirk, Slenderman. He can do whatever people believe Slenderman can do. He also looks like Slenderman. +++. Ah, wonderful. Come here, Kyo called out, motioning for Zen to sit down. Zen's heart swelled. Even after all this time, he was still a huge fanboy for the operator. He sat down next to Kyo and looked down at the bustling city. "Zen, I have a big offer for you," Kyo began. "You understand our goal, don't you?" "Yes, to find the Yamato throne and make you emperor." "How could I forget the whole purpose of our organization?" Zen said. "Not just that. Why do we want to find the Yamato throne?" "Well, that's what everyone wants, isn't it? I joined because you were looking for the Yamato throne, and, well, because you're so amazing." "Ah, but there is a reason why we want the throne beyond that. Hatred." "Hatred? Hatred can be a powerful tool. It was through my hatred of my owners that I killed them and seized my own destiny. It was through my hatred of the Hokkaido government for ruling metahumans as animals and for legalizing the ownership of them that I was able to start the Marble Hornets. And it is my hatred of the injustice of this world that keeps me going on our quest." "I see," Zen said, pulling out his notebook and writing down what Kyo had said. Kyo leaned down to see the cover of the notebook. Villain Analysis for the Future, Volume 13. Kyo smiled. "And that is why I wanted to have you up here. You are so dedicated to becoming the best you can be. I don't want you to just be another member of the Marble Hornets anymore," Kyo said. Zen looked up. "Sir," he asked, confused. "Become my son." Kyo said, extending a hand towards Zen, "I don't want you to be just another grunt in my organization. I want you to be one of my proxies, to take the Shigaraki name and join my family." Zen stood there in shock for a few moments before tears welled up in his eyes. He took Kyo's hand and hugged him. Kyo held him there. "Now, if you are going to be my son and proxy, you need a villain name. Can't just be Zen Shigaraki. Got any ideas?" Kyo said. Zen looked down as he thought for a second before looking up to Kyo once more. "All for one," Zen said. Midoriya stared down at the blank page where he was supposed to describe what he wanted his hero costume to look like. He really liked his villain mask, and wearing the funeral suit helped him channel his rage into training. However, he obviously couldn't just submit his villain costume and hope that UA didn't realize the connection. "Why don't you just dress up like Jiren? You're copying a lot from him anyway, might as well steal his look." Midoriya was about to mumble a response when he had an epiphany. That may not be such a bad idea after all. He quickly began jotting down a description of his new and improved hero outfit. A dark purple suit, with a green shirt, a sleeveless purple vest, an orange tie, orange accents, and some black combat boots for practicality's sake. He was pretty sure he had seen an old comic book villain with a similar color scheme. But the mask and the feathers were the main thing. He gave himself a big, feathery green cape, just like Doflamingo's, with green feathers surrounding the mask as well. Instead of a gas mask, he went for a sun, with a creepy carved face and a slot for his mouth to show through. Officially, to communicate. Unofficially, so he could get meals. The green feathers acted as the sun's rays, and even the sun was green. Midoriya was aware that it looked somewhat ridiculous. But ultimately, he didn't care that much. He had many specifications of flexibility and plenty of pouches, holsters, and bandoliers for weapons and support gear. He submitted the design and sat back down. "Alright, a bit over the top for my taste, but it should look good." Nizu looked over the submitted hero designs he had received. Most were mediocre, a few were good, and some were bad. He usually enjoyed looking over hero costume designs for the creativity and the rare diamond in the rough. However, now he looked over them for something much more fun. This time, his job was to mess them up. Not horribly, of course. But he needed to exaggerate the flaws in the designs in order to create an air of self-consciousness and to subtly point out the design flaws. And, as an added bonus, he got to embarrass some of his students. First up, Izuku Midoriya's design. What is that? It's so over the top, and why is the sun green? Feathers, a suit, the sun, weapons. It's all over the place. I don't even need to change anything, this is already too much. Nizu then moved on to Mineta, who had designed his costume after a baby, down to including a metal diaper, which Nizu could not understand in the slightest, given that Mineta's quirk was growing sticky purple ball from the top of his head. What does that have to do with babies? Whatever, it's stupid, keep it as is. He'll be embarrassed enough. Then, he moved on to Ida. A copy of Ingenium. Alright, make the suit much clunkier to counteract the super speed, design it to overheat his engines. I never liked Ingenium's costume much, too focused on theme rather than practicality. Maybe this will break the cycle. Next came Bakugo. Ah, I see a smart idea here. Storing his nitroglycerin like sweat in grenade-shaped gauntlets. Unfortunately, there is not nearly enough armor. Remove what little armor there is and create a way for the grenades to backfire on him. Yaoyorozu was up next. That's how she decided to give her quirk access? Just make the window way larger so she gets embarrassed and puts on a zipper or something. As he noted his thoughts down, he noticed 3 designs from people with the same last names. The Togas. Alright. Shiro and Sachiko have clear visual similarities and a shared symbol of a golden hand holding a paintbrush and a clear Art Deco aesthetic. But Himiko has none of those similarities, and seems to be dressed like a macabre nurse-pirate hybrid? Why is that? Nizu decided to scan the 3's files to figure out why Himiko seemed separate from her siblings. Shiro and Sachiko seemed utterly normal, although he did notice Sachiko had gone to a conversion therapy camp. He could probably exploit that later, but then he saw a news article about Himiko. Nizu read it. Then, Nizu began to laugh. Oh, this is too good. Forget messing with their costumes, I know the perfect thing to do with these 3. My hero name, Alien Queen. Mina said. EW. Like that disgusting monster from that old horror movie? I think not. Midnight shrieked. Hey! Alien Queen is a great name. Kirishima called out. Midoriya leaned back as the 3 began to argue whether or not Alien Queen was a good hero name. He had 2 hero names planned, his ideal one and a backup plan. He noticed that Kaminari and Jiro were talking to each other. How about Jammingway? Jiro suggested. Oh, like Hemingway, who wrote For Whom the Bell Tolls, right? You're pretty smart. I like it. Kaminari responded. No, it's 'cause you always jam your brain. Jiro giggled. As those 2 began to bicker good-naturedly, Midoriya walked up to the front of the room. Mina and Kirishima had finally gotten Midnight to accept Alien Queen as a name, so it was Midoriya's turn. He took a deep breath. The psycho hero, Neogerin, he said, showing his whiteboard to the class. Crickets. Well, Jiren is my mentor, and I really wanted to honor him by taking his name, Midoriya explained, starting to feel somewhat embarrassed. I don't think most people would understand that. I mean, Jiren isn't a pro hero or anything. We don't know who he is, and naming yourself after a random guy, even if he is important to you, is probably not the best for your public image. And we want to avoid terms like psycho that might create a negative connotation, Midnight said. Midoriya deflated and sat down. Well, hey, now you can use your backup name. And in my opinion, it's better than Neogerin. You mean your old villain name? Midoriya mumbled. Suraji is a great name. And since it's such a basic name for someone with a sludge quirk, nobody will connect the dots. Midoriya and Shidoro's conversation was interrupted by Bakugo stomping to the front of the class. Lord Explosion Murder God, he yelled, prompting Midoriya to crack up laughing. Hey! That's a good enough name. Uraraka protested, glaring at Midoriya. No, it isn't, Midnight said, make something else. Midoriya walked back up to the front of the room and, with much less excitement than before, said his hero name. The sludge hero, Suraji, he said. Much better. Midnight said. Midoriya walked alongside Shigaraki nervously. Shigaraki's master, All for One, had called the League for unknown reasons, and they were almost at the meeting point. None of them knew why they couldn't just warp there, but All for One had insisted they walk. Himiko was skipping alongside Midoriya, twice walked in front of Kurogiri, and Jiren brought up the rear. Look, kid, I'm flattered, but you've got to forge your own path. I don't want you to be tied to some D-level villain, my bounty is only 500 yen, Jiren said. Midoriya's ears turned red, embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head. Why yeah, I guess. It's just that, you're so cool, and I wanted to give you credit for all you've done for me, Midoriya said shyly. Jiren patted him on the back as the group finally arrived at their destination. Shigaraki pushed the doors open, and they stepped into a long, dark hallway. A single light turned on, illuminating a man on a throne. Well, throne wasn't very accurate. He was hooked up to medical equipment on a chair that had been modified to accommodate his condition and to look somewhat like a throne. The man himself was hooked up to a breathing mask and had no facial features other than a mouth. He had no hair or ears, yet he seemed fully aware of his surroundings. Ah, the League of Villains. I am glad you were all able to make it. I have heard good things about you in Shigaraki's reports to me, All for One said. Midoriya, twice, and Jiren bowed. Shigaraki and Kurojirai simply stood there. Himiko started bouncing up and down. Hi. I'm Himiko Toga. Although my parents disowned me, so I'm not sure if I am still Himiko Toga, Toga said excitedly. Calm yourself. My business is with all of you, but primarily Tamura, All for One said. Shigaraki bowed. Master, why have you called us here? He asked. Because of legacy, All for One said. Two lights turned on, shining a spotlight on two photographs on opposite walls. One depicted a tall, pale, and faceless man wearing a black business suit and a red tie, of the same kind that All for One wore. The man was standing tall on top of a building, gazing into the distance. The other depicted a blonde woman, wearing a purple and orange costume vaguely resembling a magician, with horns built into the hat. She was grabbing the camera and making a rude face with her tongue stuck out, with a burning building behind her. She looked a lot like Mount Lady. My two inspirations. The operator and Lady the Operator was my master and my adoptive father, just as I am to Tamura. It is from him that we get the name Shigaraki, it is from him our dream to find the Yamato throne came from, it is from him I learned the power of hatred, and it is thanks to him that I am alive today, All for One said. As for Lady 13, she is who we owe the modern hero and villain system to. The first villain. She was the most sadistic, petty, vile, and crude woman to ever defile the earth with her presence. She would do anything just because it would hurt someone. A shame her descendant decided to become a hero, All for One continued, but more importantly, she was the one who ended the Yamato line. It was her boot that crushed the skull of the last emperor. It is because of these two that we are here today. And it is because of these two that we have the opportunity to find the Yamato throne. All for One stood up from his throne, taking off his jacket, his shirt, and his tie as he got up, before putting on a large metal helmet, presumably to keep himself breathing. Midoriya noticed that over his heart, there was a strange tattoo, circle with superimposed, a circle with an X through it. The operator's symbol. He had it tattooed on his back, and his proxies had it tattooed over our hearts. Similarly, I have my own symbol, All for One said, turning around to show his back. A circle with, written inside of it was tattooed across his back. Combining both of my idols. Shigaraki, you have my symbol tattooed over your heart, as do some of my other supporters. However, as my successor, you need your own symbol. Something you will have on your back, and your most loyal followers will have tattooed over their hearts, All for One explained. So, what do you want it to look like? Shigaraki paused, thinking. Midoriya was calm externally, but internally freaking out. They had erased all mentions of the villain who kicked off the Quirk Wars from the history books, and he had never heard of the operator either. Then again, most records from that time PRD were lost forever. And what records did remain were not publicly available, as the government deemed the Quirk Wars too horrific for the masses to understand the scope of. I want it to be a hand, with the original symbol in the middle, Shigaraki said, interrupting Midoriya's thoughts. Anything else? All for One asked. Have the lines of the X end in miniature hands, Shigaraki said. All for One, who had been grinning creepily the whole time, grinned even wider as he wrote it down. I know a tattoo artist just down the street. Kurojirai, if you could. All for One said. A few years ago. MOM. Look at that hero, she looks so cool. Midoriya said, pointing to the TV. Inko looked up. It was a pro named Lady Nagant who had just taken down a mid-tier downtown. It was a good thing the villain was caught, but Inko didn't approve of the pro's appearance. She had so many tattoos? Oh, I don't know, Midoriya. Good people don't get that many tattoos. Even if she is a pro, I wouldn't trust her, Inko said, causing Midoriya to look up in confusion. It's a gang thing, honey. Most members of villain groups have tattoos to identify themselves or show off their accomplishments, and if she has so many, she's probably a former villain who redeemed herself or something, Inko explained, and even if she isn't, most people assume that, so it's for the best to not get tattoos. Not that she's a bad person, she is a hero and did take down that villain, Inko added hastily. Midoriya looked up at her. Okay, Mom, he said. Inko smiled. She didn't want her baby boy getting tattoos or falling into the wrong crowd. And as long as she was around, he wouldn't. Midoriya stared down at his new tattoo. Sorry, Mom, he said. It's okay, kid. I don't think she would be too mad over a little tattoo. Midoriya sighed. Shidoro meant well, but he really couldn't believe that with how his mom had been acting in the later months of her life. Now, she would flip if she found out you were a villain, but the tattoo would barely cross her mind. Midoriya chuckled a little. Welcome to your first lesson in Foundational Hero Studies. For this exercise, we will be splitting you into teams of 2. One team will be the heroes, and the other will be villains. The villain team must guard a warhead for 10 minutes, while the hero team must seize the warhead before time runs out. You can restrain your opponents by binding their wrists with tape. Does this make sense to everyone? Everyone nodded at All Might's explanation. Good. The first team will be Ochako Uraraka and Katsuki Bakugo as heroes, and Tenya Ida and Izuku Midoriya as villains. Midoriya grinned and looked over at Bakugo. This would be a perfect way to put his training to the test. Then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya. I am Tenya Ida. I would like to discuss strategy with you before the exercise begins, Ida said, taking his hand off of Midoriya's shoulder and backing up when Midoriya turned to him. First, I would like to settle any negative feelings between us from the entrance exam. I noticed you were mumbling and thought you were not taking it seriously. While I still do not know if you are taking this as seriously as you should, you are my peer and my teammate, and as such, we should cooperate, Ida said, bowing. It's cool. I mumble a lot, it's part of my quirk. Don't worry too much about it, Midoriya said, holding out a hand. Ida shook his hand, and the two walked over to where their hero costumes were stored to get outfitted. So, we've gotta protect a nuclear bomb? Midoriya asked. It would appear so. I feel wretched having to pretend to be a villain, but I must not fail this trial and bring shame upon the Ida family name. In order to become heroes, we will need to embrace evil. Ida monologued before turning to Midoriya. Behold. I am the very personification of evil, why are you pointing at that marking on your chest? Is that a tattoo? Ida said, noticing his teammate still hadn't put his shirt on. Yes. A gang tattoo, specifically. If you want to get in the mind of a common, everyday villain, just follow my lead. You went to Sumai, right? Midoriya said. Ida nodded. Well, I'm from Aldera, and given the crime rate difference in our respective districts, I think I should take the lead here on getting into character. Sound good? Midoriya asked. Very well. If you are more knowledgeable than I, it only makes sense for you to take charge of being in character. However, we do need a strategy, and I don't understand much of our opponent's quirks, Ida replied. Well, I understand Kachan's quirk. And I happen to be immune to it. So I will go and take him out quickly while you guard the nuke, then I'll circle back, and we'll take down Uraraka together. Sound like a plan, Mr. Robonite? Midoriya asked, putting on his shirt and grabbing his mask. I see. If you are immune to his quirk, it does make sense for you to detach and deal with him, especially since he has the more combat-oriented quirk of the two. I agree, teammate. In the name of villainy, let us pursue your plan. Ida said. Midoriya tried to hold in laughter as he put on his mask. Ida moved his arms up and down to get used to his clunky armor. Midoriya was standing beside him, and the exercise was about to begin. However, Ida was somewhat distracted by his earlier revelation. I had always known that UA pardons any crimes its students commit, but I had never imagined a real criminal would be in one of my classes. I thought maybe one or two of Class 1B, but certainly not a member of the top class in school. As All Might informed them that they had 30 seconds until the training exercise began, Ida glanced at Midoriya again. Midoriya was looking over a map of the building. Does that mean there are other former villains in my class? Are there pro-heroes who are former villains? Bakugo and Uraraka both seem like they would be susceptible to such behaviors, especially given that Bakugo is from the same district as Midoriya. But who else? Who else is a false hero? Ida's thoughts were interrupted by an air horn signifying the start of the exercise. Regardless of his feelings toward his classmates, right now, he was a villain guarding a dangerous bomb. He nodded at Midoriya, who exited the room to look for Bakugo. Ida braced himself, wishing his costume were lighter. Midoriya grinned as he adjusted the radio on his costume. He had made it interface with his cybernetics so that he could play his own music and was looking for a good song to play while he scouted out the building to look for Kachan. Go with the classic. No, Shidoro, I want something more ominous. I plan on testing those new techniques we were trying out, Midoriya mumbled. Follow my lead. Move faster. Bakugo yelled from somewhere on the floor below Midoriya. Oh, there he is, Midoriya said. Bakugo stomped down the hallway with Uraraka in tow. Alright, pukeface. That subhuman Deku is mine. You can take out the extra. Bakugo yelled. Uraraka nodded. How is he going so fast? I have to jog just to keep up with him, and he's just stomping ahead. Suddenly, Bakugo stopped. Uraraka skidded to a halt next to him and looked at the hall to their right. Midoriya was standing at the end of the hallway. He was wearing a weird purple, green, and orange costume with a circular mask that Uraraka found hilarious. She began to crack up. Hey! Point at him when you're laughing so he knows you're making fun of him. Bakugo yelled in her ear. Right, got it, sweaty. Uraraka said, raising her arm to point at the ridiculous costume. You two are cute together, Midoriya said. Uraraka stopped laughing, and her entire face went as red as a tomato. Bakugo looked at how she was frozen in place before looking back at Midoriya. Stay here, pukeface, I'll rush him. Bakugo yelled. At which point, a giant green fist punched him through the concrete wall. Midoriya grinned and jumped out of the newly made hole. It was time to test his abilities on the person he hated most. Bakugo hit the ground hard. He gritted his teeth as he pulled himself up. DMN Deku? How did he hit me so hard? Bakugo didn't have time to continue that train of thought, as Midoriya was rapidly descending the building in sludge form. Bakugo got up and began to run. No, he's too fast, I've got to use my quirk. But then he could tail me. Damn it. Bakugo resolved to use his quirk. However, he used it at a reduced state in order to minimize the size and sound of the explosions. Still, he couldn't be sure that Midoriya wasn't tailing him. He zigged and zagged his way through the training arena, being sure to keep track of how far away he was from the building with the bomb in it. I just need to loop back around and help Pukeface once I get Deku off my back. I won't let any of my classmates think I was weak. Uraraka crept towards the Ida and the nuclear warhead he was guarding. He was just standing there, slouching terribly and attempting to look like a stereotypical delinquent. He wasn't doing a very good job, especially since his clunky armor prevented him from crossing his arms. Think, Uraraka, think. How would Sweaty sneak past someone and secure a target covertly? Die, UF extra, she shouted, jumping out from behind the pillar and charging at Ida. Unfortunately, Ida reacted very quickly. He burst forward, intercepting her and attempting to tie her hands with restraining tape. Uraraka swept his legs, knocking him to the ground. Bakugo began to turn back towards the building where the bomb was. He couldn't leave Pukeface to fight Deku and that Sumai kid all by herself. She didn't seem like she had much combat experience, and her quirk couldn't do any of the heavy lifting for her. Maxa million. Bakugo froze. It sounded like one of those stupid old songs Deku listened to. What you waiting up for? Bakugo shook his head. If Midoriya was near enough for him to hear music, he had to act fast and get back to the bomb building before Midoriya did. Please come out and play with us more. In fact, the idiot had given him an advantage. He could tell when he was close by if the music got louder or quieter. Izzy-bell. It was getting louder. Likes to stay in my house. Bakugo made a turn at one corner, but the music just got louder. Please come out and play with us now. Fist slammed into Bakugo's back. Maboy. He fell to the ground as a hail of what felt like dozens of hands pummeled him into the concrete. Mama's boy. The punches stopped. Midoriya turned down the volume and taped Bakugo's hands together. Then, as Kachan hurled obscenities at him, Midoriya taped his mouth shut as well. Cease this behavior at once. You are acting more villainous than me, hero. Ida cried out. Uraraka blew a raspberry in response. F you, nerd, she cried. Just act like Sweaty would. He got the second highest score on the entrance exam, and he's really good at combat. If I become more like him, I'll be more likely to succeed. She felt her cheeks turn somewhat red as she flipped Ida off as she was backflipping over him. Even if it is pretty rude. But this is that rich D from Sumai. Why should I care about what he thinks? Or any of my classmates? Bakugo is the only one with any idea of what he's doing. Uraraka touched as much shrapnel in the room as she could, often turning them into makeshift projectiles while she dodged Ida. Just hold out for Sweaty. He'll take down this extra no problem. Both Uraraka and Ida paused upon hearing a strange noise. It sounded like music? Won't you fly high, free bird, yeah? Midoriya burst through the wall as a ball of sludge before rolling into his human form, doing a hero landing pose. He looked up at Ida and Uraraka as the guitar solo intensified. Uraraka attempted to put her hands together, but Midoriya turned his right side into 3 arms made of sludge and grabbed her hands with 2, punching her in the face with the 3rd. Then, he approached her to knock her out. First round, victory for the villains, the intercom boomed. Ojiro stood next to the bomb as Hagakure took off her boots and gloves. He was trying very hard not to think about the fact that a girl was undressing in the same room as him, and closed his eyes. Don't let her think you're a pervert. You're the first Yaguragi to ever get into a hero school, you need to make a good impression. You're representing your people. Oh, come on. I'm invisible, you don't have to close your eyes, Hagakure said. Ojiro's eyes remained closed. Seriously, just open your eyes, okay? I don't mind, Hagakure said. Ojiro heard her walking towards him, barefoot, and opened his eyes. He couldn't see her, but she was still there. Ugh. Pervert, why are you staring at me while I'm naked? Hagakure cried in mock outrage. What? You told me to open my eyes. Ojiro said as Hagakure began lightly hitting him on the head repeatedly. Pervert. 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 Hagakure teased. This is where they were when the entire floor froze, and giant ice spikes covered the walls of the building. Their feet were frozen in place. Hagakure began shivering and hugged Ojiro. Ojiro blushed. Shoto and Sato walked into the room leisurely and touched the bomb before Shoto used his quirk to melt the ice. Ojiro held Hagakure in his arms to avoid her burning her feet. Yayorozu was embarrassed. Her hero costume had a significantly larger window displaying her chest than she had requested, and while it did allow her to make bigger objects, it was also making it hard for her teammate to focus. Just scout for Yurashi and Azui while I fortify this room, she said, glaring down at her diminutive peer. Come on. Just let me stare for a little longer. Mineta said. No. Yayorozu said, turning around and storming out of the room. I'll go scout myself. Stay here. Mineta had only one thought as she left. Censored. Jiro plugged her jacks into the wall and heard footsteps. Third floor, 2 people. Probably where they are keeping the bomb, she said. Kaminari nodded and began charging up his quirk. They were up against Shiro and Tokoyami, who were already friends from before they entered UA, while Kaminari and Jiro were complicated. Kaminari was way too friendly with everyone, which Jiro, who was an introvert, did not like. He had walked up to her on the first day of class, introduced himself, said she was cute, and asked her for her name. She had responded by calling him an idiot. He didn't seem too hurt and found her teasing funny. Jiro found that annoying. He was funny, though. Jiro could tell he would probably end this year with a lot of connections and friends, while she would probably end it lonely but ahead of him academically. That was just how it was with her. Earth to Jiro? Kaminari interrupted. What? She snapped. I took out the villains, Kaminari said, and I think I found your sibling. Jiro stared at him in confusion. Because you're the bomb, Kaminari said. Jiro began cracking up. That's the worst pickup line I've ever heard. You're so stupid. Jiro wheezed. Come on, Jiro. It wasn't that bad. Kaminari protested. Vlad looked over Himiko's updated file with great concern. According to Nizu's updated information, she had committed multiple counts of first-degree murder, as well as maimed one of her classmates. She also had several less serious accounts of malicious mischief, public indecency, and theft. She's probably committed the most crimes out of any student I've ever had. They've all been pardoned, so expelling her now would only cause her to go back to committing crimes. Vlad rubbed his eyes. He knew several of his students were delinquents, and a few probably had been or were affiliated with gangs or villain groups. But none of them, to his knowledge, had committed crimes of this magnitude. First-degree murder was a lot more serious than some back-alley fights or using your quirk to cheat on a physical exam. He had been observing Himiko more than most of his other students due to her blood-related quirk and her status as a middle school dropout, and had come to the conclusion that the girl was deeply mentally unwell. She needed professional help, but Nizu had made a new rule that UA students weren't allowed to see therapists, meaning Vlad was her best shot. Vlad sighed and made a note to see Himiko after class tomorrow. Ojiro chopped the vegetables into small pieces before putting them into the pot. He was cooking dinner tonight for his family and had decided to make bone broth since it was a relatively easy recipe. He had made it so often his brain went on autopilot, which was good, since he was thinking about something else. Or more accurately, someone else. The pot was boiling, and the broth was getting to the right color. He smiled, not just at the broth, but at the memory of talking to Hagakure after the combat training. He had been curious to know why she came here, given that she had spent almost all of her time messing with her classmates and seemingly very little time studying. Her answer had stuck in his mind. Because I want to make people happy. I don't want people to be sad or bored, I want them to smile. I want to make sure people can die surrounded by loved ones, instead of in fear of some villain. People should die smiling. The word struck Ojiro as inspirational, even if right after she admitted she also just loved pranking people and found it funny when they got angry. She was cute, and as he poured bone broth into the bowls, he began making plans to see her again. Kurogyri sighed as Himiko messed up the bread again. No, like this. You knead it like this, he said, demonstrating for the third time. Toga attempted to knead the bread again, and this time, actually made it correctly. Kurogyri patted her head for a job well done before putting the vaguely loaf-shaped blob into the oven. Now, we just have to wait, Kurogyri said. Himiko waited for a few seconds. Then, she began tapping her feet. Then, she began tapping her fingers. Then, she began making faces at the mirror above the kitchen sink. Kurogyri sighed. It had been 1 minute? Here. Have this, Himiko, Kurogyri said, warping in a small sparrow. Himiko squealed and took it from his hands, before biting down and beginning to suck its blood. Kurogyri watched as an expression of pleasure spread across her whole face. If he had a mouth, he would also have smiled. He liked seeing Himiko happy. She had never had good parents, and he felt that he needed to make up for all the experiences she never had. Midoriya exhaled a small cloud of smoke from his cigarette as he sat next to Jiren. The two had taken up smoking together after training, and even if Midoriya only trained on weekends now, he still smoked with Jiren on most weekdays. What's next? Midoriya asked. For what? Jiren replied. Training. What's next for training? Well, I don't know, kid. You've got a handle on your quirk, Kurogyri's training Toga, and you're in UA's hero course. I genuinely don't know what more I can teach you. Well, there has to be something. Why? You're getting better training than I could ever give you. But I want to train with you. Jiren laughed at Midoriya's response. Midoriya turned his head down, a little embarrassed at his outburst. Jiren patted him on the back. Don't worry, kid. I'll keep training you. Even if I don't know what to do next, Jiren said. Midoriya looked up and smiled. Uraraka slammed another beer with Bakugo right beside her. They were in an underground bar, one that didn't require ID, and had been getting drunk for the past hour or so. They were still embarrassed over how easily they had lost to Midoriya in combat training. Man, that FING Deku kid's quirk was totally unfair, Uraraka slurred. How were we supposed to fight someone immune to your quirk? I know. Completely bullshit. Bakugo yelled. Hey! Quiet down or I'll kick you out, the bartender yelled back. Bakugo flipped him off, and Uraraka belched loudly. Briefly, she felt embarrassed. Why am I doing this? I don't normally act like this. Not until I met Sweaty. Then she looked into Bakugo's red eyes and smiled. Because I want to be like him. He's so cool and talented, and he'll probably get super rich one day with his quirk and his drive. I want to be just like him. What are you looking at, puke face? Bakugo asked. You're really hot, you know that? Uraraka replied. Kaido the McDonald's employee sighed. FING customers, beach, I'm trying to play Temple Run, the F, you want? He demanded. The blue-haired boy who had approached the counter looked aghast, but before he could open his mouth to speak, 3 figures entered the McDonald's. Hanta D's Zero and his buddy Tokoyami, plus some big kid Kaido hadn't seen before. Yo! Zero! What's good? Kaido called out, Bluey, get the F out of the line, my friend's here. You can't just not take my order. Ida began to protest before Zero passed him by. Be chill with him, Kaido, he's a classmate of mine, Zero said leisurely. I got 2 buddies, and we need 44 Happy Meals, 27 Big Macs, 32 Quarter Pounders, 4 Double Quarter Pounders, 7 milkshakes, a McRib, 80 chicken nuggets, 15 large fries, 72 medium fries, and 1 small fries. Oh, and a Sprite. Kaido punched in the numbers. Alright, the usual plus a Sprite, how much you tippin'? Kaido said. Man, 90%, same as always. Zero said, dabbing up Kaido. Ida simply sputtered at what he had just witnessed. For all of us? Really? Midoriya said incredulously. Yep, I got everybody tickets. The entire league is going to see the Tokyo Devils vs the Muzutafu Puppets. Even Shigaraki is coming. Jiren replied. I am? Shigaraki asked. Yes, you are. The game starts in 3 hours, and we have front row seats. These tickets were expensive, so I hope you enjoy the game, Jiren said. Midoriya smiled. He and Jiren had been bonding a lot in the months they had known each other, and he was starting to look up to Jiren as more than just his mentor. Toga was starting to do the same with Kurogyri, who was helping her learn new techniques and improving her combat prowess. As Shigaraki grumbled and Himiko bounced up and down excitedly, Midoriya walked up to Jiren to find out which team to root for. He was pretty sure Jiren was a fan of the puppets, but wanted to be sure just in case. Sports teams were serious business, after all. Hell yeah. This is great. Midoriya grinned at Shidoro's excitement. He had never watched baseball himself, but since Jiren looked so excited, he had bought a puppet's t-shirt and ball cap. They were both totally black, with the white mask of the team's mascot staring straight ahead. I will never understand what that mascot is even supposed to be. Probably artistic license. Besides, the puppet is a heel mascot, she's supposed to look evil, so that when she acts rudely, it isn't a surprise. Total entertainment immersion and all that, Midoriya said. From what Jiren had said on the drive here, mascots were often just as important to the entertainment as the team was. There were loads of different kinds of mascots: heroes, heels, rebels, leaders, underdogs, femme fatale, merchandisers, etc., who all had different ways of rallying up the fans. The puppet, being a heel, was supposed to act rude and disrespectful to the fans, get up in their faces and mess with them, and generally be the embodiment of the old, annoying mascot trope. I gotta hand it to whoever hired this lady, she's doing a good job at being hateable. Midoriya looked over. The mascot was dressed in a skin-tight, all-black full-body suit, with black sneakers and some minor costume effects to make her look malnourished, with a white comedy mask covering her face. The mask had sharp teeth, purple tears, and orange lips, and the mouth was open to allow the mascot to breathe. It also allowed her to make rude faces at the audience, which she was doing. She was going around knocking food out of people's hands, shoving her butt in their faces, giving noogies, and stealing merchandise from people before running away. Did she seriously get implants just to be a sports mascot? What do you mean? Look at her mouth. Midoriya looked and saw what Shidoro was talking about. Inside her mouth were minor metal implants replacing some of her teeth that turned the inside of her mouth jet black like the costume. She also had a sliver of metal on her tongue, implying it had been artificially modified. Given that it was large and pointy like a lizard's, Midoriya was unsurprised, and dyed black just like the rest of her mouth. Well, she's clearly dedicated to her craft, Midoriya commented. Soon after that, and after one incident where the mascot randomly sat down on the person behind Midoriya before kicking him in the head a couple of times, the players took the field. Jiren grinned, Midoriya smiled, Himiko bounced in her seat, Kurojiiri came back with everyone's popcorn, twice cheered both teams, and Shigaraki grumbled about having to be here. Midoriya was excited to see how a ball game went. Sure, this was a special event, 10 yen beer night, but how much worse could a stadium of baseball fans be with access to loads of beer for only 10 yen? The venue had even put a limit of 10 beers per person. Midoriya couldn't see how anyone would get seriously upset over the results of a sports match. The fans were seriously upset over the results of the sports match. The fifth inning wasn't even over, and things were clearly going to hell already. The Tokyo Devils had gained a home run in the first inning, which had caused a drunk lady to start strkng in the middle of the field. And maybe if that was the only streaker, it would have been fine. It wasn't. Over the course of the first few innings, several streakers had gotten onto the field. Many fans had been throwing garbage at the players, which had caused the event organizers to send in the custodians. However, fans had begun tearing up the barriers around the stadium to throw it at players and the puppet, which caused the custodians to abandon the field and form a militia to protect the barriers. For some reason that Midoriya could not grasp, it was fairly common to bring firecrackers to these games, which many people had. The sounds and the smoke they created, combined with people in the crowd banging on literal war drums, were making the atmosphere feel less like a sporting event and more like a war zone. Then again, Midoriya had never been to a baseball game, so maybe this was all normal. By the seventh inning, the Tokyo Devils were up by 3, and the crowd was getting incredibly belligerent. Streakers were frequently running across the field, and almost all of the remaining sober people had decided to leave around the sixth inning, leaving only a mob of drunken baseball fans. And the League of Villains. Midoriya watched with a macabre fascination as the fans began to create makeshift knives, chains, and clubs out of whatever they could scrounge up, usually by tearing up the stadium and the seats. Things looked like they were going to escalate into a riot pretty soon. Alright, we should probably leave. I see a family exiting through that door up there. Let's follow them, Jiren said nervously. No, we're staying. I want to see where this goes, Shigaraki replied. Midoriya sighed. Shigaraki's disinterest in the game had ended when people began beating the drums of war. Midoriya shared some degree of fascination with where this was going, but not enough to want to stick around. Still, Shigaraki was the boss. So the League of Villains began scrounging up weapons of their own. Takayama rushed towards the exit, her mascot costume still on. She loved her job, Getting paid to bully people was an amazing gig, but she had been pissing people off all day, and now those people were armed. She saw a family heading towards the exit and rushed up to where they were. The family had paused to get an ice cream cone for their young daughter as the puppet caught up to them. The father glared at Takayama, understandable, she was paid to act like a JRK while in costume, and began to drag his daughter towards the exit, the mother following close behind. She was glaring at Takayama also. Takayama walked forward, ready to get out of here. Then she remembered. Your job is to be as much of a JRK as possible. Really rile people up. Sure, she was getting off the clock, but why not do one last thing before she left? Bullying children was one of the main reasons she signed up for the job. She walked right next to the child, staring down at her before grabbing the dad's arm. He stopped walking and glowered at her. Takayama simply stood in front of the girl before bending over and taking a huge bite out of her ice cream, getting some of it on her mask. Then, Takayama ran as the father shot at her with a red laser beam. She was laughing. Sure, it was petty and probably beneath her now that she was a pro hero, but who was she to deny her bloodline? After all, she was a Takayama. The descendants of Lady 13, the first supervillain. She had become a pro for the fame. But whenever she got the opportunity, she would indulge her nature. She hoped her ancestors were proud. Kamakiri looked down at the game with increasing anger. He had gone here with Kame to get some cheap drinks and enjoy sports, but their team was losing massively. Even Kame was disgruntled, although all she did when she was drunk was cuddle closer to him and mutter things in his ear. She's so adorable. Still, even Kame wasn't enough to distract him from the rage of the crowd, rage he began to share. The umpire wasn't doing his job, and neither were the puppets. How could they lose to the Tokyo Devils? A fan rushed onto the field and stole third base, hitting one of the Devils in the process. Kamakiri, and most of the crowd, cheered. Then, the Tokyo Devils took the field, wielding baseball bats. Oh, you want to fight? Kamakiri yelled, picking up Kame over his shoulders and charging towards the field. In his drunken rage, he didn't even notice the roar behind him. Midoriya watched in horror as the fans descended upon the field. He couldn't tell who had started the charge, but the entire stadium was now descending on the players with makeshift weapons. Shigaraki was grinning beside him. Well, we might as well, right? Shigaraki asked, standing up and brandishing the leg of a chair. You want to charge the field with these lunatics? Jiren asked, shocked. Yes. Himiko cried as she pulled out a knife and began running down the bleachers. Himiko, wait. Kurojiri said as he chased after her. Well, I guess that settles that, let's go home. Twice said. Shigaraki and Twice began rushing the field with the rest of the fans, while Midoriya stayed close to Jiren. He knew Jiren could probably handle himself, but he didn't want to take any chances with how the mob was acting. He began picking up empty beer bottles and throwing them at people's heads whenever they got too close to Shigaraki or Twice. The speakers began playing a piano cover of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," although it was quieter than the announcer's voice. Himiko greedily drank the blood of a cute hot dog merchant while Kurojiri fought off his friend, the pretzel seller. Himiko stood up and slashed the pretzel merchant across the neck, lapping up a bit of the blood, but ultimately, he wasn't that cute. She grinned and hugged Kurojiri. Himiko. It is dangerous to stay here. We should rejoin the League of Villains and exit the stadium, Kurojiri said, hugging her back. Himiko blew a raspberry. Oh, they've all probably joined the fight too. You know them. Besides, this is so much fun. Himiko said. Kurojiri paused. Your first point is probably correct, he said. Himiko grinned and stabbed a mother who had approached her. Kurojiri sighed and began assembling a makeshift chain so that he could better protect Himiko. And Yuichi Takara is hit on the head with a steel chair. Oh, the fan is now bludgeoning him with his own bat, that's gotta hurt, the announcers boomed over the stadium. Shigaraki grinned as he swung his club. This was exhilarating. He was taking people down easily and had even gotten to disintegrate a few. Twice was swinging a metal chair around and knocking people out nearby. There wasn't really a point to them joining in, they didn't really care about sports, but it was fun. That's when Shigaraki saw a flash of bright light and heard the announcer. And we have our first illegal quirk usage as a man zaps the umpire with his electricity quirk. Oh, another fan is now using his fire quirk, and a separate young man carrying a girl is now making swords out of his arms and cutting people trying to get away, and as another person is shooting lasers out of their eyes, I think we are heading towards a quirk riot, the announcer said. Shigaraki turned to Twice. They could deal with a mob of people using makeshift weapons. Not a mob of people using their quirks. Immediately, Shigaraki scanned the stands for Midoriya or Jiren, who were both throwing empty beer bottles in an attempt to help Shigaraki and Twice clear a path. Shigaraki and Twice began rushing towards them, but they couldn't leave yet. There was still one thing to take care of. Where the hell are Himiko and Kurogyri? Kurogyri hoisted Himiko onto his back, despite her protests, once the mob began using their quirks. He wouldn't allow her to get vaporized by some drunkard. She was still stabbing anybody who got close, though. I will get us back to where we were seated, Kurogyri said. Ugh, boring, Himiko replied. Still, Kurogyri opened a portal and was about to step through it when someone shot a beam of fire directly at the duo. Kurogyri was able to dodge the worst of the blast, but his arm and Himiko's leg were both badly burned. Kurogyri turned to the woman responsible as Himiko cried out in pain. He opened a portal underneath a pile of broken glass and a portal inside her mouth, causing her to fall over, before he opened a portal that Himiko could reach into directly inside her stomach. The woman was slashed open from the inside. Kurogyri created a portal to the medical room of the stadium. He knew where it was due to reading the employee map that Jiren had gotten them. Burn medicine, burn medicine, burn medicine, Kurogyri muttered as he set Himiko down and rifled through the cabinets. He found what he was looking for, a small vial of burn cream, and began to apply it to Himiko's leg. He then applied bandages, which he wasn't sure would help but vaguely knew you were supposed to apply those to wounds. Or is that band-aids? Don't worry, Himiko. It will be all right, he said. Himiko looked down at her leg before smiling and hugging him. He winced, but tried not to show it. He had used all the burn cream on Himiko and hadn't healed himself in any real capacity. But he hugged Himiko back and opened a portal where they had been seated. Things would work out fine. Kamakiri started panting when he finally got out of the stadium. He had been carrying Kame the whole way, and his arms were incredibly sore. But she was still in his arms, and all he had to do was call a taxi, and he was home free. He noticed another group escaping from the stadium, one that was piling into a limousine. There were a lot of them, who seemed very different from each other, so Kamakiri assumed they had met in the stadium and banded together for survival. As the taxi arrived, Kamakiri set Kame down next to him, where she promptly lay her head in his lap and fell asleep. Shigaraki grinned as he looked down at his new recruitment poster. He would need people for his newest plan to work, and so far, his recruitment poster had drummed up considerable interest from a wide variety of low-level thugs and petty criminals. A little over 70 in total, all drawn in by the promise of a genius plan to attack UA High. Which was surprising, given how terrible the design for the recruitment poster was. We seriously couldn't do anything but black text on white paper? There's not even a logo or a picture. Midoriya commented. I didn't ask for your criticism. Roughly 70 villains, admittedly low-level, will be attacking the USJ with us. Regardless of how it looks, the flyer worked, Shigaraki said. Either way, you need to go to sleep. You've got school tomorrow, and you'll need to have plenty of energy to dodge the attack. Plus, Himiko is waiting for you, and she needs energy herself, Jiren said, putting his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Oh, come on. It's only 1 a.m. Midoriya protested. If I'm gonna make up more excuses as to why I can't talk to Vlad after class, I need sleep. And so do you. Toga said. Midoriya sighed. Fine, he said, Kurogyri, take me home. Kurogyri opened the portal, and Midoriya stepped into his apartment. He looked around at the now barren walls of his room, due to him selling all of his All Might merchandise. He wasn't a fan anymore, and he needed to pay for the apartment. Fortunately, a lot of that stuff was really valuable, and he now had enough money to pay for the next few months of living there. His thoughts were interrupted by Himiko landing on top of him, knocking him onto their bed. I asked Kurogyri to teleport me above you, Himiko said. Midoriya sighed as the two snuggled closer. But he wasn't really mad. By the time Himiko was snoring softly and drooling a little on his shoulder, Midoriya was smiling. He hugged Himiko even closer before falling asleep. So does everyone understand the assignment? Aizawa asked. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got it. Let's just start rescuing these dummies already. Got it. Yes. Aizawa sighed and rubbed his nose. He did not like his students very much. The only ones who showed any potential to be heroes were Bakugo, who was too loud and rebellious to teach, and Shoto, who refused to use half of his quirk. The rest of these problem children might as well just apply for general studies. There was no way any of them would amount to anything. Still, he didn't have reason to expel them yet. And as little as he liked them, he still felt Nizu's policies were a bit too harsh. He was fine with putting the students in high-risk situations. He felt it would bring out the best in them, but several of their new instructions seemed borderline sadistic, with no clear purpose other than inflicting misery. Still, it's not my place to question the principle. Better stick to these training exercises. Suddenly, portals opened up beneath the class. At the same time, a giant portal appeared in the middle of the USJ, with loads of smaller portals popping up in the various rescue zones. Aizawa and 13 stepped back as villains began to emerge from the portals. The evident leader, a man with blue hair and several human hands attached to his costume, looked straight at the two and asked in a raspy voice, "Where's All Might?" Zero flailed as he began falling through the air. The portal wasn't too far above ground, but he would still be hurt pretty badly if he landed from this height. He shot out a long roll of tape from his arm and began swinging from the artificial buildings. Or at least, he tried. In reality, it was more like a bungee jump. He screamed in terror as he swung directly into a group of villains. Kaya, no, four-armed zealot now, looked up at the figure swinging down towards him and his group. He was a boy dressed in black and white, shooting something from his arms, who was bellowing a mighty war cry. He quickly dodged out of the way, but his teammates did not. The boy flew straight into them, knocking them over like bowling pins. Zero stood up, shocked at how he had knocked over the villains. Luck, or physics, or something. Where are your classmates? Zero looked around and saw villains on all sides. He gulped and began to shoot tape and throw punches wildly. Oh no, I'm going to die. This student is a master of combat. Four-armed zealot thought as the boy subdued villain after villain. He was using his quirk. Unpredictably and throwing punches that caught his compatriots off guard. He was keeping all of these villains at bay despite them having every advantage. This boy, he may be too much for us. Varanus stepped back in shock at how easily Eraserhead was defeating his fellow villains. He looked around and saw that most of the UA students were actually holding their own against them. Sheet. I get that most of us are just thugs, but these are just kids. How are we losing? I gotta get out of here. Varanus turned and began to run towards the back wall of the USJ in a panic. He began charging up his quirk, causing his neck to glow blue. He raised up his head and released a silent shockwave towards the wall. Varanus +++. Quirk, Nurglewave. He can release a shockwave of pure decay out of his horrifically mutated body. Zero shot 2 strips of tape towards the back wall of the USJ in hopes of getting to high ground. From what he could hear of the other zones, most of the other students had actually already dealt with the villains there, or were close to dealing with them. If Zero could just get away, he would probably be safe. Then, the wall came crashing down as he was pulling himself towards it. He just brought the wall down all by himself. Four-armed zealot cried. He couldn't believe the power of this young man. Not only was he a great fighter, but he could rip down entire buildings with just his tape. But why? Then the boy cast him a glance, and he understood. He's giving us a chance to escape. He's showing us mercy. Four-armed zealot screamed as he began running towards the exit. What's your name? The boy stared at him before replying, Zero. Hanta D. Zero. Four-armed zealot grinned beneath the mask. We will remember you, Zero. Zero stood there, paralyzed with fear as the villains ran past him. The one with 4 arms had yelled something he didn't quite catch before demanding his name, and Zero had stupidly given it to him. Now they know who you are. They're gonna hunt you down and get revenge. Why on earth did you tell them your full name? Zero panted and looked around, and saw that most of the villains were now fleeing through the destroyed wall. Damn it. Who could possibly see me as a good guy after how badly I effed up here? Shigaraki panted, staring at Eraserhead. Somehow, the man had beaten most of the goons he had brought here, and from what he could tell, the students had proven more tenacious than expected. Now, the villains he had hired were all fleeing the scene in terror. Shigaraki reached his hand up to the little intercom he had set up with Kurogyri, the only signal that wasn't being blocked. Teleport all the underlings towards the new back exit, they've outlived their usefulness. I'll need to be extracted as well, but I want to be teleported directly back to base, Shigaraki said. He was about to give more specialized orders when a giant smashed in through the ceiling. Never fear, students. Because I am here. Shigaraki grinned. On second thought, teleport only the underlings to the back exit. Since All Might just arrived, our plan is back on track. Send in our secret weapon, Shigaraki said. All Might stared down the lone figure facing him. He had to give the villain credit, he wasn't running away like all of his subordinates. Still, he was a villain attacking high schoolers, and All Might couldn't let that slide. Surrender now, villain, and I will ensure the courts give a somewhat lighter sentence. The villain simply grinned. No, I don't think I will, he said. All Might cracked his knuckles. Very well then. All Might cracked his knuckles and leapt at the villain. A portal suddenly appeared next to the villain, and from it stepped a hulking monstrosity. It had purple skin, a yellow beak, an exposed brain, and was even taller than All Might. All Might clenched his fist before punching it directly in the gut. It had no effect. Behold! My Nomo! Nomu, kill All Might, the villain said. All Might felt a fist of almost equal strength to his face. Midoriya grinned as he watched the fight unfold. The two were evenly matched, although All Might clearly had more experience. Fortunately, the Nomu had shock absorption, which was negating the effects of All Might's punches. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. He wiped the smile off his face and turned to see Tokoyami and Urashi running towards him. Midoriya. Did you see Shiro bring that wall down? Urashi said. Midoriya had noticed, but hadn't thought Shiro had done it all by himself. I guess he's stronger than we thought. Midoriya nodded. Clearly, his passion is immense. I am very excited to get to know him better if I survive this attack. Urashi said, having come to a stop a few feet from Midoriya. Follow us. We're trying to get out of the building now that All Might is here, Tokoyami said. We're going to pick up Shiro and follow him to the exit. Midoriya paused. Isn't that where all the villains are? He asked. Not that exit? The one that Shiro didn't make. Urashi said. Midoriya nodded and followed the two to the exit. Forearm Zealot and the other villains weren't really thinking as they ran. They sort of devolved into a mob, running away from the USJ and towards nothing in particular. Forearm Zealot found himself near the front. Suddenly, he had an idea. That baseball stadium. The one that the rioters took over and seceded from Japan. Let's take that over. To Mizudafu Stadium. Forearm Zealot yelled. He began to head that direction, as did a couple of people around him. Others noticed and followed. Soon, all 70 villains were rushing towards Mizudafu Stadium. Forearm Zealot grinned under his mask. Herd mentality was a very powerful thing. I'll remember that for later. All Might panted heavily. He wouldn't admit it in front of the students, but he was having a hard time against this villain. Nomu's shock absorption, combined with his strength, led to a perfect counter for All Might's quirk. What's the matter, All Might? Having a hard time against Nomu? Did you get so used to doing the state's dirty work that you can't pick on someone your own size? The villain taunted. Silence, villain. I have seen your kind before. You claim lofty ideals and grand ideologies, yet all you desire is to serve your own interests. Shigaraki grinned. He caught me. What do you even have to gain from attacking students in training? Do you desire to snuff out hope for the next generation? Because if so, your plan is laughable. Of course not. I want to kill you and take one for all, Shigaraki said. All Might froze for a second. How does this villain know about one for all? Wondering how I know where you got your quirk from? Let me introduce myself, the villain said. I am Tamura D. Shigaraki, heir of All for One, leader of the League of Villains, and future Emperor of Japan, once I find the Yamato throne. And the first thing I want to do is destroy you, symbol of peace. All Might blinked in shock and a little fear. Villains didn't normally explain so much about themselves so quickly. But more importantly, this man was the heir of All for One. That meant he was a much bigger threat than All Might had initially assumed. He put on an even bigger grin to mask his growing alarm. Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to destroy me so easily. You've gotten a pretty tough henchman here. He's really pushing me to my limits. He probably could have been a great hero with that quirk. But there is one thing both of you forgot. Oh? And what's that? Shigaraki asked. Limits are meant to be surpassed. All Might began to rain punch after punch on Nomu. Shigaraki watched as the Nomu began to bend over, then get down on one knee, as it was knocked out of the USJ by an uppercut. Shigaraki quivered in rage. Now, Shigaraki, time to face your punishment. Shigaraki quickly pressed his distress signal for Kurogyri. As a portal opened right beneath him, he fell into the League of Villains bar before All Might could get in. He was still for a few seconds before slamming his fist into the wall. Midoriya put on a fake smile as his classmates began to cheer for All Might. Inside, he was furious. The greatest asset the League had ever had, a whole small army of people with quirks, gone in an instant. Because of another blonde boy with a great quirk who everyone worshipped. Don't worry, students. The situation has been dealt with. I apologize for my tardiness. If I had been here earlier, I could have resolved it much faster. Midoriya rolled his eyes subtly. I must commend all of you on your bravery, however. You all stood your ground against a real villain attack, and not a single one of you was seriously injured. Young Urashi and young Tokoyami, the two of you gathered up most of your classmates and evacuated them to safety. Young Shiro, you tore down an entire section of the U.S.J, which, while excessively damaging, bodes well for your future. All Might turned to Midoriya and briefly paused. Midoriya panicked internally. Sheet, is he on to us? Young Midoriya, you fought valiantly and managed to non-lethally subdue and restrain the villains who attacked you and your classmates. Young Todoroki, you took out more villains than anyone using your ice quirk, even if they did escape later. And young Uraraka and young Bakugo, you formed an effective rear guard that protected your classmate Ida when he came to call for help. I see great potential in all of you, even if what happened today was terrible. I would like to give all of you the rest of today and tomorrow off, so you can recuperate after this event. Aizawa opened his mouth to protest, but All Might was already leaving, as were the students. He sighed. Shigaraki? All Might pondered over that villain's name. He was clearly one of All for One's descendants, given his last name and his hatred of All Might, but the extent of All for One's control and support was very important. All Might hadn't gotten the impression that he was anywhere near as large a threat as his old arch-nemesis. And then there was the other part of his name? All Might had noticed that many influential figures in Japan's history had D as part of their names ever since quirks began manifesting. They came from a variety of different backgrounds, with different goals, but they were always able to amass a following and bring great changes. All Might would know. After all, his name was Toshinori D. Yagi. Himiko panted as she stared at the dummy across from her before a wide grin broke out across her face. She had finally done it. She had mastered Kurogyri's armblade technique. Kurogyri clapped as she stood up straighter and walked over to him. Very good, Himiko. Yiga techniques are hard to master. I am very impressed with your progress, Kurogyri said. Why don't you take a shower and see if Midoriya is done training with Jiren? Himiko nodded as Kurogyri opened a portal to the nearby town pool, where the League had commandeered and fixed up an old bathroom building so that Himiko and Midoriya could clean up after they were done training. She stepped through and grabbed her towel off the bench. As she checked to make sure everything was still there and nobody had gone in, she thought about Midoriya. She thought about him a lot. He was just so cute. It's a shame he had to get rid of his All Might merchandise for the apartment. I get that he doesn't like All Might anymore, but we should still have something in our room. Maybe I should get a poster? As she got in the shower, her thoughts turned to the kind of things most people think about in showers. Why do donuts have holes in them? Why haven't we invented flying cars? Is the government run by aliens? Why has Japan been closed off for 300 years? Should I worry about Mina, or is she just a classmate? Why is my sister avoiding me so much? Why do shampoo bottles just fall over for no reason? Himiko flopped onto the sofa dramatically and groaned. Kurogyri looked up from cleaning the bar. Was Midoriya not done with his training? He asked. He wasn't. Apparently, he and Jiren are doing a huge push since the school festival is coming up in 2 weeks, which means he won't be done until midnight. So I've got nothing to do for another 3 hours, Himiko whined. You don't have anything to do when Midoriya is busy? Well, I train. And back before I met you guys, I wandered around, and stole what I needed to eat, but I didn't really do anything fun. I only do fun stuff with Midoriya. Kurogyri sat silently for a moment before standing up. I will make us popcorn, he said. What? Why? You need hobbies, Himiko. You can't spend all of your time with Midoriya. I will make popcorn so that we can watch Final Destination. Oh, okay. Himiko sat on the counter, listening to the kernels pop in Kurogyri's little kettle. She was glad to watch a movie with Kurogyri, but... What is wrong, Himiko? Kurogyri asked. Huh? Oh, I don't know, I'm just not used to hanging out like this. You aren't used to just hanging out? Well, I am, but only with Midoriya. I feel incomplete without him near me. Kurogyri put his hand on Himiko's shoulder. Himiko, you are an intelligent young woman who is fully capable of surviving on your own. There is nothing wrong with being close to Midoriya or your current relationship with him, but you need to develop hobbies of your own so that you do not become completely dependent on him, Kurogyri said. Himiko looked up at Kurogyri. It was hard to tell what he was feeling due to his lack of a face, but based on his tone of voice and body language, he was genuinely worried for her well-being. Himiko was shocked. Why does he care? Why do these people care about me? I don't deserve this, I don't deserve to be around people this nice. Whatever self-loathing thoughts you are having should cease immediately. I am proud of you, Himiko, for more than just your combat prowess, but you need to work on your emotional maturity. Your parents clearly did a great deal of damage to your psyche, and I promise you that I will help repair it, Kurogyri said, interrupting Himiko's thoughts. Kurogyri hugged Himiko. Himiko stood still for a moment before tears began to well up in her eyes and she hugged him back. Kurogyri patted her back as she sobbed all over his fancy waistcoat, not reprimanding her or beating her for the slight. What do you like, Himiko? Kurogyri asked quietly. Himiko sniffled for a few seconds, trying to form coherent words through her tears. I like birds, she said. It is a bit late, but how would you like to go birdwatching until Midoriya's training is over? Kurogyri asked. Toga smiled. I'd really like that. Himiko sat quietly, waiting for the conference to start. She had stopped making excuses to avoid talking to Vlad, but unfortunately, the day she chose to stop avoiding the inevitable was the same day Vlad was holding a parent-teacher conference. She sighed, thinking about how Midoriya would be heading back to the bar to train without her. Apparently, Aizawa wasn't holding a parent-teacher conference of his own. He isn't a very good teacher, is he? Himiko's thoughts were interrupted by the entrance of two people she'd hoped to never see again. Her guts twisted as Taizaku and Arata Toga walked into the office alongside Shiro and Sachiko. Both froze when they saw her. Before anyone could move, Vlad King stepped into the waiting room. "Ah, good, all of the Togas have arrived. If you could all make your way into my office," he said. Toga tapped her foot nervously as Vlad shuffled some of his papers around and checked his computer. She could feel her parents' eyes burning into her. Vlad turned towards the 5 people sitting across from him. "So, thank you all for joining me today," Vlad began before being cut off by Taizaku. "Why is this subhuman freak here?" Taizaku said. Vlad blinked in surprise and sat back in his chair. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Vlad said. "The creature next to us, why is it here?" Taizaku said, pointing at Himiko. "Himiko is one of my students, and more importantly, she is a human, not a freak or a creature," Vlad said. "No, she isn't," Taizaku scoffed, "things like her don't deserve to live. She is my former child because I disowned her, and I do not appreciate her being in the same class as my real children. Well, she is a student at UA High now, and nothing is going to change that. Regardless of how you feel on the matter, she is doing better academically than your other 2 children, and UA has no reason to expel her," Vlad said. Arata clenched his fists as they began to turn to metal. "You would allow a filthy abomination such as this demon to corrupt our youth? And you dare compare it to our children?" Arata bellowed as he swung his fist towards Himiko. Himiko flinched in expectation, but the punch never came. She looked up, and Kurojairi was standing there, holding Arata's fist. "Excuse me, I do not take kindly to you assaulting my daughter," Kurojairi said. Arata's eyes widened as Kurojairi forcefully lowered his hand. "You would adopt that thing?" he asked incredulously. Kurojairi slammed Arata's head into the floor. He stood there for a few seconds, holding Arata face down, before letting go and turning to Vlad. "That was defending my child, Himiko Kurojairi, and was not a crime," Kurojairi said. Vlad nodded and sat back down. "Right then. I will continue the conference with the Togas, and you 2 can wait outside while I calm these 2 down," Vlad said. Kurojairi nodded and led Himiko into the waiting room. "So, in conclusion, your daughter is one of my most promising students. She is performing at a high level academically, is much stronger than she looks, and is currently my number 2 student," Vlad said, handing Himiko's grades to Kurojairi. Very good," Kurojairi said, looking over the papers. "However, I have noticed one critical issue. Your daughter clearly has several mental health issues, and given the behaviors of her former parents, likely has suffered some form of child abuse. Unfortunately, UA staff are forbidden from contacting Child Protective Services without losing our jobs, but I still aim to help your daughter in any way I can," Vlad continued. "Good," Kurojairi said simply. Vlad blinked in surprise. Normally, parents were incredibly defensive about any mental health issues their children may have had, and generally tried to prevent him from intervening. Having one who cared more about the well-being of their child rather than what they thought was best was a nice change of pace. Very good. If UA had any form of psychology department, I would send her there, and if UA students were allowed to seek therapy, I would recommend that, but since neither of those is an option, I will have to look after her mental well-being personally. Are you okay with that?" Vlad said. "Yes, as long as I am made aware of what you are doing. I have heard rumors regarding the treatment of certain students left alone with their teachers at this school and would prefer to be kept in the loop of my daughter's mental health," Kurojairi replied. Vlad nodded, but internally he sighed. "Kayama, you piece of shit. Still, at least this Kurojairi fellow seems reasonable. I'm sure he'll keep Himiko out of trouble. I can only use my quirk for up to 2 hours now, thanks to the energy I expended at the USJ attack," All Might said, sitting in Nizu's office. "I see. That is certainly troubling. Training and choosing your successor will be much more difficult now," Nizu said, leaning back as his secretary stroked his head gently. "Which is why I've decided to pass on one for all to one of the top. For first years at the sports festival," All Might continued. Nizu started and held up a paw, signaling his secretary to stop petting him. "You're passing it on to whichever student places the highest in the sports festival?" Nizu asked. "No. I am passing it to one of the top 4 first years of the sports festival. I also need to judge their personality and morals, All Might said. Whoever I choose isn't just going to get a new quirk, they are going to be the next symbol of peace. I can't base it purely on winning a sports competition. They need to be a first year, too, so that I have more time to teach them. Nizu got off of his secretary's lap and stepped onto his desk, scurrying across on all fours before sitting up in front of All Might. He stared at him for a few seconds before sighing and scampering back into his secretary's arms. Very well. I will discuss the other aspects of the festival with you and the other staff later. I hope you consider my recommendations, Nizu said, pawing at his secretary's arms. Sakaguchi, away. All Might watched as Nizu's secretary carried him out of the room, scratching him behind the ears as she went. Midoriya chomped down hard on the neck of the thug. Himiko was lying on the ground next to him, looking up at the sky. How much do you know about birds, Izuku-chan? Himiko asked. Not much. But I can learn if you like them, Midoriya replied. Ah, thanks. Do you know what quirk you're getting, by the way? No, he didn't show it off. Midoriya put the body in a black trash bag, putting it in the back of the ice cream truck the league had purchased. Then, he walked over to Himiko and lay down next to her. Himiko snuggled closer and pointed at a bird in the sky. That's an Eurasian collared dove. Oh, and over there is a black-chinned fruit dove. I didn't know there were so many doves here. They're actually pretty common. Honestly, with the government bird repopulation programs, there are almost as many birds in Aldera as there are gangs. Oh, DMN, really? That's cool. Himiko smiled even wider. She hadn't heard someone say birds were cool before. Sure, Kurojiiri had supported her interest and bought her books, but he had never explicitly said that he found them cool. He clearly did it more out of a sense of fatherliness. Himiko rolled on top of Midoriya. I think you're blocking the view of the birds, Midoriya said. What, are they cuter than me? Himiko teased. Midoriya put his hand on Himiko's cheeks. Nothing in the world is cuter than you, he said. Himiko, for the first time in her life, felt her face turn red as a tomato. Kamakiri landed flat on his back, breathing heavily. Kame reached out her hand, and he took it. She helped him up and held up her sword as he dusted off his pants. I really thought you would get me that time. You're improving, you'll beat me one day. Kame said. Thanks. But I don't think I'm anywhere near your level yet. Kamakiri said. Kame smiled and shook her head, clenching her fist to make her sword disappear. Chesanado Kame +++. Quirk, black knife. She can create blades made of pure dark energy at will and has complete control over them. Kamakiri made a particularly long blade jutting out of his wrist and looked up at the sky. The UA Sports Festival is in a week, he said. Yeah, why? Kame said. Because I want to win it, Kamakiri replied. Doesn't everyone want to win it? Kame asked, walking to Kamakiri's side. I want to be the #1 hero, Kame. Okay? I guess that makes sense dash. So that I can tell everyone how great you are. What? I want the entire world to know about Chesanado Kame. The only person to ever beat Toguru Kamakiri, the #1 hero. Not just once, but 4,817 times. Kamakiri turned to Kame and hugged her closely while moving his sword into the sky. And that's what I'm gonna be fighting for in the UA Sports Festival, Kame. I'll be fighting for you. This is a very pleasant experience. Yurashi said as he inhaled more of the smoke curling around the van. I wish I could enjoy it, Tokoyami grumbled. Zero grinned and patted his friend's shoulder. Lighten up, dude, we'll find an amount of weed that gets you high. You just gotta keep smoking, he said. Never give up, Tokoyami. I am sure your quest will be successful. Yurashi yelled. Calm down, dude. Passion is important, but you gotta moderate it sometimes, Zero said, plus, you're yelling in my ear. I apologize. Forgive me, Zero. Yurashi said, still a bit louder than normal but not straight up yelling. Mount Lady opened the Aldera Hero Agency's mailbox and wondered why her boss insisted on printing all their emails into physical letters. She knew he was traditional, but faking a mailbox was just sad. Taxes, that's important, coupons, that's junk, Death Arms' bills, mess that up, the agency's bills, don't mess that up, photos of Kamui Woods, draw on those, and fan mail for me, be sure to send some anonymous hate mail to these addresses. Oh, a letter from UA High, Mount Lady said as she looked through the mail. She rushed inside, knocking Kamui's coffee out of his hands with a shoulder check, and eventually reached the door. The secret door leading to their boss's office. She took a deep breath and knocked. Come in, Overhaul said. Mount Lady stepped in and saw that Overhaul, her boss and head of the Yakuza, was sitting behind his desk. This was very unusual. Normally, he was plotting something out on the corkboard behind him. A letter from UA High, sir. I haven't read it. Mount Lady nervously handed him the letter. Mount Lady watched with bated breath as Overhaul read over the letter. Why can't this guy show his emotions like a normal person? I have no idea what he's thinking. Overhaul turned to Mount Lady. Good news. You, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms are doing security at the UA Sports Festival. I'm surprised that the HPSC hasn't figured out what an obvious front this hero agency is, but it is a pleasant surprise. It's very good that they trust us enough to let us around UA students. Well, let you around them, anyway, Overhaul said. Make sure not to reveal you work for me, obviously, and put on a good face for the Aldera Hero Agency. Mount Lady nodded and bowed to Overhaul. He dismissively waved his hand. You are dismissed, he said. No, we shouldn't do a Shinto religious ceremony at the start of the sports festival, it would cause way too much controversy. Present Mike said. Oh, please, ever since the Constitution was written and Buddhism was formally expelled, Shinto has been the dominant religion in Japan. 89% of our students identified as Shinto, and 79% of the population identify themselves as Shinto. How would it be controversial? Ectoplasm fired back. And how many sects are there? In Class 1A alone, there are traditional Shintoists, Orthodox Shintoists, Neo-Shintoists, Yokai Venerators, Ethnocultists, Sun Cultists, a Yagurunaki, and Shugenja. And that's just their sect, not even counting the different local ways they worship, or the doctrine of the people around them, or what kami they venerate specifically. How many of our students would even consider other students Shinto? Present Mike retorted. All Might sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He had hoped for a productive meeting regarding what would actually happen in the sports festival, but it seemed Nizu had already decided that and made the entire meeting about minutiae and minor planning details. Hopefully, it will pay off. I need to find a worthy successor to One for All. Midoriya stared at the mob of students outside the classroom. It seemed like almost every kid in UA was right outside Class 1 as doors. Why the hell are you all here? Uraraka asked the mob, who simply stared back and continued their own private conversations. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Ida asked. They're scouting out the competition, dumbass and pukeface, Bakugo said as he walked past them. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. He stopped at the door, right in front of the mob of students. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now, get out of my way you DMN extras. Bakugo said. You can't walk around calling people extras just because you don't know who they are. Ida cried. Midoriya cackled at Kachan's typical arrogance, and Uraraka stifled a giggle at the expressions of the student mob. A boy with purple hair and bags under his eyes pushed his way to the front of the mob, eventually getting right in front of Bakugo. So, this is Class 1A. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an but, the purple-haired boy said. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? It's not delusion if I'm that good, Bakugo said. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to take a different path. But now, I have a second chance, the purple-haired boy continued. If any of us do well enough in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us into the hero course. And they'll need to transfer people out as well. Everyone in 1A turned at that, as did a lot of the mob. While all of them were interested in scouting out competition, it was clear that most of them hadn't known about that rule. And unlike us, you won't have a backup plan. Principal Nizu has made it so that if anyone in the hero course is transferred out, they will be expelled from UA, and with how late in the year it is, you won't exactly have many options for a future in heroics or careers in general, the boy said, shrugging, a bit harsh, but justice always is. My name is Shinso Hitoshi, and consider this a declaration of war. Who the hell is this guy, and where did he even come from? I don't know. Midoriya said under his breath as Shinso walked away. Hey, I'm from Class 1B next to you. I heard you guys fought real villains and came to see if you were impressive. But all I see is a bunch of brats who think you're better than us. Tetsu yelled. Bakugo shrugged and began to walk out. What? No snarky retort? Midoriya called out. These people don't matter, Bakugo said. This prompted audible noises of confusion and anger from the mob. Their lives are worth nothing next to mine. The only thing that matters is that I beat them, Bakugo said. The mob erupted into angry yelling and insults aimed primarily towards Bakugo, but also towards Class 1A as a whole. Uraraka was still for a moment, staring after Bakugo, before nodding and jogging after him. Midoriya sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. How were you ever friends with that kid? No idea, Shidoro, no idea, Midoriya muttered. Takuta finally walked into the festival after waiting in line for what felt like forever. He got why the security was so much tighter, and he agreed with the decision, but he was still annoyed. Waiting in line for 3 hours would make anyone annoyed. He began to look around at all the booths, but he wasn't really here to report on the food or entertainment, though he wouldn't mind doing a brief column if something particularly caught his eye. What, or rather, who Takuda was here for were the students of Class 1A. Other than the fact that they had been attacked by villains, nobody knew the identities of any of the students, save for friends and family, who were legally obligated not to reveal anything until the sports festival. It was a measure to build up hype for the event, and this year it had paid off even more than usual. Still, right now, all he could base his expectations on were rumors, which weren't exactly the most reliable source of information. But there were lots of them, and he caught a couple walking through the grounds. Most of them, like all gossip, was negative. I heard one of the first years is Endeavor's kid. I heard they let a DMN Okinawan in. What is this school coming to? I heard that there are even some students from Aldera. Don't quote me on this, but I heard some of them have killed people before. My friend's girlfriend is pretty sure one of the first years is a total pervert. I heard one of them is a drag dealer. Takuda sighed. Gossip mills were so cruel. Bwahahaha. Oh my goodness, Kamui, you have to hear this. The gossip mills are so funny. Mount Lady said. Kamui and Death Arms shook their heads. Takayama sighed and followed them as they resumed their patrol. They've got a lot of people on security this year, don't they? Death Arms said. Yeah, 'cause of the league. Personally, I'm hoping to do some scouting while the tournament is going on. I could use a sidekick, Kamui replied. You both know what I aim to do. Takayama said, eyeing a nearby popsicle stand. No. Just no. None of your usual antics today, Death Arms said. There are too many reporters around. We want to look good so people don't catch on, Kamui said. I meant, no, because it's stupid and is just being rude for no reason, but sure, there are cameras around, that's the only reason you can't bully people. Death Arms grumbled. Ugh, no fun. Takayama whined. Shinso took a deep breath as he put on his uniform. The other general studies students were nervous, but not nearly as worried as he was. To them, this was a big deal, but more for the fame and the chance to say they were on TV. They weren't like him. They didn't have anything to prove. But Shinso needed to get into the hero course, to graduate from UA with a hero license, to prove to the entire world that he wasn't a villain just because of his quirk. An air horn blared, signaling the students to head to the racetrack. Shinso took in a deep breath and thought back to his favorite musical in his head. I am not throwing away my shot. Midoriya took a deep breath as the students lined up for the racetracks. He made sure to stand right next to Bakugo while they were lining up so he could trip him once the race began. Bakugo glared at him, and Midoriya grinned in response. Bakugo didn't balk. Well, he's got guts, though I don't think we ever denied that. Midoriya nodded and faced forward as the timer counted down. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Bakugo fell flat on his face and was trampled by a horde of students as Midoriya rushed forward. Himiko looked around in a panic, trying to locate anyone she knew in the crowd. Everyone was pushing and shoving each other, and she was feeling overwhelmed. You can't do this. These people came here to compete and become heroes. You're just here to support Midoriya, you should be in the bleachers. Not on the racetrack. Shut up, Himiko muttered as she pushed herself forward. Then, she saw her siblings. They hate you. Everyone in your family does. Don't even think about approaching them, they'll beat you just like your parents did. Something like you shouldn't talk to real people. Himiko ignored her thoughts and began to push for her siblings. She needed to calm down if she was going to use the technique Kurogyri had taught her, and right now, her siblings were her best bet. She shoved her way forward, throwing elbows and stomping on feet to get to her siblings, who seemed totally lost in the giant mob. She got right behind them and hugged them from behind. Let's team up. I know we don't have the best relationship, but I have a plan that might win us the race. Himiko said, drawing confused looks from her siblings. What? Why should we trust you? Shiro asked. Well, maybe her plan is really good, Sachiko replied, we might as well give it a shot. I don't think any of our quirks are useful in this situation. Himiko grinned and put her hands together, roping the three of them into a tight group hug. Kurogyri Yiga technique, Kanjo teleport. Himiko cried. A few months back? Himiko, you are aware of how you turn undetectable? Kurogyri said. Yeah, I just will myself to disappear and imagine myself undetectable. And then, poof. I'm gone, Himiko said, prompting a nod from Kurogyri. Good. While I already suspected you were a prodigy because you invented your own technique at such a young age, I needed more proof. Allow me to explain, Kurogyri said, pulling out a chair. You are tapping into something called Kanjo. Kanjo is an ancient art discovered during the Quirk Wars by a group of gamers calling themselves the Yiga clan. While mostly quirkless, they used Kanjo and martial arts to dominate northern Japan before their assimilation into the Marble Hornets. They had so much control over their bodies that they could manipulate their very atoms, and the atoms of others, and perform great feats of power. They could turn their bodies to steel, make themselves completely undetectable, fly, and even teleport. However, they made a critical mistake, Kurojairi said. They aligned with Kyo D. Shigaraki and the Marble Hornets. After the Hokkaido incident, the entire organization was completely exterminated. Every man, woman, and child connected to the Yiga clan was wiped out, and all knowledge of Kanjo was destroyed to prevent it from being a threat to the government. However, the Yiga had taught All for One the ways of Kanjo, and he taught me. Himiko stared at Kurojairi for a few moments before speaking. So, you're saying that I can use this magic stuff, I guess? She asked. Yes. I wouldn't call it magic, as that adds an air of ridiculousness to it, but it is a mystic tradition. The Yiga were a highly religious order of Shintoists who heavily deviated from what was considered normal Shintoism at the time. Their lessons on how to master Kanjo were inherently tied to their religious beliefs, and as such, it is impossible to know which parts of the lessons are vital and which parts are mere ceremony. Kurojairi replied, to be safe, I will simply teach you everything I know. Starting with teleportation. Present. A giant poof of red smoke appeared, with a few red pieces of paper with, written on them falling out of it. Also falling out of it were 3 blonde teenagers in UA high sports uniforms. Himiko stood up, brushing the dirt off her uniform as she looked around. They were in another tunnel, but this one was empty. Oh no, you idiot. Did you just disappear until the race was over? Kurojairi wastes his time with you, adopting you, and you let him down. You even dragged down your brother and sister with you. Himiko's self-loathing was interrupted by Sachiko and Shiro scrambling onto their feet. What was that? Shiro demanded. Huh? Oh, that was Kanjo. Kurojairi's been teaching me. Don't worry, all I did was manipulate our atoms to a different place further down the racetrack, Himiko responded. How much further? Sachiko asked, prompting Himiko to think for a moment. I don't know, Himiko finally said. You don't know, both Shiro and Sachiko cried. Well, let's go find out. Himiko said as she stepped out of the tunnel. We probably didn't go too far, so we still need to be careful. And inexplicably, Himiko Kurojairi appears at the finish line with Shiro and Sachiko Toga, putting her in first place. Ha! What? Himiko said, looking around wildly after Present Mix announcement. We teleported all the way to the finish? Shiro and Sachiko said in unison again. While Himiko sputtered at the cheers from the crowd, Shiro and Sachiko grinned at each other before racing to the finish line. And Sachiko Toga is in second, with Shiro Toga in third. Oh, come on! Shiro said. Himiko stared up at the crowds cheering for her, although most seemed fairly confused as to how she got there so fast. I don't deserve this. I'm a demon, I'm disgusting, people shouldn't be cheering me on. I didn't even win legitimately, all I did was cheat to get to the end. Before Himiko could go on another internal tirade of self-loathing, her brother put her hand on her shoulder. She turned around and saw that both he and her sister were standing awkwardly behind her. So, since Sachiko and I are getting in huge trouble with our parents anyway for talking to you in the first place, how would you like to go to the refreshments table and catch up? Shiro asked. Himiko stared for a few seconds before smiling. Sure. Midoriya looked up as Present Mike boomed the first place winner. He was running over the heads of the students in the hallway, many of whom had paused in shock, and got out just as Shoto began to freeze the ground. He slid a little on the ice, but he was grinning. Only one thing was on his mind. Hell yeah! That's my girlfriend. Midoriya slid right past Todoroki in his sludge form, the ice making him even faster than he would have been normally. He was pretty happy that Himiko had gotten all the way to first, but if he was going to humiliate Kachan, he needed to place well himself. Then, 0-pointers rumbled onto the racetrack in front of him. Midoriya attempted to skid to a halt, but couldn't stop his momentum and kept sliding right into one of the 0-pointers. Crap. Let's try to just get past these things, it is a race after all. Midoriya made the best attempt at a nod that a giant mound of green sludge could before speeding through the internal systems of the 0-pointer and smashing out the other end. He landed on dirt, and while not as fast as he was on the ice, he still managed to far outpace Todoroki, not to mention all his other classmates. He turned briefly to see ice spires envelop the legs of the 0-pointers, and heard Todoroki say something about them falling. Midoriya grinned as Todoroki began rushing towards him. Even though he was creating ice in front of him to slide on, he was unlikely to catch up to Midoriya, thanks to his head start and being faster in his sludge form than Todoroki's sliding. Hey, we might actually have a shot at this. What, did you not think we had a shot before? Midoriya mumbled. Well, no, this is all just so surreal. Never thought I would make it onto TV. Well, how's it feel? Good. This feels real good, kid. Keep everyone's eyes on us for me, okay? I can do that. Midoriya said to himself. Isn't that the villain I failed to catch a few months ago? All Might thought as he saw young Midoriya racing ahead. He hadn't forgotten that case, not just because he never forgot any of his cases, but because it should have been so simple. A mere street-level thug, and he had let him get away. It was what made All Might decide to come teach at UA and find a successor. If he couldn't even stop an F-tier villain from robbing a grocery store, how could he call himself the symbol of peace? How could he call himself a hero at all? That is him. I can't believe it, so everything he said was a lie? All that about being quirkless and wanting to be a hero? Despicable. I ought to know, I can't. His crimes have been forgiven, and to my knowledge, he hasn't committed any since coming here. All Might leaned back in his chair, staring as Yurashi, Shiro, Kirishima and Tetsu all began to destroy the zero-pointers, seemingly to prevent them from falling on their classmates. I do not know his intentions, but if he is here to redeem himself, I will not interfere. Everyone deserves a second chance, and he is only while he obviously can't wield one for all, I would not stop someone from bettering themselves. All Might continued watching the race as the zero-pointers were finally destroyed. Yurashi, Shoto and Shiro all seemed to have great potential. Though Shiro seemed a bit less passionate than All Might would have liked, Shoto had endangered his fellow students on purpose, and Yurashi was a bit much. Still, there were many candidates at this festival, and All Might was watching eagerly to find his successor. Shiro came to a screeching halt as they reached a wide chasm. It was so deep he couldn't see the bottom, and giant, disconnected platforms of rock seemed like the only way across. And for the second challenge in the racetrack, parkour. You need to use your quirks to cross this wide chasm, braving the risk of falling. Keep in mind, UA is not responsible for death, dismemberment, or any form of harm that comes to students as a result of UA's actions. Shiro looked over the edge. If he fell, he would die. He scratched the back of his head as he thought of a way across. Swinging like he usually did wouldn't work, since the platforms were flat. Then, he saw a girl with pink dreadlocks from the support course shoot a zipline across the chasm. Lucky. I can't believe the support course kids get to bring their own equipment, it's a huge advantage. Wait. I have an idea. Shiro quickly turned and saw Yurashi, who was preparing to fly away but seemed to be looking at his peers to see what they were doing. Yes, handsome, go after your passions. Oh hello, Shiro. Yurashi yelled. Yo, dude, what's good? I have an idea for how we can get a ton of people across using our quirks, Shiro said. Yurashi leaned down as Shiro told him the plan, and his smile got even wider. Midoriya mumbled to himself as he pondered the chasm. Even his massive sludge form wasn't big enough to stretch across to the nearest platform, which left him with somewhat limited options. Hey, maybe check out what all the commotion behind us is? Midoriya nodded and turned around to investigate, before freezing in his tracks. Shiro was shooting out loads of tapes from his arms, to the point of blood coming out with them, while Yurashi was using his wind to fix them into a bridge. Most of the students were crossing it to the other side of the chasm. Well, that's nice of them. Come on, kid, let's regain our lead over Todoroki. Yeah. I wonder why they would do that. Midoriya said suspiciously. Still, he rushed over to cross the bridge. Best not to look a gift horse in the mouth, after all. Midoriya grinned as he watched his classmates rush by him into the minefield. Most of them were completely ignoring him as he dug his little hole, but he had a plan. And more importantly, he had ripped off part of the wall to act as a makeshift shield. As he stacked the landmines into the hole, he looked over to see Todoroki halfway through the field. Will this get us far enough? More than far enough, Shidoro. More than far enough. Bakugo was even more sad than usual. This isn't how it was supposed to go. I was supposed to get first, not that DMN Nuru's girlfriend. That piece of sheet Deku tripped me up. Present Mike hasn't even noticed me once. He gritted his teeth and exploded forward. That was about to change. Once he came in fourth, he would prove he was the best. The real best, not that cheater who pulled teleportation out of her butt. He noticed Deku digging a hole for some reason, but ignored him. If he wants to waste his time, it's more likely that I'll win. He noticed Pukeface was in the middle of the field, so he blasted over and swept her off her feet. Hey, can you get us to the finish? He asked. Uraraka nodded. Well, then let's go. Bakugo said. He blasted forward, Uraraka in his arms, face really red for some reason. He wondered briefly what that was about and made a mental note to ask about it later. For now, they were approaching Todoroki. And a dark horse has arrived. Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A and Ochako Uraraka from Class 1A have teamed up and are now neck and neck with Shoto. Bakugo grinned. The finish line was in sight. And with his current state of weightlessness, he would get there faster than Todoroki. He was going to prove to everyone else what he already knew. That he was the best, a god amongst men. Then a shadow passed over his head. And Midoriya crashed at the end of the minefield. Midoriya stood up and immediately went into sludge form in a mad dash for the exit. He could hear Bakugo yelling behind him, and heard Present Mike saying something, but he wasn't focused on any of that. All he was focused on was the tunnel. More specifically, the end of it, where a black and white checkered pattern marked the finish line. Shoto and Bakugo didn't have a chance to catch up. Bakugo screamed in rage as he saw Midoriya clear the finish before him. That DMN Nuru! How if dare he beat me? Whatever, I'll still be fifth. Then, he heard what sounded like a gale force wind approaching. Urashi flew past him and crossed the finish. That's fine, he can fly, it doesn't prove anything. Then he saw that somebody had wrapped tape around Urashi's waist, and felt boots slamming into the back of his head. Sorry. Shiro called out. Bakugo was about to get up and start screaming slurs at Shiro when another pair of boots hit his head. Apologies. Tokoyami called out, and Bakugo could see that Shiro had tied tape around his waist as well. Bakugo watched as Shiro flung Tokoyami through the exit ahead of himself, as Shoto surpassed him, and as Uraraka got up next to him. He just sat there and stared. Well, come on, Sweaty, let's go. Uraraka yelled in his ear. No effect. Uraraka huffed and slapped Bakugo on the back of the head. That snapped him out of it. Ow. What the, right. Come on, pukeface. Bakugo yelled, grabbing Uraraka's hand. They crossed the finish line, but not after that purple-haired kid somehow got there before them, riding on Ida's back. Himiko sipped some soda as she and her siblings stood around the table awkwardly. She couldn't believe that at the biggest sporting event in Japan, the only refreshments were a small folding table with some snacks spread out. So, Shiro said. Silence continued for a few moments before Himiko took a deep breath. How much did you know about me? You know, before, she asked. Oh, nothing? Shiro offered, shrugging. Well, basically nothing. They told us we had another sister who lived in the basement, and that she was, Sachiko trailed off. An evil demon who wanted to drink our blood, Shiro finished, prompting a hit from Sachiko. Himiko sighed, well, that's a little better than I expected. What were you expecting? Shiro said, a little surprised at how it could be worse. Don't worry. And don't worry, I don't want to drink your blood, Himiko said. Oh sorry we haven't thought you wanted to drink your blood since you go tinto you. It's all fine dash, Sachiko started before Himiko cut her off. Neither of you is very cute, Himiko said. Huh? Shiro and Sachiko said at once. But Himiko was distracted by someone crossing the finish line. Izuku-chan, she cried out. Midoriya began walking towards the snack table, before a flying boy slammed into him. Then a bird guy with tape around his waist. Then a guy shooting tape from his arms. Then Shoto tripped over them and fell on the pile as well. The goal of the cavalry battle is to get as many points as possible by taking people's bands, which have to be in a place where people can take them. And in order to incentivize you to target the winner of the race, their headband is worth 10 million points. Midnight said. Ha! Himiko cried, turning to see everyone staring at her. Pick your teams. And remember to stay full of youthful vigor, Midnight said. She makes me seriously uncomfortable, Midoriya said as he walked over to Himiko. Well, I know whose team I'm on. Himiko smiled at Midoriya. Why do you keep dragging him down? All associating with you will do is make him lose. One day, he'll realize how worthless you are and beat you just like your parents for wasting so much of his time. These thoughts were interrupted yet again by someone screaming directly in Himiko's ear. Team up with me, person in first place. Ga. Who are you? Why are you so close? Himiko asked, jumping back into Midoriya's arms. I'm a student from the support course, Mei Hatsum. We haven't met yet, but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. Well, that's straightforward. Ask Midoriya, he's our team leader, Himiko said. I am? Midoriya asked. Death Arms exhaled a cloud of smoke from his cigarette, causing Mount Lady to hold her nose. You know, the sports festival is less about seeing how prepared they are to be heroes, and more about the competition they'll face if they go pro, he said. Huh? What are you talking about? Mount Lady asked. We both know that this country is overflowing with agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you've got to be willing to step on top of other heroes. That was the whole point of the first round, Death Arms explained. Ugh, that's such a sad way of looking at our jobs, Mount Lady said, glancing at Kamui Woods. Seriously? You've never had a problem stealing the spotlight. Kamui said. Yeah, but that was funny. It's funny to mess with you, Mount Lady said, poking Kamui's mask. But on the other hand, Death Arms said, trying to prevent his teammates from bickering too much, even if you're battling each other for popularity, there are cases where you need to work together. Yes, like how you and I can work together. To stop Mount Lady from stealing my water bottle. Kamui said. Mount Lady chugged half the bottle before wiping her mouth on her arm. Oh, please, you can't even drink it with that mask on anyway, she said. Death Arms sighed and took another drag of his cigarette as the two began to bicker. Welcome to Team Kurogyri, Mina. Midoriya said. Himiko stood behind him awkwardly as he and Mina talked strategy. He'd rather date them than you know. You're only the team leader because you have the most points, Midoriya's really in charge. You bring nothing but risk to this team and its members. Why do they even allow you to stick around? Because you're pathetic. Because you are a disgusting, subhuman freak. Why don't you just end? Hey, no self-loathing, Midoriya said as Himiko looked up at him. I can tell by your expression that you're having a ton of self-loathing thoughts right now, so I'm stopping that right here. Let's talk strategy. Himiko smiled at Midoriya. Midoriya took a deep breath as he examined the other teams. He was the rider for their group, in order to make it harder for people to take Himiko's headband. If everyone was going after them anyway, they had no reason to make it easier for them. Bakugo had teamed up with Uraraka, Kirishima, and Kaminari, which wasn't much of a surprise, while Shoto had teamed up with Sato, Yaoyorozu, and Shiro. Shiro, Urashi, and Tokoyami were all a team, as were Mineta, Shoji, Azui, and Sachiko. Ida had chosen to be on the same team as Shinso, much to Midoriya's surprise. He looks kind of out of it. Why would he join Team Shinso? He made fun of that guy for like 20 minutes after his declaration of war. Said he was just jealous that our class had what it took to be heroes, while he was just a failure in general studies. Yeah. That is suspicious, Midoriya mumbled. Does he have a mind control quirk? Wouldn't he be in your class if he had something that powerful? No, the practical exam was against robots, and they can't be hypnotized. No wonder he's so resentful towards the hero course, Midoriya mumbled. Everyone, keep an eye on Shinso. I think he has some kind of mind control quirk, Midoriya said. Himiko nodded, but Mina seemed suspicious. How would you know that? She asked. Ida is on his team, Midoriya started to explain, but Hatsum cut him off. Who cares? Let's just focus on getting as much attention as possible so that the big support companies will see my babies. Hatsum said. Midoriya sighed and was about to explain that they needed to work together when Midnight blew an air horn. Begin. Fly, you fools. Shidoro yelled before relinquishing control to Midoriya. The hell did you need to take over for? Midoriya mumbled as his teammates began to run. I've just always wanted to say that. What was that? Mina called. Nothing. Just mumbling to myself again? Watch out. Midoriya said as Team Todoroki charged them. Himiko reacted the quickest, steering them out of the way, with Mina and Hatsum following her lead. They dodged out of the way, but Shoto made a relatively small ice wall in their path. Everyone, watch your faces. I'm activating Hatsum's jetpack, Midoriya said. As Team Kurogyri blasted over the wall, they began to fall towards the ground slowly. Midoriya grinned. Crazy as this chick is, her tech works. Midoriya nodded before looking down towards his teammates. Himiko, do you still have your headband? He asked. Yep, she replied. Good. Everyone, I want you to keep an eye out for Team Shinso over Team Todoroki, Midoriya said. Are you crazy? Shoto is the son of the number 2 hero. Mina cried. Yes, but he doesn't have any added mobility. His teammates are Sato, who gets stronger when he eats sugar, Yaoyorozu, who can make stuff, and Shiro, who can turn things into gold. The only one of them with increased mobility is Shoto himself, and he's their rider, meaning they can't use his ice highways. Shinso, on the other hand, has Ida, whose quirk gives him super speed, Midoriya explained. Oh, Mina said as the team finally landed. Fortunately, they hit the ground running. And it seemed like Shoto was occupied with a different team. Aizawa glared down at the field as his 2 prized students struggled against the rabble. Bakugo had gotten distracted pursuing a petty vendetta against Team Urashi, who were somehow holding their own against him, while Shoto was distracted by Team Tetsutetsu. Apparently, one of the extras had a quirk that let him turn the ground into mud. Oh. It looks like Team Hagakure has lost their headbands, bringing them down to a total of 0 points. Seems like Team Monomoa has realized you don't even need to go after the 10 million to get a win. Present Mike screeched into his microphone. Aizawa winced. He liked Present Mike, he was a good friend, but he found his enthusiasm annoying. Plus, he found Present Mike irrationally optimistic about the futures of his students. Aizawa understood lost causes when he saw them, while Present Mike saw potential in everyone. It didn't help that Present Mike thought Bakugo was a bad student. Aizawa groaned as Team Yurashi blasted off into the air, leaving Team Bakugo in the dust. He may have to pull some strings with the judges to ensure that his favored students make it in. Midoriya turned into sludge to morph around the purple ball and the lashing frog tongue coming from Shoji's tentacles. He felt that forming a tent around your teammates was a little unfair, but apparently, it was within the rules of the battle. Hey! My foot stuck on my Netta's ball. Mina cried. Head down. Midoriya shouted, turning on the jetpack again. He didn't like expending so much of its fuel this early on, but he didn't really see another way. It was either blast off or lose 10 million points, and the choice was obvious. He looked down at his teammates to check on their headbands before seeing a familiar face rocketing towards them. Deku. You subhuman F-. Bakugo cried as he flew towards them, using his explosions for leverage. F-you, Kachan. Midoriya cried, forming a giant wall of sludge out of his arm. A wall that turned out not to be necessary, as Dark Shadow slammed a claw into Bakugo's arms. I don't like heroes who pursue revenge at the active cost of their comrades. Yurashi boomed as Bakugo fell towards the earth. Thanks, Midoriya said. Don't thank us just yet. We'll be taking your headbands now, Tokoyami said. Midoriya simply laughed, prompting a brief moment of hesitation from Team Yurashi. They realized how much of a mistake that was. When their opponents disappeared in a cloud of red smoke. And after a brief bout in the sky, Team Bakugo has caught their leader, while Team Kurogyri has landed on the ground and is now engaging with Team Shoto. Monoma gritted his teeth as he swiped another headband from an arrogant buffoon who was in Class 1A. Why was everyone so focused on Class 1A? He was far superior to any of them. His intellect far surpassed that of even the staff, and his experiments were so impressive that Feel Good Incorporated had even purchased a couple from him and begun producing them. New cybernetics, of course, as Monoma was a biological modification specialist. His inventions interfaced with people's quirks very nicely. Oh, and his classmates were pretty okay, too. They were roughly on par with Class 1A, maybe even better. None were as good as he was, though. It was UA's fault for putting him in the wrong class. Even more their fault for misgrading his assignments. Sure, he had always overfocused on biology and quirk studies compared to other subjects, but C's and D's were far below what he was sure he really got. It was his teachers who were wrong, not him. And who wants to see those scores? Pull them up on screen so we can get a good look. Monoma grinned. Soon, people would realize his genius. Vlad gritted his teeth. He had expected a bit of bias in people's attention, since Class 1A had flashier quirks and survived a villain attack, but not this much. Present Mike had barely commented on his class except when they interacted directly with Class 1A. His students had been training just as hard as Class 1A had, even if they hadn't fought actual villains. This level of bias was unacceptable. Then, the scores were pulled up. Vlad sat in shock before grinning. It looks like other than Team Kurogyri and Team Yurashi, Class 1A isn't doing too hot. Team Monoma is in second place. And they've just taken all of Team Bakugo's headbands. Vlad fist pumped at the scoreboard. His class, even though they weren't as famous, was outperforming Class 1A massively. He knew he had done a good job. Then again, Aizawa was an extraordinarily shitty teacher, so maybe his class outperforming them wasn't as impressive as it seemed to the public. Your class is too small-minded. Think bigger, Monoma said. What did you just say, you DMN extra? Bakugo yelled. Midnight said the race was just the first game. And we figured they wouldn't cut that many of us right off the bat, now would they? Monoma said, halting his team to monologue. Bakugo turned, looking confused. Assuming they'd keep at least 40 contestants for the next event, all we had to do was make sure we stayed within that group as we ran. From our spots in the middle ranks, we fully observed our opponents' quirks and judged their capabilities, Monoma continued. Only a fool would obsess over winning the preliminary rounds, wouldn't you agree? You planned this as a class? Bakugo asked. It wasn't totally unanimous, but I'd say it's turning out well, Monoma said. Hey! They're coming. Tsuburaba said. Oh, and while I have your attention, I did a little background research on you after Tetsu told us all about how you were acting. All that business about extras and whatnot. Did you learn that in Aldera? You'll have to tell me about that sometime. Growing up in a place like that, you don't really belong here, do you? Monoma continued. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Kirishima, change of plans. We're gonna murder every last one of these B-list idiots. Bakugo said. But Bakugo was deprived of that opportunity when a jetpack hit Monoma in the back of the head, knocking him off his teammates. It's only against the rules for us to use our quirks to knock our opponents off their horses. Midoriya crowed, grinning at his chance to deprive Bakugo of something he wanted. Deku! Bakugo screamed as his team charged Team Himiko. Mineta clawed at his hair, wondering where the hell his headband went. Normally, I wouldn't team up with you, but this was a pretty good plan. No idea what happened to your headband, though, so you said. Where did it go? Mineta cried, this just means there's nothing left to lose. Shoji, full attack mode. Or, Sachiko interrupted, we could steal all those headbands off Monoma. His team has been disqualified, so it's all fair game. Mineta sat in silence before his eyes lit up. You're a genius. Shoji, you heard her, right? Mineta said. Already on my way, Shoji said, we're still in this. Overhaul stared at the screen intently. That blonde boy, Monoma, wasn't it, had been very interesting. A clear long-term thinker, able to function with others and willing to stoop to unscrupulous methods. A bit classist, but that could be improved. A solid choice to be scouted for the agency. Suddenly, he heard loud screaming from down the hall. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose as the 8 bullets shuffled uncomfortably behind him. I think Aries' quirk is acting up again, Tingai said. I know, fill me in on what happens while I deal with her, Overhaul said, getting out of his seat. Yes, sir, the 8 bullets dutifully replied in unison. Overhaul walked down the hall until he eventually reached the titanium-reinforced door. He made sure the screaming had stopped before he entered the passcode and stepped into the hallway between Aries' room and the main hallway. After verifying he wasn't a result of her quirk, doing the eye scan, and entering a second passcode, he entered Aries' room. The mutilated and half-eaten corpse of a guard was in one corner. The other guard's limbs were in various places around the room, and blood was seemingly everywhere. Aries was shivering in a corner, crying. One of her eyes had been gouged out, and each of her 3 horns had scratches on them. Overhaul sighed. Which one was it this time? He asked. Aries was unresponsive. Aries, if I am going to cure you, I need to know the symptoms. Which demon did this? Overhaul said. It was the kitsune. The blue one, she said she was hungry and Aries sniffled before breaking down in tears. Overhaul walked over and patted her on the head. There. I'm progressing towards a cure for quirks, Aries. I just need you to hold out for a little longer. If we had some form of time manipulation or a similar energy, the process would go much faster, but for now, all I can do is temporarily subdue one of the demons at a time, Overhaul said as he healed Aries' eye. Aries looked up at him. But then the other 2 just get mad, she said. I know. But it's all I can do. I'll get new guards in here soon, to make sure they don't do too much damage to your stuff, Overhaul said, shrinking Aries' left horn to prevent it from summoning anything. Aries D, Chisaki +++. Quirk, Unholy Trinity. She has 3 horns on her head, and can use them to summon up to 3 demons that only she can see. She has a wide array of demons to choose from, but can't actually control the demons once they arrive. Since she is a girl, all the demons are female, but if the quirk were given to a man, all the demons he summoned would be male. As Overhaul was walking to the door, Aries called out to him. How long, until you find a cure for quirks? She asked. I don't know, Aries, Overhaul said as he closed the door behind him. He picked up his intercom after he exited the in-between room. I need 2 new guards for Aries' room. Draw straws to figure it out or something, he said. Back in the room, Aries quivered as invisible hands lifted up her dollhouse and smashed it over her head. Back at the tournament, Team Todoroki was locked in a struggle with Team Midoriya. And they were losing. Shoto gritted his teeth as Ice Wall after Ice Wall failed to slow their opponents down. He had hoped to recruit Ida to his team, but he had already sided with Shinso. As such, he was forced to settle on Shiro, who, while eager to team up with Todoroki, wasn't the most useful. As Team Midoriya leapt over another ice wall, Shoto felt a sticky purple ball hit the back of his head. He turned and saw Shoji approaching with his arms forming a tent over his back. Purple ball shot out from an opening, and a long frog tongue made swipes at his headband. He reeled backwards. Yayorozu, can you make something ranged? He demanded, looking down and seeing her wince. Sorry, I'm almost out of lipids. I doubt I'll be much use from now on, she said. Sheet. Sato, can you bulk up again? Shoto asked. Sorry, man, all out of sugar. I'm bout to crash, Sato replied. Shiro, can you do anything? Shoto asked. No. I turned stuff to gold, there's nothing useful I can do in this situation, Shiro said. Shoto created another ice wall between him and Team Mineta, but his right side was starting to freeze. That wasn't good. He couldn't keep going for much longer, and it seemed his teammates were also on their last legs. Their only hope was to hold out until the end of the tournament. Suddenly, he heard the crowd gasp. He looked around and saw that all of the paint in the stadium, on the walls, on people's signs, and on people's faces, was all flying into a giant ball above Shoji. Standing on top of his back was Sachiko Toga, holding 2 fingers up to the sky. She was grinning. Todoroki attempted to get his team moving, but only Shiro had enough energy to run. The paint morphed into chains and slammed into them, wrapping around them and binding them. Oh man, Yayorozu looks so hot bound like that, Mineta said. Tsuyu was about to slap him when she heard an unexpected comment. I know, right? Sachiko said. This caused an angry outburst from one person in the stands. Quit looking at women, you F-censored T, or we will send you back to conversion therapy to cure your mental re-censoration once and for all. We see you associating with those disgusting subhumans. You have a beating for you when you get home, Sachiko, at least 50 lashes for talking to your sister and another 70 for associating with heteromorphs. Taizaku screamed. Why-oh, can we get security to remove the screaming bigot in seat 9, row 3? Present Mike said over the intercom. Sachiko looked down, ashamed, as her mom was dragged away screaming. She's kind of crazy, and really wrong about heteromorphs, but I'm sure she's got my best interests in mind. Sachiko started before Mineta cut her off. No, she doesn't. Now, my dads are lawyers, so I'm gonna give you some unsanctioned legal counsel on what you should do, Mineta said in an oddly businesslike tone. Get comfortable, we have a lot to discuss from that shouting alone. Sachiko sat down as Shoji folded his arms up like a tent again, their team firmly in second place. Bakugo punched Kendo in the face as he grabbed her headband. He was set at Deku for beating Monoma before he could, set at Team Mineta for swiping the points off of Monoma while he was screaming at Deku, and said at all these 1B extras for teaming up and screwing him over. Still, he had said he would prioritize revenge on 1B, and that was exactly what he was going to do. He had taken almost all of 1B's points, putting his team in third place, but it still wasn't good enough. He didn't come here to be shown up. He needed to be first. Sure, there wasn't much time left, but he didn't need much time to take out Deku or Team Mineta. As he swiped Kamakiri's headband, he grinned. Class 1B was finished. Time to deal with the main event. He turned and opened his mouth to call out his rival, but before he could. Time! This round of the UA Sports Festival is now over. Let's see the updated leaderboard. Present Mike announced. Bakugo blinked. Aizawa gripped the arms of his chair, enraged. One of the only 2 students in his class with potential, squandered in favor of a pervert and his merry band of misfits. He couldn't believe he would be forced to slog through commentary on extras fighting Bakugo, rather than watching a final battle between Bakugo and Todoroki. If only Todoroki hadn't had such useless teammates. But there was nothing Aizawa could do. Unless... Aizawa grabbed the microphone from Present Mike, who was announcing the unimportant, futureless wastes of space that inhabited this school. Actually, because Team Mineta got most of their points from a team that was disqualified by their leader falling off their horses, those points don't count and are all transferred to Shoto Todoroki, Aizawa said. There was total silence for a moment before chaos erupted. What the hell? This is favoritism. That's not a rule. Finally, someone gives Class 1A pushback. Shut up, Monoma, this is serious. There's no way that's a legitimate ruling. Get that man out of the announcement booth. Nizu listened to the outburst for a few moments, stroking his whiskers as his secretary stroked his head. Eventually, he nodded to himself as he made a decision. I have decided it is a legitimate ruling, he explained to his secretary, who did not care at all, because those students will be enraged by the unfairness and begin to hate Shoto Todoroki, hopefully blaming him for this. This rivalry will make them work even harder and drive them to be better heroes. Not to mention, it will cause them emotional distress, which is both amusing and productive. Suffering builds character, after all. He grinned to himself as his secretary simply continued petting him before reaching for his microphone. It is a legitimate decision. Shoto Todoroki will have all of Team Mineta's points transferred to him, but not the rest of his team. Nizu announced. Aizawa leaned back, satisfied. Nizu had seen the wisdom in his decision. Good. As the students and the audience's protests grew louder, he reached for the microphone again. Look, I get that you are annoyed, but you need to look at the big picture. I don't believe anyone in this class other than Bakugo and Todoroki has any future in heroics, and their lives are more important to me than yours. I don't believe in any of you at all, and as such, I need to prioritize their education over yours. It is my decision whether you continue in this field or not, so shut up and let your superiors advance, Aizawa said. For some reason, the booing intensified. Present Mike glared as he grabbed the microphone away from Aizawa. Ahem. Everyone, Aizawa is not a good judge of character. I'm gonna level with ya, even as a friend of the guy, I can't say he's anything but a pessimist. But he is unfortunately your homeroom teacher, and the school has upheld his decision. So I have one question for all of you, Present Mike said, are you going to prove him right, or are you going to work extra hard to prove him wrong? Are you going to let Mr. Aizawa talk shit about you in front of the entire country on live TV? Are you going to prove him right by not giving it your all? I believe in every single one of you kids, because kids, you too can be heroes, and no matter what Aizawa says. So even if the school has upheld his bullshit decision, prove him wrong, and go plus ultra. Present Mike continued, earning cheers from the crowd. Present Mike sat back and turned off the microphone before turning to Aizawa with a serious expression on his face. Shoyuta, what the F was that? Mineta stood there, glaring at Mr. Aizawa in the announcer's booth, before turning to his teammates. Present Mike was right, you guys, he said, even if Aizawa is trying to screw us over, we can become great heroes. Shoji and Tsuyu stared at him blankly, but Sachiko seemed equally fired up. Yeah. Today, I've been feeling really free, and I think that we can prove Mr. Aizawa wrong. I didn't come here just to be told I was worthless, I would just go home to my parents for that. I came here to be a hero, and that's what I'm going to do. How about you too, she said. Sure, Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Shoji simply nodded. That was when Shoto walked up to them. What do you want? Mineta asked, did you come here to gloat since you're Aizawa's favorite? No. The opposite, in fact, Shoto said, I came here to apologize. Shoto bowed deeply before continuing. I had nothing to do with this decision. I came here to be a hero on my own, without my family lineage or outside help coming into play. I wanted to be a totally independent hero. This ruling flies in the face of every reason I came here, Shoto said, even if I did win, it would be a hollow victory. Shoto stood up straight. Still, I will be trying to win. I just wanted to apologize, as it should be you four advancing, not me. I have not earned it, he finished. Before any of them could get a word in, Shoto walked off. They were silent for a moment before Tsuyu stated what most of them were thinking. Well, he's dramatic, isn't he? See? Exactly as I said, a fire has been lit under them, Nizu said, thanks to me. I think it was due to Present Mike, sir, his secretary said calmly. Nizu's eye twitched. If you disrespect me again, I will have you euthanized, he said. Yes, sir, his secretary said. She didn't believe him. Nizu had killed many people and was certainly a SDST, but he valued her much more than he valued any other human. He had made similar threats before and never made good on them. He had made good on those threats with other people, however. So she always watched herself, to make sure she never went too far. Oh, and add the togas to our do not kill list. I've noticed many of our students have friends and family outside of school who either act as anchors for their mental health or harsh, negative forces. We will need to remove some of those anchors for certain students if they are to unlock their full potential. Similarly, we must not remove stressful or harmful influences and, preferably, increase our students' stress in order to further their education. Pressure makes diamonds, after all, Nizu said. Yes, sir, his secretary replied. Endeavor stood by the doorway menacingly. Externally, he was a beacon of stern calmness. Internally, he was giddy. He had been worried that UA might discriminate against his son due to Endeavor's status as a Shiketsu graduate. The two schools were historic rivals, after all. However, it appeared that UA not only wasn't discriminating, but was actively aiding his son's education. He did feel the teacher was a little harsh, though. He himself saw potential in many of these students. None as great as Shoto's potential, however. Shoto, with his perfect quirk, would fulfill Endeavor's dream of surpassing All Might. He would become the hero Endeavor had always wanted to be. He would make up for what happened to Tuya. And it all started with this tournament. And more importantly, it all started with Todoroki using his left side. As Present Mike announced a 15-minute break between the games, Endeavor began heading to where he knew his son would be, that weird food truck that exclusively sold soba. Mineta and Sachiko tried to remain calm as they approached the girls of Class 1A. Hey, so I'm sure you already knew about this since you're like, really serious about rules and stuff, but they said all the girls have to wear those uniforms for the cheer battle later, Mineta said. Huh? That's odd, this is the first I'm hearing about it. Are you sure? Yayorozu asked. I mean, you don't have to believe him if you want to get in trouble, but I came over here to ask if you could make me a uniform? Vlad forgot to hand ours out, and even if you guys want to get detention, I'd rather avoid it, Sachiko said. Oh, no, if it's a requirement, we'll do it. Here, I'll make you a uniform after I eat, Yayorozu said. Mineta and Sachiko looked at each other and grinned. Ida walked near his teammates, and although he couldn't remember anything he had done in the tournament, they had apparently made it all the way to the finals. He was surprised, as he hadn't expected much from Ojiro and knew nothing about Komori, but both of them seemed somewhat dismayed. As for Shinso? Ida shuddered at being near him. He was clearly someone of little talent, resentful that he did not have what it took to get into the hero course as Ida's peers did. He couldn't understand what madness could have driven him to side with such rabble. And yet, he had made it into the finals. Maybe he does have the spark needed to become a hero? No. If he had that spark, UA would have put him in the hero course. An institution as prestigious as this one does not make mistakes, ever. Classes 1A and 1B are the future bedrock of hero society, and even if I do not understand everything my peers do, I ultimately trust that they will learn the necessary respect and become great heroes. I do not trust that Shinso will. He is not one of us, even if he is in UA, he is only in general studies. While he undoubtedly has a bright future in a different field, he cannot be a hero. Ida's internal monologue was interrupted by Ojiro. I don't think it's right for me to continue in the tournament, Ojiro said. What? Whatever could you possibly mean, Ojiro? Ida said. I haven't earned this. We were all hypnotized while we were on Shinso's team. The only one of us who has done anything is Shinso. I don't deserve to go into the finals if I wasn't in control of myself, Ojiro said. Ida stood there in shock as Komori agreed with Ojiro. No. We are hero course students, we deserve to be here much more than he does. How could you throw away a chance like this for someone so far beneath you? Why on earth would my peers do this? Before Ida could correct his classmates' behavior, Midnight walked past. Ojiro and Komori quickly withdrew themselves from the tournament. Midnight decided that Ibara and Tetsutetsu would replace them. Ida stormed off. A chance at redemption. Ibara swooned upon hearing that she had been chosen to continue. Don't get too crazy, Tetsutetsu said, we still might not win. But Ibara ignored him. This was her chance to redeem herself from her earlier sin of stealing the headbands off the purple boy through underhanded methods. God had punished her through her team losing, and then given her a second chance through Ojiro and Komori's guilt. She began looking for a corner to pray. No matter what her parents said, her faith in God remained unshaken. Shoto slurped up the soba noodles as Kurwaro droned on and on about some video game. The two had stumbled into each other while waiting in line for the soba machine, and while they had initially bonded over liking soba, they clearly had very different interests. Still, Shoto enjoyed his company, and though he had never been allowed to play a video game, this omnipotence game sounded pretty neat. Then, Endeavor arrived. Show 2, he called out as he approached the stand. Shoto sighed. You should probably go. I'll talk to you later, Shoto said. Kurwaro nodded and speedwalked in the opposite direction of the angry number 2 hero. Endeavor sat down across from Shoto and crossed his arms. Shoto. Your performance in the cavalry battle was unacceptable. You aren't using your left side, and it almost cost you the tournament. You're lucky your teacher sees potential in you, even if that ruling was bullshit, Endeavor said. Shoto remained silent. When are you going to end this foolish rebellion? Based on that speech he gave over the intercom, I doubt Aizawa will be your teacher for much longer, and you won't be able to rely on his favor. Embrace your potential, Shoto. You are meant for greater things, Endeavor continued. Shoto slammed his hands on the table, his soba temporarily forgotten. I do not need Aizawa's favor. The fact that I am even allowed to continue the tournament despite not meeting the requirements is a disgrace to UA and Aizawa. Mineta and his teammates should be advancing, not me. I haven't earned it, Shoto said, standing up, not yet. But I will. Using only my right side. Shoto picked up his soba and left Endeavor at the table. Endeavor sighed. Why must my children rebel against their purposes? Shoto, on the other hand, had a different thought. Where's Kurwaro?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.